A town in Shanxi was quiet, but no one expected the day would come when it would be conquered by monsters. The guy who was alone and fighting against everyone saw the last monster and was numbed by the sight of it. At that moment he wondered if these were his last moments before death. He did not realize where he was. A moment from watching, he felt drops of blood that served on his white shirt. The demon used its heroic soul attack. As a result, the guy was hit by the rays of magic. At this time, in another world where there is silence and harmony, a girl was holding her stomach and saying that she had drunk too much tea and now she couldn't take it anymore. Looking around the site, she thought she had no choice but to fix her need in an inappropriate place. In the process, a portal opened up near her place of need, and out popped a guy. Unfamiliar to her, the boy clutched his head and didn't understand where he'd been transported. At that moment, the girl stood behind him and tried not to make a sound. The boy thought, didn't he die at that moment? Many years ago, when humanity was at the peak of its technological development, countless armies of ancient monsters rose from their graves. They massacred people everywhere. Eastern cultivators and Western magicians who had been forced into hiding for thousands of years now began to return again one by one. All countries suddenly realized the importance of immortals, so they began to make special policies to support them. And as a result, a new doctrine called cultivation emerged in the universities. However, these people did not rally together to fight against the evil, but only showed their greedy natures. Only the 7 great nations still continued to fight over cultivation resources like this, and then a brutal war broke out. At that time, he was an ordinary student from a poor family, with no education or cultivation skills. But during the massacre, he managed to find a powerful treasure called the Hall of Heroic Souls. The great warriors of the present and past became servants of the Heroic Hall of Souls. But because of its power, the main forces were in fear. They ended up ambushing him during his battle with the monsters. In order to protect his celestial mentor, he went up against them alone. The guy was speaking to the strongest warriors existing simultaneously in 3 worlds, about whom legends have been written throughout history. In the name of the last emperor of mankind, he calls out to them. May they appear in this world once more and hear his call. Protect the human race. The boy said he was a great creation of the 12 gods, which he eventually became himself. And may he rise again, Pangu, and as a result, they all along with Pangu, summoned by the sorcery of 12 ancient demons, were wiped out. There's absolutely nothing left of the world. That's right. Then he really is dead. But then, what's happening right now? When he saw the building, the guy recognized it and said that it was the Tianchuan Cultivation Academy. It had already been destroyed by demons in the past, and at that time, only he was able to escape. Looking at the smartwatch, he realized that he had gone back in time to when he was young and he was 18 years old. But then he heard a rustle and turned back sharply, where he saw a girl fixing her need. The guy shouted to her and asked, "Is she peeing there?" The girl at that moment blushed and started screaming. A group of kids immediately set off at the call of the voice, and on the way they thought she was in trouble. "And we must find her soon." The girl grabbed the guy and dragged him behind a tree. She told him that if he made a peep, she would bury him right away. She realized that if anyone caught them, her reputation would be ruined. She would no longer be taken for a leader. When he heard about her, he realized that she was the most outstanding student at the academy. Senior Jiang Yu. The guys arrived on the scene screaming while investigating and found nothing. So they decided to look somewhere else. Jiang asked the guy, what was he trying to say there? The guy looked at her and remembered to pull up her panties first. At this point, the guy was saying that he had smoked a whole pack of cigarettes already and still didn't understand what had gotten him so guilty. Jiang asked the guy, he studies here too, right? And what's his name? The guy with the swollen cheek said his name was Zhongqing, a freshman in humanities, but because his academic performance is very poor and his parents are poor, he has no opportunity to attend cultivation classes. Jiang said that means he has a completely different faculty. Does he even know who she is? Zhong said of course, her name is Jiang Yu. The president of the disciplinary committee, and also the strongest female student in the entire university. Jiang got angry and said that she would ask him again if he knew who she was. Jiang raised his hands and said he had no idea. He has no idea at all. Leaving, Jiang said that she would assume that he had caught on. If he tries to blab, he'll be a corpse right away. And then the guy saw her, and they said she'd been here all along. and then they blushed at what they saw. The girl asked Jiang, "Is this really her future man?" She can't believe that they're doing obscenities even in places like this. Jiang said it's not what they think it is. The girls told her not to worry at all, they are grave. Just then, Jiang lost her temper, and with a flash of lightning, she asked, "Aren't they sick of laughing here yet?" Immediately, she released a lightning bolt straight into the ground. Zhong now saw that such was the strength of one of the top disciples in the academy. This is very impressive. At this time, the news was reporting that hordes of monsters had invaded the neighboring city yesterday, wreaking havoc. More than 100 cultivators and 10 million citizens were killed in one night, and now they are hoping for every student in all universities so that they can later join the army and defend their homeland. Zhong went to class like a normal student, and then he was jammed in, and with a thump on the table, he said he was back, and now he's gonna do it. He will save everyone. He won't let the Donglan Empire fall into oblivion this time. Coming to his senses, he saw a bunch of stares directed at him. Immediately, laughter erupted throughout the class. Jiao Hao's boyfriend, a fifth-stage cultivator, said that this was quite expected from the biggest idiot in the group. If he was just sleeping, he'd be mumbling nonsense in his sleep. Chen Yuan also looked at him and said, "Their country is one of the 6 great countries in the world. No one would risk attacking it. And why would she need the help of some idiot?" Jiao crossed his eyes with Zhong and asked him, "Why is he making a serious face? He's acting like a weirdo today. Does Zhong really want to make peace with his 5th-foot aura with his commoner?" Chen said he's just a simpleton with a tough guy attitude. It's pathetic to look at him. Zhong knew that these disciples, originally born with a silver spoon in their mouths, had always looked down on him richly. Relying on strength, power, and money, they always tried to intimidate him during his training here. But on the battlefield, when the demons showed up, they were mere ants about to be trampled. The teacher also got angry and told Zhong if he wasn't going to listen to the explanation of the material, he could leave. Zhong humbled himself and apologized to his teacher. He couldn't believe that he could seriously be pissed off by some bunch of scum. Looks like he lost more than just skills with the rebirth. And then the girl next to her turned to him. Zhong looked at her and realized that it was Chen Ning. He didn't understand how he hadn't noticed her before, that he was in love with her. Ning said Zhong was really sweating. Did he have a nightmare? Zhong lowered his head and said, "You could say that." Ning said that he had the audacity to sleep through Evil Shue's lectures, then maybe in the dream she was also. Zhong said that whenever he fell asleep, her beautiful face was everywhere. Ning got embarrassed and said why he said it so suddenly. Zhong remembered and thought that if only he had time to save. If he had even a small chance to become a cultivator and make things right, he would have died for it without a second thought. A month ago, a low-ranked demon suddenly appeared in the school and started ruining everything around them. Although the cultivators from Tian City managed to deal with it, Chen Ning and thousands of students died that day. From that day on, his life completely changed. Zhong said that he would definitely protect her this time. Ning said that she is at the 8th stage of development and is one of the top 100 students in the immortal ranking. If Zhong wants to become her protector, he'll have to work very hard. And work hard. Zhong thought that with his rebirth, he had lost all knowledge beyond this era. But it was only a matter of time before they returned. Zhong felt that one of the students was watching him right now. And turning around, he saw Jiao Hao. Jiao was telling his guys that this brat was getting a little too cocky today. The guy told him that the whole neighborhood knows that Gao's brother likes Ning. Jiao said that whoever made him embarrass himself in front of her, he would personally give a reward of 100,000. Cheng heard this and said she was in. She's going to do everything now. She started yelling that Jerk Zhong had stolen her money. Cheng apologized to himself and said that with this 100,000, he could go to the cultivation faculty and become the best. At this moment, all the guys turned back and looked at Zhong. While Zhong didn't say anything and was angry with all of them, the teacher asked Zhong, "Is it true?" Jiao blurted out yes and said her money was in his bag. He was a witness. Zhong thought and was sure that they had managed to switch his backpack. If they searched it now, it was likely that the money would indeed be there. The guy started saying nasty things towards Zhao and humiliated his dignity. Zhong just stared at them and absorbed them. Zhong had just now decided to wonder why Jiao, Chen, and the others never gave him a pass. Was it out of jealousy? Could it be his fault as well? What was the reason why those around him called him Idiot Zhong instead of his full name? Let the young master play with them to his heart's content in this life. Chen said. Jerk Zhong, stop making excuses. Gao and the others saw it with their own eyes. The teacher got angry too and told him to stop pretending and show her the bag. And gave her the stolen goods. Ning couldn't take it and hit the table hard. She said they were overreacting. She has grown up with him since she was a little girl, and she can only speak positively of him with confidence. The guy also stood up and said, didn't the others see Gao and the others constantly prying at Qing Chen? Is it possible to believe their words? Chen said that their academy is truly merciful. She even has the pity to socialize with such a scum. Chen told Ning not to let herself be fooled. He is 10,000 times worse than she can imagine. Gao tells Ning that he knows her parents took him under their wing and gave him shelter. But does she know what Zhong is really like? Ning asked them what they were getting at. Cheng said that just in addition to the money, her worn-out panties were also missing. Gao and the others caught him. The guy started saying that he disgusted them. And how can they be around such a horrible person? He needs to be expelled as a matter of urgency. They can't sit with a pervert in the same classroom. Ning told Chen that Zhong is completely different. Chen said that if he is that decent, then let her check his bag. Chen slapped the table and asked Zhong, doesn't he mind checking, right? He also advises Ning, don't get close to him. I don't know what kind of lustful thoughts he's got in his head. But of course, if it's okay, she'll just shut up. Ning told Chen, what's wrong with her? She and Zhong are just friends. It can't be any other way, Ning said, since they had decided to let all the dogs down on him. Let Zhong open the bag and end this ill-fated accusation. Zhong realized that she was being too naive as usual. He realized that since their gang was acting so openly and aggressively in front of the teacher, everyone there was clearly already prepared. But if he let them rummage through his bag, wouldn't he still be a loser? Zhong thought. In that case, he would have to teach them a lesson. Although he had lost his skills after being reborn, the Hall of Souls had returned with him. The Hall of Heroic Souls was purified by Ancestor Dao, who united the history and myths of the three ancient kingdoms and their days. It was created for the sake of protecting the legacy of civilization. According to legend, a person wielding it can move through time and space, summoning heroes of the past and present to acquire their knowledge and powers. There is the greatest bow and arrow god Hao, the nine-tailed fox demonist Dag, the descendant Dionming, and the birth goddess San. And they are all his servants. By gathering the spiritual chi of heaven and earth, and letting it flow through one's own soul, the Hall of Heroic Souls can open up in this world as well. He taps into the emotions of people's hearts to summon the greatest from around the world. Due to the full scale of souls in the heroic pillar, a warrior or other with similar feelings can manifest in his world. Brave heroes, if any of them share a similar remorseful aversion, as he does now. He asks, heed his call and come here to rewrite a terrible fate. His cultivation level is too low right now, so he can't summon them in reality. And he's only allowed to use first stage abilities. Zhong saw that the pillar of repentant souls was now full. For the sake of protecting all things, he had caused a close friend of his to die tragically, and he wishes all three kingdoms to crumble under the weight of his wrath. Zhong said that only 6 of the 7 stars were now lit. The pillar of souls will continue to absorb the world's obsessions and thoughts, opening up new places for warriors in the Hall of Heroic Souls, making it even more powerful. Zhong said that the 6th-level God Soul had only appeared once when the Buddha was summoned. Then it is most likely Jin Yuan, the majestic god of the underheaven and ancestor of the earthly immortals. And then Zhong was surprised to see the first quasi-saint level spirit. A sphere appeared in front of him. Jin Yuan, one of the followers of Taoism, wielding one of the coolest magic sleeve techniques, is even better than Hong. All that's left is to learn how to use him perfectly. Jin said that an inexperienced child who didn't even have enough knowledge to materialize a heroic soul could summon a deity. Zhong said, what if his wisdom is within? Even the supreme beings of the 3 realms are bound to obey him. Jin said that this was very high arrogance. He had comprehended all the secrets of Taoism and dominated the immortals of the earth. Zhong said that he should call Dag then. Immediately, Gao got angry and told everyone to disperse. Gao opened his bag and said that no matter how much you beat his stupid head, it still doesn't get where he belongs. Even in the open, he's trying to steal Nin away from him. but this time, he will make him always walk with his head down. Zhong asked him, really? Zhong told the celestial Zhen to lend him his power. Zhen said he wants to use it to collect women's pantaloons. Zhong said in modern times they are properly called terses. Zhong used the first style of magic sleeve, swaying flowers and connecting trees. Jiao picked up the bag and told everyone to watch. Now everyone will know the truth about the pervert Zhong. And to the professor, he suggests that he be expelled, and then both girls were surprised, but Ning was glad. The teacher told Jiao to take a closer look. There's nothing there. Jiao stopped and asked how so? After all, they were there, how was that even possible? He had definitely seen the evidence inside. The teacher said stop making noise and for everyone to go back to their seats. Jiao bowed his head and went to his seat. Zhong stopped him and said to Jiao, who gave him permission to leave. Jiao asked, a dick orphan would talk to him like that? Jiao saw Zhong's face and thought he had eaten something wrong today. What's this strange behavior? The preceptor said to Zhong, let us reason sensibly. Jiao was only concerned about a fellow student and did it in good faith. Zhong said the teacher was still young, but her eyes must be a problem. Did she ask him what he was talking about? Zhong said that Jiao stole those things himself and decided to blame it on him. Is that virtue? Jiao said Zhong wants to call him a thief. Jiao said his stipend was over 10,000. Why would he steal someone else's money? Zhong said he shouldn't worry, they already know about his financial well-being. And patting Jiao on the shoulder, all the money and the girl's underwear started to fall out of his pockets. Immediately, everyone gathered and were surprised at what they saw. Walzhen considered himself defiled and wondered how he could wash himself clean of it now. Jiao was surprised and asked, what the hell is going on? How did he get all this stuff? The guy said, what is quite expected from their pseudo-great master Jiao. If he wants they can both go to the store, why steal someone else's? The guy started saying that they never thought Jiao would do such a thing. What a scumbag he is. The guy said that none of them had any idea that he had such a hobby. I bet many of them were uncomfortable watching Qing Chen being bullied. Just then, Zhong Mai, a humanities student, pounced on him and told him to answer where his laundry had gone. And then Jiao couldn't take it anymore and punched the woman right in the jaw. He told her to back off and called her a filthy cow. She should have looked at herself in the mirror first. The teacher asked Jiao, has he lost his mind? Student cultivators are not allowed to use magic in normal teachings. He decided to go against the rules of the academy. Jiao lost his temper and said that he was the law here. And then he attacked Zhong and told him to die. Zhong told Brother Zhen to lend him his strength this time. It looked like the situation had escalated. Zhen said that if they joined forces, they would show these weaklings where the crayfish were. Since he has a mortal body that doesn't have a normal flow of energy, he would absorb the entire chi of the audience with his magic sleeve to turn it in his favor. Just then, Ning told him not to dare and used a wind-blowing attack. The girl Chen Ning is an 8th stage cultivator, the second best student among the first-year students, standing N7A 52 rank in the academy, and in the moment, she released the pen into the fight, and used the wind to stab it into Gao's arm, ending up making him more angry. Zhong seeing what Ning did was surprised, for she had always been meek and shy. This was the first time she had shown her character. Zhong said, and then, ladies and gentlemen, enjoy a performance by young master Jiao. It's called the Stinky Mouth. Zhong said that this slap was for all the girls he stole panties from. And immediately slapped Jiao. Zhong didn't stop and used a magic arm, swaying flowers and connecting trees. Jiao became very sick, and the moment he magicked Zhong, he began to spit out the woman's underwear from his mouth. The woman saw his underwear and said it was them. She asked him why he had put them in his mouth. At this time, Zhen cried and thought that they were fighting. But how did his technique gather more pantaloons? And then the teacher also got angry and told everyone to shut up. Whoever continues to be disobedient will have broken arms, and next, he would be referred to the disciplinary committee for punishment. And then Jiao got scared and didn't want to go there. Jiao raised his hands and said that it wasn't him. Let all the guys just believe him. Surely Zhong must have set it all up to make him look guilty. Zhong said that he was the only one here spinning his wheels trying to justify himself. Did he think he could keep fooling the others? Zhong walked over to him and told Jiao that it looked like today was not his day. By the way, recalling the words of their great master said earlier, how can such a shameless thief be allowed to lecture? He suggests to the teacher that she expel him immediately. Jiao said to Chen, she doesn't want to explain herself? I mean, they put both money and underwear in his bag together. Hurry up and confirm his innocence. Chen couldn't stand it and said to Jiao, stop lying already. He was the one who offered her 100,000 yuan to lie to Zhong, and the only reason he was going to expel him was because he was hitting on his beloved Nin. Why would he involve her in his dirty business? He's the only one with such lousy ideas. The guys asked them, did they deliberately come up with a plan to make Zhong a social pariah? Didn't everyone hear that? The couple burned themselves. Zhong said, I doubt he is worth that amount, and what is one pretty girl in their group? Ning slapped him and called him a flatterer. Ning thought, has old Qingchen always been a bully? And then she said, they have joked and that's enough. Zhong asked her, what do you mean? Zhong thought that since things are picking up, let's make it even cooler. He hugged Niang and said that he would follow her around from today. Zhong realized that in his past life, Chen Ning's death was his fault because of his weakness. Then a monster from an ancient tribe invaded the academy grounds without any warning, and although it was low-ranked, the students were unable to stop it. Everyone was yelling for them not to stay there and run away. The teachers would come and deal with them. Everyone was looking for each other, but they couldn't find each other, and then the demon released all its power and began to destroy everything, and each student was killed one by one. Zhong ran towards the demon, but he suddenly stopped when he saw Ning. She was torn to pieces. Zhong couldn't help himself and let a tear fall. These nightmares were the only thing he still remembered about his past besides the Hall of Heroic Souls. In his new life, he would definitely end it once and for all, rewriting the fate of Ning and the others. And of course, this also applied to the obstacles hindering the growth of his cultivation. He would try his best to fix all of this. The teacher saw something and asked Zhong, where did he put his hands? Dare to molest a girl in class? Zhong said that there was nothing wrong with it. Would something like this be considered harassment? Jiao said to Ning, if he is holding her forcibly, let her wink. The lecturer told Ning not to be afraid to tell the truth. On behalf of all the lecturers, she swears to personally provide her full protection. Ning thought about it and blushed, but she said it was fine. Zhong realized that this would serve as a good cover for his relationship with her, and then one of Gao's friends stood up for him, but Jiao slapped his hand and told him to shut up. Jiao said that Zhong deliberately decided to play the situation in his favor, right? Good, that's a very good move. So far, not a single living soul in the academy has tried to stand in his way yet. Now Zhong will have to hide behind Ning's skirt forever. He promises he'll never set foot here again. You pathetic coward. Zhong and Ning smiled and he said so be it. Just don't get angry too much or you'll get wrinkles. The man was choking one guy that night and saying Nin was a waste of time. Did she really hurt him that badly? It was Liu Bao, the vice president of the Ancient Martial Arts Society. Martial Power Value 9, rank 50 on the list of cultivation students. He had to stay back for a second year because of his bad behavior. Jiao pulled out a briefcase and said he would give him 500,000 if he killed Zhong and caught him. Liu said to Jiao, he must be joking? He's just an ordinary student, not a hitman. Especially, she fell in love with him a long time ago and still remains a kind and sweet goddess in his heart, and that's why we'll have to offer more money. Jiao didn't bother and told him to offer. Liu says 800,000 and the kid's gone. And he guarantees that Chen Ning will jump into bed with him the very next day. But the first part of the night is with her Jiao, and on the second day he will give her to him. At this time, Zhong lay in the park and said that this world is both ugly and beautiful at the same time. Chen told Zhao that he behaved too recklessly and impulsively. That guy has a very hot temper. He will definitely try everything to take revenge. Zhao said that his behavior has gotten to a lot of people, so why not be an asshole and make fun of him now? Chen said that according to the preachings of Taoism, avoid the 3 calamities and 9 misfortunes, the same skirmish and take are also included here. He is not yet strong enough for such strong opponents. Zhong said that he had destroyed him before. His act protected a lot of other guys he was bullying. Zhong said that he might sound childish now, but he's definitely going to be dead soon. Shen said he remembered a monkey named Sun. He was as brave as Zhuang. Then he seized him and bound him in his temple at Zhuang's, where he was tortured with the sacred whip for 3 days and 3 nights. Zhuang smiled in surprise and said that he was already imagining this leather whip. Shen asked, how dare he think of such shamelessness? But then Zhuang realized that Shen was right. After being reborn, he had lost his magical abilities. His current body was now very weak. Shen said that, to be honest, he could safely say that his teacher's cultivation level was not particularly high. Zhuang asked, does Shen think it will take him a month to hold superiority over this puny chicken? Zhuang thought that asshole's strength value was only 5, while the monster that would invade the academy had a value of over 2,000. When he appears, no one will be able to survive. It will be too late. Zhen asked the guy, does he think he can become the reincarnation of the golden immortal Da Lu? Zhuang won't be able to defeat them without his help. But if he listens to him and trains hard for 5 years, he will definitely become better than him. The strength of each stage, Zhuang said, has a significant gap between each other. If he could reach the phase of complete perfection, he would be able to soar into the heavens. Zhen said, the guy would regret it later. He had only managed to learn the technique of the Heaven and Earth Unified Chi Sutra with the help of fragments of writings. Zhuang said that the stars travel in the sky 365 days a year. Let him reveal to him the art of primordial chaos. Shen saw that this child was not absorbing spiritual energy, but in the name of the Lord of Heaven and Earth, he was forcing it into submission. Such a thing can only be achieved through primordial chaos. How did the treatises of Great Father Hong end up in the hands of an ordinary young man? Zhuang said that the first stage of foundation creation is complete. Shen said that in just 10 minutes, some boy managed to pass the first stage, but even if it can do something, it can't do much with the body of a mortal. Apparently, forcibly controlling the aura of the academy, it had reached its limit. Zhuang said that he would then proceed more seriously next. And then he immediately proceeded to continue. Seeing such strength and power, Shen asked the guy, is he even human? Immediately, the guys also stopped at what they saw. Zhuang said a little more. He asks, lend him a little more of his divine power. Shen said, he's a bloody rascal, #1 in the whole world. Zhuang rose into the air and shouted to the magic arm second style. Mountain and river energy give him lots of strength, but at this moment, the hurricane started to take over the square more, Zhuang's magic. The guy shouted to the girl to get out of there. God has appeared to mankind, and then the guy said that he forgot a little because he doesn't have a girlfriend. Nin thought, that hurricane silhouette, why does it seem very familiar to her? The teacher immediately saw that this was the skill of heaven and earth. Could it be that an outstanding talent has descended to them? Could it be a student from the academy? She said the disciplinary committee head to the school grounds immediately. They will definitely find out who wields such power. The hurricane could be seen from the other end of the city, and the girl said that it was towards Tianchuan City. Had there ever been a cultivation genius in her Dong Empire? An hour later, Zhuang was all floating in the sky. And Shen said that these were all the initial levels. Had he actually managed to break through this far? Landing on the ground, Zhuang decided to try out his strength, and with a wave of his hand, he shattered the stone into pieces. He said that having purified the essence, renewed and rebuilt the muscles and marrow, the palm of his hand was now enough to break rocks and split gold. It's a sign of successful anchoring in the foundation stage. How cool it is to have your strength again. Just then, Zhen walked over and told Zhong that he was wondering what was that strange object on his wrist. Zhong said that this Ning gave this one as a gift. A progress watch that was only given to students from the Cultivation Development Department. Since his strength was now 9, dealing with Jiao would be a cakewalk. However, when facing the real geniuses of the academy, these points would not be enough. And regarding the Hall of Souls, from the moment the Gar incident happened in the auditorium, he continued to absorb people's desires and feelings. Once the scale of the pillar is filled with the obsessive thoughts of the world around him, one of the immortals who is obsessed with such ideas is randomly summoned to Earth. With this, he can get significant new boosts to his current skill. Zhen said, leaving, the Hall of Heroic Souls was originally a sacred relic that encapsulated all the myths and legends of the past and present aligned with the laws of the heavens, an illusion created by an artifact based on my story. He was only able to summon it because of the remorse used as a possession. Zhong said that as Jin, for example, responded to his remorse, feels the same, and decided to come. Perhaps the reason for the call of the saints. Just then, Zhong saw that Professor Shui had come up with the disciplinary committee. She asked, how could those terrifying qi fluctuations suddenly dissolve into thin air? Ning told them to search the grounds. They shouldn't lose such an incredible talent. Zhong said that fortunately, the primordial chaos technique could hide a person's energy and allow one to further masquerade as a mortal. Walking home, Zhen told Zhong that there was a truly sinister aura emanating from his teacher. Zhong said that she is the dean of the cultivation direction in the academy, nicknamed Davilis. All the other teachers are her younger sisters and brothers. Zhen realized that something was clearly wrong here. The woman's fury seemed to be the death of at least 1,000 lives. It was unlikely that a mere teacher could have that kind of energy. Zhong said that at the age of 6, he was bullied a lot by other orphans. After running away and wandering for a long time, he almost died of exhaustion, but Ning found him and decided to take him to her home. They ended up becoming a big friendly family. Even though they don't have much money, he's glad he got in with them. Zhen said he could feel a very strong flow of qi near the door to his house. Zhong said, what is the head of the disciplinary committee, Jiang Yu? Did she really find out about his advancement in perfection? Zhen said for him to listen carefully, they are talking about him. Secret style, sensitive hearing, shun Feng. Jiang asked, what is Zhong Qin good at? Does she think he's better than her? Ning told her to calm down. Jiang said that Ning accepted his confession today on purpose in front of the group so she would cut him loose. Ning said, no, of course not. Jiang said, has sex now become more important to her than true love? Ning said that nothing can happen between them. Ning said that she was the representative of the disciplinary committee, and if details suddenly came out, there would be a dirty stain on her reputation forever. And then the guys were surprised. Zhen said, is this really the passionate lily love from the legend? Zhong said, his list of competitors has now been further expanded by Jiang Yu. Nin tells her that she has a boyfriend now, so promised to behave with restraint and appropriateness in the future. Zhen said they look very beautiful together. I guess they're expecting a new addition to their family soon. Zhong said, so he spat, and be a little more lenient with old Zhong. Zhong went into his room and said that everything was the same as in his memory. This is the table he and his dad found at a flea market, and the game console Ning begged her father to buy when she got into the top cultivation students. She later gave it to him. Zhong said his mom wouldn't let him throw away any more toys. And then his father came in and told him that his parents had something to tell him. Zhong was surprised and realized that when one strives to rise up, one doesn't notice the counting of time. 100 years could end up being the blink of an eye. Father said, what do they know? How he had always envied little Ning for the reason that she was studying cultivation, and had himself dreamed of studying in the same department as her. They can't financially afford to pay the registration fee, forcing him to shoot and suffer because of it. Zhong said that his father had a heart condition, after all, and they had been saving money for his surgery for a long time. In a previous life, this sum had enabled him to go to the necessary lectures. But his father hid the fact that the disease was progressing and soon died a year later. His father told him, why should he bother with his old man's problems? Let him take everything. His old man is a laborer and his mother is a baker, both not particularly brilliant in intelligence and culture. Zhong told his parents that he knows how hard it is for them to earn money to feed them all. He won't take them under any pretext. Zhen asked him why he didn't tell them that he had already fully completed the first level of development. After all, this stage was comparable to many top students in the university. Zhong said that he just didn't want to shock anyone. It would be better to first find a way to make some money to cure his father's ailment and start studying to become an immortal. Zhen said that he just has frequent heart attacks. I think the lowest healing elixir will suffice. However, this art is now virtually lost due to the shortage of alchemist sorcerers. Spiritual pili have become an essential resource on the path to enlightenment. Even the strongest one is worth hundreds of thousands of yuan. Zhong asked, what was the name of the progenitor and creator of alchemy there? Zhen said that it was Zhen Yuanzi. Zhong rejoiced and shouted that he was fabulously rich. And then Yun saw something under the table and asked, what is it? Just then, Zhen pulled out 2 covers from under the bed. Zhong saw this and shouted like an eager man not to open them. Ning walked into the room and asked Zhong, why did he refuse his parents' money? Was it because of his boyish pride? And then she quickly walked away from what she saw, closing the door behind her. She said she apologized for intruding at a bad time. Jong embarrassed himself and yelled no to her to wait for him. Everything is not as it seems to her. Jin said that it was a very excellent book, and he liked it a lot. While Jong and Ning sat on the sofa and looked at each other, Jong understood that Ning was already struggling to earn money to support her family and still had to find excuses to get by. Jong said that he still can't believe that Jiang Yu is stalking her. Ning said no, he got it all wrong. Jong asked her, why was she embarrassed? On the contrary, it was good to be loved by the surroundings and receive various signs of attention. Ning said that thanks to his wit and wit back then in class, when he publicly played out the courtship fight, she would finally be able to get rid of those two little devils Gar and Jiang. And then Jong thought that it turns out, today little Ning had officially accepted her recognition. Jong said honestly, glad that Jiao finally got what he deserved. He was ready to rip and throw. Now the others would definitely believe how rotten he was. Ning said, why did such an easy solution to the problem of just pulling wood out from under the boiler never occurred to her? What do you mean? Jong asked. Ning said that from now on, Jong was her boyfriend, which meant that studying and cultivation exaltation would take place in peace. And then Jin read the book to the end, and told me who these fake scribblings belong to. Jong said, how could he have never thought of such a great idea? They had been growing up together since they were in diapers. Of course he would help his little sister. Ning said, he had generally seen her ugly face at different times of growing up. Would anyone like that kind of horror? Jong said right, after all, they are family and get along very well. Ugkus, and the truth does not represent their relationship. Ning asked if everything was all right. There is already too much blood coming out. Jong said okay, it's just that boys have days just like the female gender when she gets nauseous. Ning said that girls and boys are alike in that way. Jong told her not to worry. When she is asked who her boyfriend is, she can safely say his name. He will try to solve any problem. Ning walked out of the room and said that apparently she had been harboring strange thoughts for nothing. It really hurt. What was she thinking about? Jin got angry and asked Jong what was wrong with him. Wasn't that dream of being her weather umbrella now fulfilled? Jong told Jin if they could go take some pictures tomorrow. Jin asked him what he was up to again. Jong said he wants to get rich and hit on some hottie and enjoy the benefits of life. After arriving at the place, Jin asked, is there definitely an elixir apothecary here? And who is this Su family? Jong said that their clan ran an underground black market in Tien City. Even an alchemist who wasn't particularly talented would easily become honorable. Jin asked him, had he decided to cash in on him? Nothing depended on her opinion now. When he got to the door, the guards told him to get the hell out of here. This is the Su family's main selling point, no commoners allowed. Jong didn't speak to him and used the third level of the Foundation establishment stage, Combat Power 3. The guard approached Jong and asked, is he deaf or something? Or reach out to help him. A group of guys were saying that something was about to start, a fun show. The girl called Jong a baby and told him to go home. Jong grabbed the guard's hand and said, so he's an ordinary mortal, right? And then the guard didn't expect as he was already on the ground. Jong didn't spare him and pinned him to the ground. The guy said that the fourth level guard was defeated in a couple of seconds. The girl said that Jong is so young and already standing at the 9th step. Perhaps he is a young master of some famous family? Jong asked the guard, can he come in now? The guard realized, if the guy hit her harder, he would have died by now. The guard thanked him for his kindness, and apologized to Jong for not recognizing him. Jin realized that people respected cultivators for their skills. Once inside, the man shouted that he was selling a miracle pill that restored chi and body, and at only 2 million yuan apiece. Let the buyers rush in, the last 3 mana-enhancing potions for a whole month. Chen said that it is just solidly just low-grade goods that did not enter the first class. If they were in the past now, he would never feed his familiars that kind of crap. Jong searched and shouted that he had found. If a pill is prepared from it, his father's illness will be gone forever. The seller said little brother has a good eye. This rootstock is the choicest. Chen asked Jong, what did the salesman say? Is their foreman a total dummy or what? Jong said it was different in their time. The seller told Jong not to hesitate. At the moment, it was worth 300,000 yuan and it would still take the same amount to hire an alchemist. Jin said, "What if it doesn't work out?" Zhong said they charge the same price as the ingredients and have no responsibility. Jin was surprised and said, "Isn't this direction an easy money-making business where it is in no way possible to lose profits?" The salesman took the money and said he wasn't wrong about him when he first saw him on the doorstep here, and his gift for reading people. But here the seller said that it is better not to joke with him in this way, or he will get serious consequences. The salesman didn't like it and said he would report him who here wants to snatch himself a freebie. Immediately, he shouted to the entire marketplace that they should not let this poor man get away. And then came Fu Wen, one of the 5 tigers of the clan. Fu asked, "Is this puppy causing trouble?" And then the clock told Zhong that the stage of Qi development, combat strength 15. The difference in strength with the enemy is too great. Jin asked Zhong not to behave recklessly as usual. His level of enlightenment was a whole region higher than his. Zhong said, "This guy dares to talk to him like that, a pathetic fighter with 18 points? Let him call the head of the family here." The seller saw this and said it was just arrogance. Fu looked at him angrily and said that he wanted to see the owner. Fu asked Zhong who he thought he was. Zhong said that he was a second-rank alchemist in Tian City, besides a master from their clan. People started laughing and saying that this guy really thinks he's an ace. A marvelous 18-year-old, laughing out loud. The vendor said that Zhong is crazy, and he will try to explain popularly. At the foundation stage, the cultivator still lacks knowledge. Only when you reach the level of Qi development can you fully utilize magic. For example, to create pills, to control fire. Fu said moreover, alchemy as an art was lost centuries ago. Even they only have skills of its second-rate kind. Zhong told Fu that he advised him to broaden his horizons, for his eyes do not always see the truth. Fu asked him what he had blubbered, and then Zhong got angry and threw the flower, calling him an asshole in response, because it was time to play big. Jin said, if he wishes to make a pill, why would he resort to a pottery kill and ordinary spiritual fire? Taking about, Zhong began to say that heaven is fire, earth is hearth, and the alchemy of creation a miracle. At the moment of cooking, the flour began to deform into a ball and then became a pill. And then Zhong used the burner of the greatest illuminating flame. The salesman was surprised and couldn't believe his eyes. And then he realized that the boy had not lied to him. People saw that Zhong had succeeded the first time. With such a chance of success, he could really be ranked second. Fa said no, even if the wisest mage took over, if it wasn't possible to achieve 100% processing, let alone. Fa grabbed his hand and said, making potions without using the furnace and fire. Even a rank 10 master doesn't possess such skill. It's certainly unbelievable, but it's just a pathetic trick to check out the scam now. Zhong asked them, had they ever seen fake pills worth 2 million? And then Fa remained silent. Zhong said that Fa had taken the Xiang potion 13 days ago, increasing his step breakthrough. However, after a dozen other days, began to decline. Fa asked the guy how he knew about this. Zhong said that his present influence was indeed excellent. However, the manufacturing process must be done by a savvy cultivator, for not everyone can give the grass the cooling it needs. Zhong doesn't advise them to process it slowly yet. It's better to find a refrigerated room so that the properties don't disappear. Fa made sure and thanked the guy. Zhong said he had shown enough now to meet their leader. Fa said yes, and called him a respected mage alchemist. They were too blind. They apologize on their ignorance. That an 18-year-old master was one of the few capable of such miracles in the entire Eastern Dragon State. Fa shouted to the guards. Why are they standing like tin soldiers? Have them bring Miss here. And then Miss came in and said there was no need to yell like that. She'd seen the whole thing with her own eyes. Miss asked Arun, was he trying to entertain the guests or something? And then everyone bowed and said hello to her. Arun apologized to the hostess. Because of this guy's past actions, he had lost all his manners. Miss told him to keep quiet. Even if he acted arrogantly, there's nothing wrong with it. After all, not everyone you meet is an outstanding alchemist. Miss asked if she could get his name and where to study. And then the clock told him that the other party was 2 stages above him. Shen said that this girl's skill was enough to pummel a dozen people with enlightenment like Fu. Zhong was glad that the beautiful viper in charge of all the black markets in the city had finally shown up. The guy said that he is Zhong, a student of Tianchuan Academy. His master is very demanding, so he won't say what his name is. And then Zhong took a proud pose, and the salesman said that he is a show-off. And he doesn't support his self-confidence. Fu said that his tongue is very long, it needs to be shortened urgently. Shu told them not to be angry, he is second rank. Zhong realized that no one would believe him if he said that he was under the patronage of the Eastern Dragon Empress, Qi Shi. Su said as she apologized for the swear words against him, sacred mentor. She is the young mistress of the family, Su. Her father is seriously ill, why does she now hold the title of clan head? And then Zhong was surprised and thought, and here Shui was telling her to hold on and not vent her anger. Even though he was a small thing, he was already able to compete with his father in creating the elixir. Zhong asked, could she pay the full amount for the herb? Shui said, even being a sorcerer, poor as a church mouse. Zhong said that money comes first for him. By the way, she is a baby, can they eat some delicious rice together? Shui said, what she's paying. The vendor said that as soon as the young man walked in, he felt an aura unlike the others. Zhong realized that she was really rich since she gave 300,000 without hesitation. Shui said that they always welcome outstanding artisans. Zhong asked her what it was about. Shui said that it was only enough to do it occasionally. And the Su clan would give out a bonus for his services. Zhong told her that any whim for their money. Zhen said he was the holy ancestor of the land. How did he get stuck here with him, a stump? Shui said that provided they were willing to cooperate with them, let him take her gold card. This card has 10 million yuan on it, consider it for a gift. Zhong asked, is a second-grade alchemist really that expensive? Zhen told him not to lose his prestige in front of the face of the femme fatale. Zhong thought 10 million was a lot of money. Shui apologized for her disrespectfulness. A wise man like him certainly doesn't need such pennies. Zhong grabbed the card and said that one does not look a gift horse in the teeth. He humbly accepts her gifts. The vendor said his ponces hadn't diminished, but now it was just like a master. Chen smiled and said to guess whose credit it was. Fa said that if they had settled everything, he would go and try his way of processing the potion. The young alchemist, from now on, relies on their care. Zhong said that he completely forgot to mention, although that method is valid, but a person might vomit for a couple days. Zhong said, and of course, he would take the card for a reason and waved his finger and used his magic. Shu said it's high-level raw materials. Master, why does he need it? Zhen asked the guy, does he want to make those very pills? Zhong said right, although they are only second class, but they were popular in ancient times. And the success rate of creation is much lower. Zhen asked the guy, is he kidding me? He invented this remedy himself, and he has the right to do so. Using all their strength, they transformed this place into something magical. And at the end, Zhong used the transformation method. The guys were surprised and said that they had never seen such elixirs before. After such a long time after the head of the family Su, Shui was also surprised, such magic, and said the spiritual elemental pill. Its creation was beyond even his father's ability. Pradiwe jumped in and said that the clan had invested hundreds of millions of dollars to create them, but it didn't work out. Su said the guy really is the best. How lucky they are to have him. She can't believe her eyes. The kid's a real alchemy emperor. Zhong said that now he wants to return the favor, let Shu take his present. Shu said such an incredible thing, and for her? Zhong said that they didn't have enough skill yet to transform the perfect yuan potion. And this potion would smooth out the inhibition. Shu said that nothing less was expected from a wise man. Showed everyone the truth with one word and movement. Shu told him they shouldn't and they didn't deserve such a generous gift. Zhong took his finger and gagged her. Zhong said that she would gradually feel the improvement of her triple spirituality. Perhaps in 3 days, she would be able to fully transition to the third stage, soul purification. Looking at the map, Zhong recalled that Shui had said that they were bound by a business relationship from now on. Zhen said seeing Su for the first time, he had one bold thought. Zhong said for him to toss them aside. Zhen said tempting her step by step, giving false hopes and promises. Was that his plan? Zhong said honestly it was. Zhong said that all people like to be treated with affection and courtesy. Therefore, a word or two is enough to make a person trust someone. Zhong said to confront Jiao with his powerful entourage, one would have to gain support, right? Applying the art of primordial chaos for the first time, the soul nodes that absorb the chi of the sky and earth of his surroundings begin to open up. Jun said that nevertheless, the elevation speed using it was much faster than normal spells. Jong said that the black market pharmacy pillars absorbed a huge amount of emotion today. But the biggest outburst was when the guard was on edge. Jun told him to try to prepare properly, for Jiao would not back down so easily, and the announcement of a rematch was just around the corner. Very soon the pillar will be filled to its fullest and another soul of a god will be called to earth. And he must surely protect. And then he remembered that she had told him to be an obedient boy and get his feet out of here. Jong said that if only one could become immortal. But what would change then? The mentor said that he acted too soft and decent, that's why he lost. Even after getting the imperial throne, he couldn't fix anything. Jong asked her to give him another chance to protect the others. If he had to resort to the dirtiest means, he would do whatever she wanted. Just then, Jong stood up abruptly, from the worst dream he had ever had. While Jun was telling the Pikachu to launch 100 volts at the enemy, Jong said it was the same dream of the past again. A previous life, countless sleepless nights, the desperate screams of Ning and East Madam Shi, the mountains of corpses of innocent people. All those pictures are imprinted in his memory and turned into nightmares that torment him. They're the only thing that came with him to the real world other than the Hall of Souls. Now that he has a powerful artifact with him, he uses it to its fullest. Just then, shouting was heard outside the door. Ning shouted for them to get away from her. But her mother told her to be careful. Just then, Jong came down and asked what happened. The mother told Jong that everything was fine, let him go to his room. And then the guy said, "Isn't that her loser brother? He's an adult, but he's still hiding behind his mom and sister's skirt." The guy was telling Nin that he was repeating for the last time. Their father owed them 200,000 for medical treatment. If they didn't pay off the debt today, they could forget about the store. Mother said that they have some abnormal interest rates. Could 50,000 suddenly turn into 200? The guy said he'd already told me the exact amount and it was out of the question. In the neighborhoods here, no one dares not give back what they have taken. Ning said, "Is father sick? Why didn't they say anything?" Mother said they labored, worked to provide for them. The guy said not to get their hopes up just because the daughter is a cultivation student. The guy said, "Why are his people making a big deal out of this? I'd rather they trash the place if they don't want to shell out the money. Or, if the cutie spends one night with them and gives them a good service, they'll mow down their debt. And all will be forgiven." The guy said how smart his boss was. He's never tried young girls. What's the hottie think about that? The guy said that otherwise the rumors would spread around the academy and the little brother and sister would be expelled. And then Jong asked him if he was looking for death. Ning stopped him and told him not to fool around. Even though Chu is about his level in terms of combat power, he has connections with the Su clan. It's best not to mess with them. Chu said that's great. They know. Their group and the Li family are the most powerful people in Tien. If he had to kill someone, he'd have no problem. He'll crush anyone like an ant. Jong was saying that he didn't care about them from on high. And then he realized that he needed to be more restrained. Did Jong say how much is required? His friend is bringing it to them right now. Chu said the kid was showing off. Students don't have that kind of money. Jong said he just doesn't carry the money with him, or is he afraid the guy will run away? Chu said for him to act. Jong picked up the phone and dialed the black market guard Fu. He told him that he wanted to call him for a meeting about a matter, and then Fu yelled for everyone to shut up. An important guest is calling. He told Jong that if he needed anything, just let him ask for it. He doesn't even know how to thank him. The elixir worked well. Jong said that a burly guy named Chu, who has a father-brother loan, broke in. He says to give him the interest too, or his gang will raid the place. I'm sending his coordinates now. Can he help? Chu said then let him give them 400,000. Mother said they only borrowed 50,000. Chu said, as much as he says, that's how much they will pay. Jong asked Fu, had he heard? He has already raised the rate. Come over soon. Fu told him not to worry, he knew what was up. And then he told the guys they were moving out. Fu couldn't understand what kind of brat would think of touching the VIPs of their clan. Ransacking the house of the best alchemist, Jong's mother asked Jong, who is this friend? And why is he willing to lend him so much money? Chu said that's commendable. The offspring have more brains than their own parents. Chu thought that once they shook off their dough, they'd try to forcefully take that fairy-like chick, and then Fa arrived at the store with a crowd of people and opened the door. Blondie and everyone was surprised and said to the boss, Chu said it's Mr. Fu from the black market pharmacy. Why is he here? Fa asked him. Chu said he was his little brother's little brother, baby Chu. Fu said he didn't recall and told him to get out of the way. Fa approached Zhong and called him mentor. Zhong pointed his finger at him and told him not to make things up. Fa asked Zhong, is he okay? Zhong said yes, but he wants everyone's arms broken. Chu told Fu to listen to him. He didn't realize they were friends. Zhong stopped him and told him to stop. Zhong told Fu not to let them break anything in the store. Fu looked at him and told him not to worry. Fu couldn't help himself, so he hit that Chu guy hard. And told his men to take care of that couple too. Let them know where they belong. Zhong told his mother and Ning that it was just as they asked, but he didn't feel like watching them being bullied. Ning asked, is Fu really from the Su family? How did he manage to meet a mafia big shot? Zhong said that they met when he used to work part-time as a courier. Brother Fu saw him as a hard worker and decided to take him under his wing. Fu said he wouldn't allow his friend to be bullied by a bunch of freaks. And here he hoped that Mistress wouldn't be angry. Didn't Ning really ask? Mother said, isn't it too much to beat people to a pulp anyway? Fu told her don't panic. Those three assholes are in the foundation stage. To them, a broken arm is just a minor scratch, and then after beating everyone from Fu told brother Zhong it's done. What do we do with them next? Zhong asked Chu. He wanted the 400,000, right? Should he ask Fu to give it to him? Chu apologized and said he was unaware of their friendship. A battered Chu got down on his knees and said they would write off their debts. And they would do it especially for them. Zhong said fine, let him consider his offer accepted. However, he was the one who bullied his family, and he is not going to just leave it at that. Zhong told Chu not to dare to come here even one step in the future. They all understood it hopefully. Chu said they all understood that. Fu said if that's it now, he went too. And then Zhong said he almost forgot something. Zhong told his mom that in the medicine that brother Fu had made for him earlier, let him give it to his father and he would recover immediately. The mother asked how could they take such a valuable item? Zhong told her not to worry, just decided to take out a loan. He would definitely repay it after graduating from the academy. Mother said that now father will finally not suffer at last. Mr. Fu is really a good man. But they must return the money. But then Zhong saw Ning looking at him and asked, did he have something on his face? Ning said it was just an impression. It was as if Zhong had grown up and matured. Zhong asked, and in what way? Ning said that he was acting like a fool again. Just then, Zhong entered the room and said that he couldn't rely on him all the time after all. Absorbing the garden greed, Chu and his six, the pillar glowed even brighter. The next summoning was not far off. Jin said that his strength is already higher than all the first years combined. Why would he be worried? Zhong said that his true opponents are not childish at all. There will be a monster attack in a month. Art of Water, at his command let him appear in their world, the Black Dragon of Springs. Let him seize the beast. Gathering all the elements into one instead of one, they were ready to fight to the end, for this was their last chance. The Qing girl said to let the lightning bolts of the firmament wrap around the divine sword. Great Spirit Di and unleash its fury on the unclean one, and at that moment, they thought it had worked. And then there was a rumble, and the demon came out of the wall. The old man said that even a combined attack couldn't break through his defense. And then the monster used the space gap. In the moment the rector fell right under the attack. And Jiang saw it and couldn't save him at that moment. Jiang said that his magic was capable of destroying the planet's matter. Just then, the monster turned around and attacked the girl. Zhong said that there was a hope of winning if he had to give a fight to an inferior demon with a fighting power of 200 points. Did Jin say to let him think for himself? Zhong said that he and the undead tribes have been around since ancient times. Maybe he knows a way to deal with them? Jin said it all started from the moment when Pangu created the world. Zhong said to keep it short. He was a creator god who fell dead after creating the heavens and earth. Eventually his soul transformed into the three supreme celestials. The sorceress power took the form of 4 demon emperors. And the physical shell, in turn, turned into 12 ancestors of the descendants who entered the clan of monsters. Zhong said Jin wanted to say that their greatest strength lies in their direct kinship with him. Jin said right, for example, he is a particle of Panbuk soul power ingested by a ginseng tree, then reborn as a Savia. His roots are second only to the bloodline of the three immortals. He was lucky enough to reincarnate with a huge amount of soul chi, so he became the head of all other cultivators and gods. All demons were born from his flesh, therefore possessing eternal life and abnormal power. In their eyes, the human race was an inferior species until they developed their own extraordinary methods to counter them. What did Zhong ask? Jin said that there are 3 in total. First, you need to find a sacred artifact that is strong enough to pierce the bodies of monsters, and it's also worth finding a way to counteract the nature of the opponent's skills. In the second place, we must call upon as many souls of the greatest as possible to unite out of knowledge with our own. Third, combat power must definitely be at least 900, this is the 9th level of enlightenment refinement. Zhong said that doing so many things in a month seems impossible. Jin said that Jiao and his gang posed a very serious threat. Zhong said that he was sure they couldn't do anything and would stop halfway through. Tech is primal chaos, it gets better. When more people come to die, their actions make his combat power build up faster. Also, negative emotions will be the perfect energy boost to the spirit pillars. Jin sat down at his computer in the evening and said that only emperors of past dynasties possessed that skill. Whose reincarnation is this kid? The next day at the academy in class, Zhong thought that cultivating through meditation was very long. If he wants to really advance through accepting pristine chaos and improve it, you need to emphasize real fights. But who to spend them with, thought Zhong looking at Jiao and his herd of sheep friends. And then a guy behind him told him that things were bad. He had heard that Jiao had paid around to some dangerous bully from the ancient martial arts society to finish him off. Zhong smiled and asked, was it true? The guy said that they were now gathered in full force, so they could distract Ning and attack unexpectedly. Zhong said, well, isn't this beautiful? The guy was surprised and asked why his reaction was so strange, but then suddenly, right at him, the teacher threw chalk, in a moment of conversation during class. The teacher told Zhong to answer the question asked. Who is the center of power in the Eastern Dragon State? And then the guy started saying that once again, Zhong was out of luck. I wonder if this time his punishment would last until morning or the whole day. Zhong said, what is naturally the #1 sect called the Lurking Dragon Pavilion? It inherited ancient Taoism from the 3 rulers. Any government and immortal organizations of all cities, as well as punitive bureaus, fall directly under their jurisdiction, otherwise known as the Pavilion Saint. And then he thought, what is she doing now? Zhong said to the professor, can Dion ask something harder? She was surprised that he actually listened to the lectures attentively. Jiao said that he would let him shine for the last time, for when PE starts and the Ancient Martial Arts Club does ho, there won't be a wet spot left of him. Zhong said that Jiao and his gang roaming the perfect match, how come he didn't immediately think of such a thought? In gym class, the teacher said rules as usual, move around freely. The precursor thought, this is the age of cultivators, why? Even need sports? Ning told Zhong to go play tennis with her, and then the girl told Nin not to invite the bad man. Ning told her to stop being rude, he's her friend she's been growing up with since she was in diapers. Zhong refused and said he'd rather watch ball games than be a part of them. Ning said he's back to his madman's ramblings again, and then the boys watched as the girls ran around and played tennis. But Zhong was also looking at Ning's breasts. The guy told Zhong to stop with his perversions and let him watch tennis properly. Just then, some guys came up behind him and asked Zhong, did he know why they were here? It was Wang Dao, one of the strongest freshmen. Zhong took his hand away and told him to back off. Can't he see that he's enjoying playing tennis? The guy asked him, is he really Dao's brother? One of the 3 leaders of the club? Dao said, so Zhong's keeping his eye on the ball? And then Dao attacked him and said that he would better improve Zhao's view. But Zhong stood up abruptly and dodged the attack. Zhong asked him, he's Gao's chained dog, right? I see you're getting into trouble, you shouldn't anger and distract a man from watching sports. And Nin saw everything and asked what was going on. The girl said that it looked like they were the same gangsters who were obsessed with fighting. Now their perverted bandmate is going to get it for sure. Did Ning say why they're messing with him? We should go find out. But then the guy attacked Ning and asked, did she want to protect Zhong? You better take care of yourself first. Just then, the girl told Ning to dodge. Ning noticed this and put her defense against him. Ning, a freshman, is ranked 52nd in the Academy's Immortal ranking, with a combat power of number 8. Liu's attacker, a sophomore, is ranked 50th in the Academy's Immortal ranking, with a combat strength of 9. Ning said that he was one of the 3 leaders of the ancient martial arts society, Liu Bao. She realized that the attack was too sudden, but it was a blessing to avoid being hit. The girl said Ning was bleeding. Ning told her to stay away and not to get involved. Ning thought that it was already less like a disagreement between students, for the other party had been very prepared. Did Jiao really get hurt and have a hand in this? Damn it, Zhong is also in danger at this moment. Liu decided to attack her and said, Ning, does she have enough time to worry about others? A while earlier, the teacher had told Zhong to show at least a little common sense. Zhong asked, what did someone decide to talk about common sense? The teacher said that in any case explanations are sometimes needed for readers to understand the whole picture of what is going on. Did Zhong tell the guys it's just them? Where is there much honor Jiao, the coward? The guy standing next to him thought that they were really finished this time. Ta asked Zhong, did he think he was worthy of his presence? And then several guys stood in front of him. Zhong said their little rat is capable of doing the right thing. He wants to kill him, but he doesn't get into trouble or get his hands dirty. The guy told Zhong not to be afraid. They have been friends for over 10 years since elementary school. Even if he gets kicked, he will share the fate with him too. But then Zhong saw that Ning was also being attacked. He was even more angry because he had to stand up for her. He knew he had to get it all out quickly and get them out of his way. Jiao attacked him and told him not to blame the tough guys for his ruthlessness. You're asking for trouble, but then Zhong took the bat and hit him, telling him to shut up at last. Zhong thought and decided that he would try moving the mana into a baseball bat. The hits would be equal to flying stones. Ta pointed his finger and said that Zhong had attacked him in a sneak attack. No martial dignity. Zhong said that human life is too short, and then why choose the shortest path to one's own doom? Zhong was pissed off and said loudly that he didn't care if that snot-nosed brat showed up or not. He would deal with the mongrel pile first and then go looking for him. The guy was startled and asked Zhong why he was whipping so much mana at him. The guy was also surprised. He said, wasn't Zhong a dumb loser to this life, unable to cultivate at all? The guys were asking, do they have eye problems? How could foolish Zhong have so much chi, and what element does it belong to? I've never seen a color like this before. And the clock is incapable of measuring its combat power. The enemy said that no matter where he was lucky enough to get a bunch of energy from, however, garbage would forever be garbage. Attacking Zhong said, did the current villains only have brains for empty insults? The guy dodged the attack and said that he was one of the best freshman cultivators, and he couldn't even touch his clothes in a voto. Zhong attacked him again and asked the guy, is he sure? And then the guy was very surprised, from Zhong's speed. Zhong said to the guy, his smug smile particularly charming. But it would soon deteriorate. The guys were surprised that Zhong had defeated one of the 3 martial arts club leaders, and even one with an 8th level foundation establishment stage on top of that. How did he have the strength? Ta told Zhong that he would definitely kill him today. And shouting to his boys to stop, he ordered them to go fight. But whoever breaks this scum's leg will be paid 10,000. He used his dirty tricks on Brother Dao. Shen shouted to Zhong to be more careful. There are too many of them. Let him use the abilities of the Hall of Souls. And then Zhong gained strength and said that they could act, and the first style of artifact mastery, the Unified Soul Shen. Zhong saw that his body merging with the spirit of a saint would allow him to display true omnipotence. Letting the bat fly in the air, Zhong Anka used his magic and attacked with the second style of magic arm, the Gorirek Aura. The guys didn't realize that they were going to be finished this day, and running to attack, Zhong attacked them in return with his magic. He didn't spare anyone, and with his own strength, he knocked out everyone who attacked him. Soon they were all beaten. The guys were surprised that stupid Zhong had actually won. He was attacked by 7 people and couldn't inflict a scratch. The guy said, is Zhong really a wolf in sheep's clothing? Zhong is too very cool apparently. Why did he hide his talents? Zhong said that the opponents were weak and the chi had only increased a little. It was not enough to break through the 9th level of the first stage. Zhong told Ta that he kind of ordered them to break his legs, didn't he? Ta thought for sure he was that asshole Zhong. Ta burst out and said that it was time for him to get out. There was no way Jong could kill him today. As soon as Brother Pao is done with Ning, he'll be killed too. Jong was enraged by this, and taking his aura he released all of his power. Ta ran away shouting for him not to do that. Jong said, "Don't underestimate the fury of ordinary people who are desperately trying to survive." Ning saw this enemy's attack and was able to dodge, because with this kind of strike force, he would be able to break all the bones and the person would die on the spot. Ning said that the first chi of wind into various objects, one could accelerate them to the extreme speed of flight. The guy didn't shy away from the attack and took it on. He said that his body had gone through the training of 13 mentors. The muscles had become true steel. Let it fluff its leaves all it wants, but scratches won't stop it. And then Ning decided to use her clones and the enemy didn't hit her. She realized that although he wasn't as fast as her, he was trying to keep up, and that takes too much mana. Sooner or later he'll run out of mana. The preceptor had said earlier that although the technique of the 13 mentors was strong, but it wasn't quite perfect either. But all Ning needs to do is find a vulnerable spot. And then she decides to take matters into her own hands and attack. The guy told Ning what he'd said before, her pitiful flowers weren't enough to do adequate damage, and then the guy decided to attack and said that now the girl had nowhere to run. And then she said she found a vulnerable spot. At this distance, a feather flying at the speed of wind energy would definitely bring victory for her. The instructor said that if you hit the target accurately, her mana would completely run out and they would die. And then the guy asked her if she really had the guts to kill a person. And then the guy attacked and Ning was able to dodge, but the particles of the explosion grazed her body and she fell to the ground. The boy came up to her and grabbed her by the hair. He said he was very grateful to Jiao. After all, he had never tasted a female student before, and then her friend decided to attack her and yelled at the guy not to touch Nin. The guy attacked her and said, "Is she jealous? Does she want to keep Great Bao company with her?" But then Ning looked for Jong and wondered what they had done to him. But then Jong came flying in and attacked the guy. He kicked him right in the head. The guy slumped down, unable to keep his balance, and let go of Ning. She was very surprised to see Jong in front of her. Jong told her to stay out of it and take care of her arm. "He'll take care of the rest." Ning asked him, "Is he all right?" But more precisely, how did he get so much magical power? Ning asked, "Where is Wang Dao? Didn't his minions go to his soul?" Jong said that there should be no trash on the academy grounds. A few times earlier, the guy was telling Jong that here were all the people beaten up by him. Jong said they were taking them back to the club. Ning said just don't tell him, they got such a kick out of him. Jong said the guy did a great job, let him keep it up, they will be done soon. Jong asked Ning if he had bruises on her face. And then the girl said it's all that psycho's fault. She's willing to do whatever it takes. She is even willing to become his girlfriend together with Ning. Jong said that this is not the right time to propose something like that. And then the enemy stood up and asked Jong, did he feel like dying? Ning told Jong to leave her and run away, because he was no match for him, and then the guy decided to attack from behind. Jong said to Ning, the point from retreating, he'd rather end him right in front of her. Watch carefully. Jong decided to use his magic, but Shen told him not to. Jong asked him what happened. Shen said that with his current level of combat power, the duration of the common soul ability could only be 5 minutes a day, and then the guy had already attacked Jong. Jong said to Zhang, why did he keep silent earlier? And then a fist flew into Jong's face. Shen said that he forgot to say that, and then Jong slammed into the wall from being hit so hard. His friend was watching him and thought he had hurt his head. Ning asked Jong, is he all right? She knew it was Liu Bao who was too skillful in fighting. Jong stood up, smiling said, so they wouldn't panic, the situation was under control. He purposely gave in to him. Jong said he was just afraid being more serious would turn him into a wet spot. Liu was surprised that Jong was hit directly and survived. Ning said that if bragging was criminalized, he would definitely get 8 or 10 years in jail. Jong asked her, she wouldn't give it back. Jong pointed his finger at Liu and told him to hit him again. The girl said he was crazy. And she told Nin that his boyfriend's brains were blown off in the fall. Liu listened to him and attacking said, this guy only seeks death. But even then, Zhong stood still and took the attack on himself, and then asked him, "Is that it?" And realizing that this was it, Zhong said that now it was his turn. And immediately he sealed him in the ground. Zhong said Liu doesn't have much strength. What a pity. Liu was surprised and asked what the guy had given him. He asked how his punches were able to break through such a defense in the first place. And then Zhong put up his hand and managed to resist him. Zhong said, "Didn't he say, and also gave permission to attack?" Immediately, he launched his attack. Zhong said that having the same level of combat power and practicing a primordial skill, there was no way to defeat him, and here the guys were surprised and thought he was cool and strong. Ning asked when he had gained so much knowledge. Liu got to his feet very fierce and said that Zhong was going to die right now, and he would tear his body into pieces. Zhong's friend said for everyone to watch Liu freak out. And at that moment, Liu started to change. Ning got scared and said that Liu Bao was going to use spells. The guy asked her, "What do you mean?" The girl said that they are meant to increase one's own strength and fight to the fullest. These teachings are only passed down from master to apprentice. Ning said that a fight between immortals didn't only depend on the level of combat power. Even a very weak spell could increase his stats by several times. Liu, turning into a monster, told Zhong that he now wanted to see how he could repel his attack. Zhong's friend saw the fight and said that things were bad. The girl asked if Liu had reached the peak of his ability. Ning yelled at Zhong to run away. Zhong didn't run away and just stood still. Immediately, there was a collision and a large explosion appeared. Zhong also showed the peak of his abilities by stopping Liu. Ran didn't believe that this was possible, and then Zhong decided to attack and used his strong grip and told him to see the absolute omnipotence. The girl was surprised and said that Zhong, using his bare hands, was able to break Liu's spell. Zhong asked Liu, "Was it Jie who injured Ning? And which hand did he do it with?" And then Zhong decided to break his hand and stepped on him. Soon Liu screamed in pain. Zhong asked Liu, "Does he still want to finish him off? Let him answer immediately." And grabbing his other hand, Zhong started to break it again. Liu started to deny and told Zhong that he was wrong. He's asking him to let him go, and he'll do whatever he wants. He can even dog his personal dog. Liu said that Zhong's always giving Jiao a hard time, right? Let him go and beat him up. Just don't cripple him. Liu realized that the jerk would pay. How dare he lie to him? Why make fun of others like that and set them up? Zhong gathered his strength and said that the train had already left. Everyone should have their own boundaries of what is allowed, and he crossed them by raising his fist at the girl. And then Zhong's friend remembered all the times they had been bullied by those guys and humiliated in front of everyone. In those moments, he was very happy and told Zhong that it was a very good job, and told him to have him kill him. Let them now know how to bully them again. Nin told him that enough was enough and it was time to stop. If Zhong continued, he would die, and such an act would not distinguish him from himself in any way. He wanted to be a villain and a murderer today. Ning thought that this guy in front of her was really Zhong. Liu told Zhong that he has no right to touch him. In his shadow is one of the coolest founders of their club, Ho Cheng. He is the greatest second-year master cultivator. Is there any common sense to mess with him? But Zhong looked at him and said nothing. And then a girl came in and said that she even wondered who had the guts to have an open scuffle right in the academy. Or do they think the head of the disciplinary committee is just for show, appointed at this academy? And then Jiang, the chairwoman of the disciplinary committee, appeared and saw this guy lying on the ground and beaten like a pig to slaughter Liu Bao. Jiang walked over to him and started laughing and said, "No mistake. Did a bunch of scum from the martial arts society get what they deserved? It was a balm to the soul." Jiang asked her, "Why has she come to visit, Madam Headman?" Jiang asked, "Isn't he the brother Ning rumored to be?" Jiang said, "Probably because they live together." Jiang said, "Is her identity already known? Give way." Zhong said, "Is she the one with the big boobs and the rude one?" And then Ning asked, "What are they arguing about?" Jiang said she's here to see Ning, not the dork. The committee has come to administer justice. Zhong said that it was actually to his credit that she was still in one piece. If she ever dares to be rude to him again, he promises to knock the silicone out of her breasts. Ning asked, "Is it possible to say such a thing to a girl?" However, she apologizes. The joke about fake breasts really made her laugh. Jiang asked Zhong, Is he blind or what? They're completely natural. She remembered that she had to hold her punch and fend off any barbs directed at her. Luckily, she studied enough material from the morning and did her homework ahead of time. In such a situation, when a wealthy woman comes face to face with a pauper villain of second nature provoking her, Jiang said that no one should be impertinent to her. Let the ruffian now listen to her carefully, that you shouldn't play with fire. Zhong asked her, is she trying to pussyfoot around those dominant broads from the weird stories? Did the guy tell Jiang that he was getting into trouble? It's Jiang, the leader of the school's order. Are you even aware that their coalition is only made up of genius students? The head of the cultivation department, Shui, is her aunt. And the origin of their family, according to others, has its roots even further back in history than the Gao clan. Jiang thought that according to the novel, the guy should take water in his mouth after her action and be very shocked. After finding out who she was, students usually falter and kneel down, begging for mercy. Zhong said it's the same thing, right? Now it made sense who she was so cocky about. Jiang didn't understand why the hell he kept standing in his stinking stern pose. There's probably only one good reason for what's happening. He wants to show off in front of Nin. Jiang told Zhong he wants a double dose of punishments and detention for lewd and vulgar phrases. Zhong said he hoped she didn't think her vocabulary was seriously trendy and intimidating. Have outsiders never remarked to her that this manner of speech is bullshit? And then all the guys started getting indignant and throwing phrases at Zhong, and he said he understood them. Ning said she always act like that, just give in at least a little. And then Jiang asked Ning, where did she manage to hurt herself? Zhong said the situation is under control. Just stand back and let me finish off asshole Bao. Jiang said, it comes out that the person who created the hype is him? Jiang said no, it was him. Let her back off, they still haven't settled something. Jiang asked him, is there a limit to his bragging? What kind of fool would believe such nonsense? Zhong didn't speak and glared at her ominously. Jiang asked him what was wrong. Angry because he was exposed? Jiang thought, did this guy really make this mess? And then she asked him, he dares to ignore the headman? Zhong asked her, they had never met, right? And then she remembered him when she had gone to the bathroom, in the wrong place. Jiang said right. They were meeting for the first time in their lives. Jiang asked, and why would he be steamed about strangers? Jiang said that she had caught the thought, however, she didn't care. Mei Liu and his gang deserve the most painful death. You don't want to start a fight in a public place. And if he confesses, she asks him to come with her to a special training unit. Jiang realized that what he fought for was what he got. You wanted to be the object of their lovely lady's affection? Then don't blame her for settling personal scores. Jiang said, what if he refuses? Jiang said for him to try and take a chance. But in this institution, no one is allowed to say no to the head of justice. Zhong said he almost forgot. And then the clock said that the difference in combat power levels was too great. It is impossible to recognize the exact parameters. He realized that even though she was mentally retarded, she was the top-ranked cultivator in the academy. On par with the president of the students' union, named Li, Jiang Yu's skill surpasses any other among students. Zhen told Zhong to be careful, her aura was similar to Su's energy. He couldn't match her even with the soul-merging ability. Zhong smiled and said his condolences. Zhen shouted at him to heed his words for once. But today, she ran into a man who didn't care about her threats. Zhen said, with how all pathos disappeared in front of the countenance of his rival on the love front. Liu Bao thought that when Senior Hua tried to hit on this girl, he got slapped. He had to go to the hospital for 3 months. The Students' Union and the Disciplinary Committee are the most influential. Each of their participants stands at the peak of incredible skill. It would seem that an innocent, foolish girl is standing in front of him now. She can compete in strength with Li Tian and being the president of the union. Poor guy. Even if in heaven all roads and paths are open, in hell they are not. By provoking her, he is only bringing closer his doom, which man will finally see. Running up to his friend, the guy asked him to stop his gratuitous provocations. Chen Ning told the chairwoman that he did not have any bad intentions, let her not be angry with him. Jiang Yu thought about the need to maintain a good image and not fall in this girl's eyes, but she won't let this scumbag go unpunished. According to the stories in the books, to make someone obey her, and to leave behind a sense of maturity and experience, the following must be said. Suddenly, she asked the girl how dare she give orders to those above the rank. Looking at Jiang Yu fearfully, Chen Ning asked why she was being so intimidating. The girl was surprised that she was being intimidated. Zhong Qing told the man that now, he wants to continue to clarify the relationship. Liu Bao realized that the girl's bloody aura couldn't tame this psychopath. The guy says all his limbs are broken, and even after that he risks objecting to something, mentally calling him a scumbag. Liu Bao wondered if he really wanted to humiliate him in front of the others. The man replied that of course not. He was the only one to blame for what was happening today. The guys were surprised that he had bullied them for so many years and now he gave up. Zhong Qing replied that he was always in favor of justice, and since the man had repented for what he had done, their conflicts were over. Next, he said that they would move on to the second skirmish. Since he had the courage to raise his hand against the girl, the Dantian would be destroyed, so that he could no longer cultivate and no longer pose a threat to Chen Nan, who was attacked. Liu Bao started yelling that he didn't need to. The guy replied that even if he refused, he would still have to get rid of him. Let him be grateful to the laws, for it is forbidden to kill people. A kind-hearted society has granted him salvation. He immediately started asking Jiang Yu to save him. Would the disciplinary committee just leave it as it was and watch? Glancing at him, the girl asked means he dared to attack Chen Ning. Then let him die. As soon as Liu Bao flew aside from her powerful punch, the girls thought that she was really intimidating. The boys immediately ran up to help him. She ordered them not to let him die, but to call for help. The girl immediately thought about how everything was gone. Now her image as a protective sister was shattered. Jiang Yu told the guy that this time they would part in peace, but she would keep an eye on him from now on. Grabbing Liu Bao, the guy said he needed to get to the hospital within an hour to survive. Just tell him where Jiao Hao is and he's free to go. The man immediately said that they had gone to Liu Nian's bar. Upon hearing the information he needed, the guy immediately let go of him and the man fell to the ground. He immediately started yelling for the guys to rush him to the hospital. Chen Ning asked the guy is completely crazy. Does he even imagine what he is going to do? His family's bodyguards are much stronger than Liu Bao. So what's the point of taking the initiative to take revenge? The girl approached his friend named Liu Ji to have the guy try to talk to him. But smiling, he immediately shouted that if his friend wanted to track down that madman, they would go together. Zhong Qing asked if he was afraid of getting kicked back. The guy replied that when he beat them up, did he chicken out and run away? Suddenly responded that he even knows that you can get a kick out of arrogant words. He realized that there wasn't much left to ascend to the Qi development stage. Now he urgently needed a stronger opponent. Also, the heroic soul pillar's energy finally filled up to its fullest. He realized that summoning a new immortal warrior was his main trump card against Hao. Jiao Hao said that he would have to borrow money from his father again to pay 800,000 to those guys. The guy's personal bodyguard asked why he didn't turn to him. Any guard is a better choice than Liu Bao. He told the guy that although the mentors were strong, the regular students were no threat to them. The guy replied that is correct, but the members of the Students' Union and Disciplinary Committee stands well above 15 combat effectiveness, which is almost similar to the skill set of their elite assassin. And the leaders of these organizations could even rival his father. He said their clan is the greatest in all of Tianquan. The Li clan rules the laws of the commercial circles, and Su controls the underworld. Yes, and the son of the first community is the president of the Students' Union. The man replied that young Master Tian Yi was barely 18 years old, and he was worthy of comparison with his family's top mercenaries. Suddenly, the boy yelled out what had happened. Who dared to invade their homestead? One of the men lying down replied that it was a scoundrel from the Li clan. The boy was surprised, for they had always done business with them. Besides, they've always been honored. Why send someone to round them up? The man replied that there was only one attacker, it was the young Master Li Tianyi. The bodyguard was surprised that he was able to defeat 10 cultivators of the Qi development stage by himself. The guy yelled that his father was on the soul purification stage. There's no way he's gonna lose to some pathetic weaklings. The man said the young gentleman decided to invade the shareholders' meeting and hurt most of her subordinates. The man's afraid an explanation won't do the trick. After greeting Uncle Jiao, the boy apologized for such an unexpected visit. He said he was there to discuss an important trade matter. Let him apologize for his tactless behavior. The man responded that he had never seen negotiations conducted in this manner before. He said the formal style is quite tiring, hopefully the gentlemen present are ready to unconditionally transfer all the assets of the Gao clan to his name, and to obey him from now on. When the men heard this, they were very surprised. They called the boy an arrogant boy. The man asked if they had made a mistake by contributing to creating conflict and instilling resentment in Sister Li. Li Tuanyi replied that they had misunderstood the situation. This move was not made by his father, and it was not directed against their family at all. It was just that he wanted any future Qiantron bloodlines to completely obey him. Laughing, the man asked, "Has that kid lost his mind? Who does he think he is? He must have lost the last of his brains on the way there." The man said that the power and authority of the assessors was disproportionate to some worthless characteristic of a minion. If the guy doesn't get out of there immediately, don't blame him for the bruises on his face that his father will have to see. Before the man could say anything, he found himself lying on the floor. After what happened, the guy immediately suggested getting closer to the point of his proposal. As soon as the boy entered the meeting room, he saw everyone except his father lying motionless on the floor. The man shouted to his son not to take a step closer, let him stand still. Li Tuanyi told his younger brother that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. Turning to his father and the president, the boy asked what had happened between them. Li Tuanyi immediately asked what was uncle's answer. The future fate of the rest of the family depended on it. The man told his son that he was tired. Please let him find a good place and choose beautiful girls. It is necessary that they serve the gentleman to the best of their ability and let them treat him with respect for his sake. From now on, their clan would belong to him entirely. The boy said okay. Li Tuanyi replied that uncle is very erudite because he made the right decision. He promises to treat them well when he becomes the ruler. As the man suddenly asked, he was curious to know why the guy decided to commit such a crazy act. The guy replied that of course everything that happens is because of them going over the heads of the weak. He wants to get rid of the eyesore. From early childhood, the guy believed that power was only needed to hurt people. Therefore, he had no desire to cultivate, even though his parents had argued a lot and insisted otherwise, until that very day. The guy asks how dare this worthless trash go out on the street without money put in his way. He yelled for them to stop. Then he asked if it was okay to bully others with magic. The boy said that it seemed to be the young master of the Li family with absolutely no power. There's a loser who thinks he's a hero to other losers. Hitting the boy, he asked how could anyone be so stupid? Then he said that in their world, reason is power. If he didn't want to become a corpse, he'd better give up the money sooner. Then he was very scared. After taking the money from him, the boys said he was richer than that orphan. They made enough money. Li Tuanyi surrendered in the face of might for the first time. But even so, the bullying didn't stop. They said that next time, if he didn't bring more, they'd beat him to a pulp. The boy replied that tomorrow he would try to steal more from his father and then give it back, only let him go. After which the guy said he hoped he was aware of what would happen if the promise was broken. After what happened, only one annoying thought flashed through his mind. After apologizing, the boy said that it was because of him that he had to do it. He replied that from now on they no longer knew each other. Li Tuanyi was unwilling to remain a weakling like the boy that stood beside him. He yelled that he wasn't going to take any more humiliation from some assholes. From then on, his quest for unprecedented mastery began. He did it all to destroy every scumbag that stood in his way. After dealing with all of them, the guy realized that it wasn't enough. He wanted a higher level. He promised to eradicate absolutely all the powers of the world and crush his own with his foot. The guy told the president that instead the bar was already booked and now a very beautiful female student from the academy would approach them. He said fine, we should get going. He suggested we go to the pub and have a good time. Zhongqing asked, does this place belong to Su Yun? Suddenly replied, has he heard of her? The Su clan controls the underworld and the black market, while the Li clan is responsible for business order. The two of them are the most powerful families in town. Eldest mistress, Su Yun, had always been very attractive and intelligent, for which she was nicknamed the femme fatale. As soon as they entered the establishment, one of the girls stumbled and fell right on top of him. Zhongqing didn't have time to apologize before the girl immediately started yelling at him. She asked him if he hadn't been taught to watch where he was going. Why did he have to touch her in the first place? His friend started yelling that the young lady had hit him with her soccer balls, then said he was wrong. It's just 2 ping pong balls, there's a lot more of him. Zhongqing asked, it seems like the girl is a regular there. Does she know Gao Hao? Can she tell me where to find him? The girl asked if he was his buddy. What kind of family would the guy be from? She told me that the gentleman is now on the 3rd floor in the VIP deluxe box. If he wants, she can take him there. The lad replied that he would be sure to tell the gentleman to thank her for the clue to the path, but she and he are not friends at all. The guy is there to kill him. Hopes he doesn't retaliate against her for it. According to the girl, VIP zone for entertainment of different persons is on the 3rd floor, entrance only by reservation in advance. One assumes that with Soo Yoon's character, the security there is clearly decent. His friend made his way into the crowd, then shouted to the guy that Jiao Hao was there, along with Cheng Yuan. They've had a fight and are fighting. Calling the girl a nasty bitch, Jiao Hao shouted that she was the reason he had slapped his face in front of the young master. As punishment, make him drain all the bottles to the bottom. Let him try his best to serve Master Li. The girl asked the gentleman to let her go. It was her first time, she didn't want to do it again. He replied that since one didn't want to undress, then let her drink the alcohol. He demanded to drown the rest of the whiskey. The girl replied that she really couldn't make it, her stomach hurt too much. If she continued, she would simply die. Looking inside, Zhongqing saw too many bottles for a person, much less a girl. That amount of alcohol will actually be fatal. She won't even make it to the hospital. After hitting her, Jiao Hao asked, so why isn't she dead yet? Why is she pretending to be an innocent sheep? Walking up to the girl, Zhongqing asked why she didn't try to resist. The girl replied, does he even know who is in the room behind? It's the president of the Academy Students' Union. He is the son of one of the most powerful and major clans in the city. And she, a common pauper with no cultivation background, doesn't want to get himself in trouble as well as get him taught by pissing guys off even more. Otherwise, he'll be humiliated soon enough. Zhongqing replied that this was why he hated people. Some of them look down on the weak, and they don't even try to resist. It is foolish to think that life will be better if you give up your own dignity and pride for a while, because there are many like her among the masses. Because of their unwillingness to rise from their knees, a terrible disaster is coming. Jin wondered if that meant the boy had unfriended demons for real. Seeing him, Jiao Hao asked what was he doing there. Wasn't he supposed to be finished off by Liu Bao? The guy said he would show her a different way to live, but don't get the wrong idea. This act is not about helping anyone. It was only for the fact that he was pestered by that bastard. Jiao Hao immediately asked what the hell? The guy thought about the fact that he's at the 5th level of the foundation creation stage and belongs to the elite among the immortals of the school. Why would he be afraid of him? Jiao Hao shouted at the guy that he would stop talking nonsense. He was going to kick his ass. Grabbing him by the arm, the guy said let him give back everything they took. Little by little, one step at a time. All the money, along with interest, absolutely every single thing stolen will be given back. Looking at the girl, he said that after what had happened today, she would at any rate become an abomination in the eyes of others. Seeing the 2 bodyguards protecting their master, the guy asked how dare they get in his way. They replied that Senior Master had ordered the destruction of anyone who would harm Mr. Jiao. Jin ordered him to be careful. After all, one of them was a practitioner of threshold chi development. Turning to Miss Su, the girl said that it looked like someone had decided to disciple the mess. She asked if that young master was doing something illegal. And by a stroke of fate they met in her own tavern. Su-han told the hostess that he seems to have a conflict with the son of the Jiao family. Fu Wen added that he hated their clan. The man asked didn't his father warn him not to cross the Li and Su family. The girl asked if the mistress wished to intervene. His bodyguards have experience in combat. She's afraid the student can't handle them. She asked do they really think that Alchemist San is some uptight schoolboy? Jin said that we need to find a way to avoid a collision. These practitioners can fly swords and cast spells. This skill is not even close to the foundation phase. The guy doesn't have the ability to use the soul unification technique yet. Before the guy could answer anything, Jiao Hao asked why are they standing around? Let them kill that puppy. Jin asked the guy to be careful, he has a spiritual weapon on his hands. It doubles the power. As soon as the second bodyguard started to approach from behind, Chen Yuan shouted for the guy to be careful. Fu Wen asked permission from Madame to intervene. The given techniques were feared even by the deities. In addition, they also have artifacts for self-defense. Few people could handle Chi stage cultivators. The girl replied that no, let them take a closer look. The sorcerer's aura changed. Zhongqing shouted that word hall of showers. Time froze, and that very space opened up in front of the guy. He began to say that victimized by the greed and emotions of the world, may the greatest with the same feelings heed his call and come to his aid. He was originally a Taoist of Wudangshan Mountain, but he met a man in Yangcheng. And what good is it if he has no equal in the world? Even so, she never looked in his direction. She liked the pathetic mortal very much. For a full 50 years by the shores of the lake, he watched them grow old, love, hate each other, and die. Then, he was finally able to distract himself from his attachment. Able to comprehend the secrets of higher beginnings, he would attain immortality. If future generations mastered his knowledge and techniques, it would become anecdotal. The guy saw that inside were the memories of Zhongsant, the founder of the school, who had spent his entire life trying to understand the power of yin-yang. Zhen said that the ghost had not come now, however, the teachings of the past had arisen. Guy replied that going out, the Hall of Souls calls not only to the departed masters, but to anything ever recorded in mythology. By absorbing the insight of a celestial, he will learn the highest level of mastery of these enchantments and without exaltation. The guy shouted out the superior style of Mount Wudang, the might of yin-yang. After acquiring his new celestial skills, Zhongqing easily defeated the two powerful bodyguards of the Jiao family. Su Han said one slap, a fist punch, and the fight was over? Such a spell equal to 9 points of combat power. Madam said it was a unique technique from the ancient Wudang school called yin-yang Tai Chi. She didn't understand how he had managed to learn an incredibly complex style at such a young age. Zhen said it was a very interesting enchantment. Apparently, there are also geniuses among his descendants of the Taoist teachings. Everyone sensed a rather sinister aura. The man said he was afraid its possessor would be able to take on anyone but their mistress. Suddenly, the girl replied that she was coming from a monster named Li Tianyi. The guy replied that quite an entertaining show, as he sees the scum has gotten stronger over the years. He barely acknowledged him. Zhongqing asked, "Is it really little Li?" The boy replied to the old friend, "How many years, how many winters?" The mistress was surprised that they knew each other. The man replied that if the young master took his side, the Su clan would be at a disadvantage. As the guy suddenly asked, "Does he really see the Union headman in person?" Looking at his friend, Zhongqing asked, "Are they really friends too?" Liu Ji replied that everyone knows about him as well as Jiang Yu. They are considered the greatest duo of the school. Let the guy not worry. President Li is nothing like the wacky chairwoman from the disciplinary committee. Li Tianyi said thank you, however, enough of the empty flattery. These words and reputation are only an illusion created by the locals. Zhongqing said that it seemed like fate had given him the great honor of meeting Su Yun, Jiang Yu, and now also a man of legend. His friend started asking for his autograph, saying he was a huge fan. The guy yelled at him to stay away from him. Liu Ji asked what had gotten into him. Although he seemed to have guessed it, he must be jealous. The guy replied that as far as he understood correctly, their excellent student was currently having a great time with Jiao Hao, drinking alcohol. Their president is supposed to be, in fact, his biggest supporter. Pushing everyone aside, Su Yun shouted that he was a wolf in sheep's clothing. Fu Wen asked why it seemed as if Madam was very angry with young Master Li. She replied that they had always been sworn enemies. Moreover, he had tried to win his heart several times, but had gotten a sharp turn away. The rejected Casanova went mad and decided to retaliate by pushing the landlady's 6-year-old brother off the roof. Li Tianyi replied that the Era group of the Jiao clan belongs to his clan. Naturally, they have a good relationship. He never thought that a former loser would suddenly become immortal. And he'd be the best of the first years. The guy replied that he didn't need to be so polite. There are many outstanding experts in the Students' Union, so how can he dream of getting into the first places? He said he never intended to be courteous to anyone, he just always appreciated other people's talents and their longtime buddies. He suggested a compromise. It was guaranteed that the Jiao clan would not lay a finger on him. Zhongqing asked if he didn't agree. Li Tianyi replied that then he would die today. To be honest, he had wanted to do that for a long time. Liu Ji asked the old man, isn't his organization responsible for order and justice in the academy? Calling him disgusting, the guy told him to shut his mouth. His tongue is painfully long and he only talks nonsense. The boy wondered if he had never really let go of his own unbearable past. He had always had a high opinion of him until now, but he never thought that in a couple years his brain would degenerate to the level of those little Li. In the end, he lost by his own conviction. Li Tianyi replied that I would cow moo about regression. In the ages of history, heroes in the world were respected for their strength, and now his mana was also more than the guy had, just like any other human. Those bastards had finally learned their punishment when they'd been treated the same way. Zhongqing asked did he really enjoy playing the role of a bad guy? And bullying the others? Chen told the guy to get ready to run, he was determined to destroy Zhong Qing replied not to panic, he still had an ace up his sleeve. He thought that perhaps Zhong had a better weapon than Tai Chi technique. Chen Yuan asked, does he have the courage to stand up to Li Tianyi? Without being afraid of him even a little bit. Suddenly, the guy started shouting that he was reporting to Madame Su Yun. The grey-haired brute was wreaking havoc in her territories. He talked about how if she didn't intervene, his head would be smashed on the wall. Covering her face with her hand, the girl said that she had almost forgotten that the young master was shameless and insolent. She approached him and told him not to worry. No one would dare lay a finger on him in her establishment. Liu Ji asked, is it really the clan mistress herself in person? Li Chuanyi asked she was going to fight him. Su Yun replied, doesn't he want her to demonstrate a couple of new techniques? He said that although their families were two sides of a coin, the water of the well had never tried to openly antagonize the flow of the river. The girl yelled that somehow the river had decided to get into the well and make a mess of it. If she touches this guy, she'll declare war on her whole family. Watching what was going on, the guy asked why for a moment the girl seemed so cool to him. Li Tuanyi realized that getting into a fight with her right there would be no gain. Jiao Hao told the lord that their clan has been working for them for generations. He can't just turn his back on them. He replied that since the mistress was asking for it, of course she would give in. He looked at the boy and said that he would be very sorry, namely for disobeying his advice and beating up the elite guards of the Jiao family. Experienced mercenary warriors will still get him out from under the ground. Zhong Qing shouted that let him take it then and come over. Su Han asked him if he had decided to show off. Fu Wen replied that the young sorcerer originally did not have an ounce of tact and conscience, let him forget it. Li Tuanyi replied that he was sorry for him, because the guy never learned to appreciate the last chances that could save a life. Zhong Qing replied that he too, only to find that the guy had become the one he hated the most in the world. As soon as he disappeared, the guys started shouting that this was the first time they had met someone who had managed to piss off Li Tianyi so much. Chen Yuan couldn't understand what was going on. How could this idiot be so powerful? Why is eldest mistress Su on his side? The girl asked what he would do with Jiao Hao. The guy replied that it was obvious that if he owed someone, he had to pay back 100-fold, and if he owed him, 1,000-fold payment wouldn't be enough. When the first payment came due, he told Liu Bao to kill him. How will he pay him back? The guy replied that he could ask for anything. Zhong Qing said that another member of the Li family was also there, and his level was not inferior to his father's. Falling to his knees, he began to beg the guy not to kill him. Please let him be spared. If he let him live, he would give him anything he asked for. Zhong Qing replied that to be honest, he didn't like killing, because it was a violation of the law. The boy repeated that killing people is not good, promised I'd stay as far away from him as possible. I wondered how I hadn't noticed he wasn't such an asshole before. The guy said he'd have to give it back anyway. Let him tell me what's so wrong with him. What's so valuable about him and his life? He asked Brother Zhong to just listen, told him that his family had a high position, he would be useful to him. The guy replied that he'd noticed their spirit weapons were pretty good. He said that he had reached level 9, but hadn't gotten any decent equipment. Jiao Hao replied that if he could just say which item he liked, he would bring it. Even if the price is in the millions, life is still more precious. Zhong Qing replied that he did indeed need them. He said that he had heard that the Li family were artisans who wielded great spiritual weapons. They joined a family of the richest men and gave them their knowledge in exchange for their loyalty. One of them is his father. The guy's sure he loves him very much. His self-defense item is his gift? Jiao Hao started yelling that it was a family heirloom. Zhong Qing replied that then, he would choose his life. Suddenly, the guy asked didn't he say that he would get him a weapon? How can he retract what he said? Let him calm down. Murder is illegal. He held out a sword to him, which went from small to large in an instant. Su Yun said that it was a third-class weapon that could change size. Even her family doesn't have such a treasure. Jin revealed that this item was made of 1,000-year-old mysterious gold that could pierce through physical defenses. Jiao Hao asked if he could leave now. The guy replied that no, the first payment had come, he should continue. He told him to get his wallet ready. Jiao immediately asked how much he wanted. Zhong Qing replied that he had extorted money from him and Ziming before, plus, the fee for the potion, as well as for moral and physical damages, thinks at least 8,000. Jiao Hao replied that they could agree on 10. Zhong Qing replied that he had said that all debts must be repaid in thousands of times. That would be at least 10 million in cash. Suyun said that something told her, this guy better not put his finger in his mouth. The guy tells his friend that it's a brilliant idea to make an alliance with the Su family in order to deal with them. He eclipsed both President Li and Chairman Jiang. He has a new fan among his fans. After which he asked why, by the way, his spiritual weapon was floating by itself. Zhongqing replied that it was apparently because of the handle. He wondered if it could pierce through a low-level demon's defense. Jin replied that the material used to make the sword was extremely rare. To forge something like this, the help of an unclean person would not be enough. The guy said you couldn't find a stronger gun in the city. The man replied that he would try to put magic runes on him. Then he shouted absolute annihilation. Jin said that now, anything his blade touched would be destroyed. The guy didn't answer that he almost forgot that he was an alchemist. Looking at the sword, he said that the seals were truly intimidating. With enough mana, it could really cut down an entire clan in one fell swoop. The man replied that he didn't want to brag, but in this art, besides Buddha and Yunzhong to them, there is no one to handle. Looking at his friend, the guy asked who he was talking to. Jin said he was curious. The early man had taken money from the girl and now also from him. Can people who strive for perfection be jerks? The guy replied that he just doesn't fully understand yet. The new society is fixated on resources. Even medicinal herbs have to be purchased with money. Jin asked, does he really plan to spend his savings on them and elixirs? He said no, he wants to buy a luxury villa and a car. Jin said that even though he is not human, the guy never ceases to amaze. Zhongqing decided to explain. He had absorbed almost all the spiritual energy within a 100-mile radius, and only obtained a 9th level of development. To break through to the Kai purification stage, you need more emotions and layers. The place should be a source of spiritual energy. Jin replied that it turns out he was being unfair to the guy. That huge house has a magical aura, he thought? The guy replied that yes, it is, which they are using for their own gain. He was accurately picturing the master making laps around the school on a shaken wheelbarrow, holding Chen Ning by the hip. Looking at him, the boy asked why he was suddenly silent. The man replied that he hid his brilliant mind behind cynicism. However, let him look at his hands, they are very much treasured. As it turned out, it was exactly 12 o'clock on June 6th. If he remembers correctly, it is on this day that a brutal battle will break out, where a clan of demons will cross the border of the empire and plunge the world into apocalypse. Donglun border. The guy asked the foreman, are the legendary monsters really that dangerous? The man replied that he had never seen them. He asked thinking, is that a good thing? Could a patrol consist of 3 people? Are the elite of the academy unable to handle a pathetic race? All of a sudden, the guy yelled monster. The man asked what he said. Because of the wind, nothing could be heard. Suddenly, he was abruptly gone. A huge and sinister monster appeared in front of them. Attempting to confront him, the petty officer was also killed. As it turned out, there were a huge number of them. With myself watching, the guy realized he couldn't make it. Realized he had to run. Slipping, he fell straight into the snow. The entire Sentinel squad was killed, for there were 12 monsters. Raising their hands to the sky, they began to shout for the gods of perfect formation to appear. Suddenly, the entire Sentinel squad began to rise to their feet. They all turned into monsters. Once near the border city of Zuling province, one of the monsters ordered to kill everyone and turn unclean. Let the barren demon warlocks keep the human females alive and continue their offspring. People were trying to escape, because monsters had entered their town. They started attacking everyone. Suddenly, a huge number of fighters appeared over the city. They were striking with their weapons. Everyone immediately prepared to attack. The goal was to destroy all the monsters in the city. General Hu Wu Wei shouted for them to dodge, for the monster was now using its spell. Observing everything going on around him, the general recognized that the border had been completely breached. One of the monsters shouted to the leader of the commoners that they would wipe them all out. Hu Wu Wei shouted out the forbidden technique of the 5 great elements. Let this beast not dare to underestimate people. The monster did manage to grab the man. He asked if the man wanted to say his last words before he died. Hu Wu Wei replied that he was the sacred emperor of the Eastern Dragon Empire, vowing to take revenge by exterminating their entire clan. Were those the man's last words? Suddenly, the monster's body began to change abruptly. In a moment, it took on a human form. He ordered the captives to be given to the warriors as a reward. They would need the men for breeding. let it be remembered, the race of swine who seek immortality at any cost are very restless. They must not be allowed to cultivate. Dongfang Yishi said that last night their border was attacked by demons. Unfortunately, everyone was killed. Next, people started saying it was impossible. The province near the snowy ridge is guarded by Hu Wu Wei's brother. The man said that he was the Grand Master of the fifth step of the nascent soul. She said they could ask the girl about it. Her name is Jian Sao, and she is the president of the student council of the Cultivation Academy. The girl is the only survivor. Turning to her, they told her not to be afraid, let her tell what happened there. She started screaming that there were no survivors. Their tribe were monsters, they'd never win. It wasn't a war, it was a massacre. Everyone wondered if there was really nothing left of those lands. The girl answered that yes, warriors and innocents, even children were not spared, but the young girls with magic were taken captive. The pure-blooded monsters can't reproduce themselves, so they keep them as sows. Dongfang said let everyone watch, these are her thoughts from the past. Suddenly, one of the men asked then how she managed to survive. The girl said that Kai Lu, the sect leader, made the women take turns entertaining him. He promised to let go of the one that would give him the highest pleasure. The man began to shout, did she really do such a low deed? The girl replied that she had, that's why she was there. However, in her womb was a child of a spawn, I think they call them half-demons. Everyone immediately started screaming that she was unscrupulous, how dare she come back? As suddenly, the girl immediately grabbed the sword from one of the guards, and stabbed it right into her stomach. Turning to the Empress, she said she asked only one thing. Each of her memories, let her take them and find a worthy use for them. Dongfang replied that if one applied the art from the soul to retrieve the memory, her shell would dissipate. The girl replied that it was too late, they should take action. The Empress didn't immediately understand what she was talking about. The girl replied that she had heard the head of the unclean say that they were descended from werewolf cultivators who were indistinguishable from humans. They mixed with their race decades ago, now in almost every corner of the world. Did she mean to say that there might be demons among them? The girl answered that yes, one had already infiltrated, they seemed to be looking for something. Dongfang, what is surely the Emperor's sacred artifact, the Xin Yuan sword. Jian Xiong revealed that a few days ago, her inner Hongdong was supposed to change, the time had come. Dongfang realized that now the capital of the great empire family was safe, but this was the fatherland's last attempt to defend itself. People realized that if Xin Yuan fell to the Wu clan, they would be finished. She realized that they wanted to eradicate humanity with their power. The girl replied that death doesn't scare her. She is afraid that people won't know about the founder of the Wu clan, that no one would hear the stories of how people fought to their last breath to defend their empire. She wondered, what if no one appreciated their dedication? In her empire, no cultivator had ever chickened out. As soon as the girl finished speaking, her breathless body fell to the floor. One of those present said that he remembered the Empress's uncle, one of the 9 oldest Qianlong Pavilion. He seems to be living in seclusion and searching for the very sword. Sister Shuizhen is one of the few people who managed to survive the clash with the Wu clan. Severe injuries, she's still strong, and she's trustworthy. The girl said we'd have to go to her for help then. Waking up, the guy yelled secret technique, invisible eye. Everything in his room flew into the air. Jin shouted, could it be that after 3 fights yesterday, he would finally break through the level? The man ordered him to restrain his momentum or he would destroy everything there. Glancing at his watch, the guy thought about the fact that without the artifacts, mana would quietly leave the body. Jin shouted that this was the reality of training. Zhongqing broke through to the Qi practice period. He shouted that during the Qi training period, one level of combat power included a value that rose from 9 to 15. Just as the guy got to the right place, a new alert came on his phone. It revealed that last night, the province's border was attacked by the Wu clan. He realized that the story was unfolding just as it had in his memories from his past life. In as little as a month, the demons would attack the Palace of Perfection. As suddenly, from one office the guy heard someone talking about yesterday's battle, which was incredible. It was Liu Ji. He said that the people from the ancient martial arts club were pathetic insects compared to Zhongqing. One of the guys yelled out that usually those flowers look down on them. This time their friend really got pissed off. The girl asked, aren't their students rich? She thinks that while there is such an opportunity, they should counterattack. Suddenly, one of the guys asked, what the hell? How could a fool like their friend beat them? The girl asked him what was he jealous of? She had seen what had happened on the playground yesterday. The guy replied that he had a level 3 combat power. Why would he be jealous of the deputy headman? How could he compare to him? Placing his hand on Liu Ji's shoulder, he began to say that in this world, only strength was respected and valued. Do poor kids who don't even have the money to pay the fee win over geniuses? Dreams, that's all, don't even let him think about it. Zhongqing realized that the friend was mainly supported by the humanities students. He, on the other hand, gets all the support. The politics of immortality has never divided anyone into classes, but people have subconsciously divided themselves into worthy and unworthy. In the future, when he is a ruler, he will definitely get rid of class segregation. Entering the office, the guy asked what the argument was about. Had they all really been talking about him? Calling him a dumbass, the guy said it was about time. Those liberal arts students took him to the skies, then said that's why. Can he fight him? Zhongqing replied that yesterday was apparently not enough. Calling them pathetic losers, the guy asked exactly if they could handle him. He realized that it was not worth showing his true strength, it was better to use the primordial chaos. The guy realized that it would be enough to suppress the combat power to 9. Looking at him with admiration, the girl didn't expect him to suppress immortal disciples with a single impulse. Liu Ji said to the guy to keep it up, we'll try to intimidate him, let him be prepared for the consequences. The boy was the only one who disagreed with him then, wasn't he? Frightened, he replied that his mother had always taught him to respect the strong. Zhongqing asked his friend if this guy had ever been so flattering before. He replied that he seemed to be a suck-up at heart. Just as suddenly, they saw a guy running and shouting that the list on the school forum had just been updated. Zhongqing was ranked 50th on the immortal list. Looking into his phone, the guy realized that his actual combat power was 15, the gap was still large. He has started to be followed, and the student union and Li Tuan won't let go so easily. He needs a bigger force to deal with this. Suddenly, the guy asked his friend to escort him to Madame Shuizhon's office. He is going to apply for the immortal faculty. Shuizhon asked brother who sacrificed himself because of this? It's all demons after all. Everyone praises the Empress of the Eastern Empire so much, so why is she afraid of those things? Outside, everyone was already talking about how the famous primordials were going to change faculties. Shuizhon didn't understand what was the noise outside. Opening the door with his foot, the boy said hello and told the teacher that he wanted to transfer to the Faculty of Immortals. Looking at him, the teacher asked if he was the freshman everyone was talking about. She couldn't sense any mana fluctuations from him. She was curious, since according to the immortal rankings, his power was only level 9. The teacher said that the registration fee is 100,000 yuan, and the exams are taken every 6 months. If one does not pass, the fee is not refundable. Putting the money on her desk, the guy replied that it was no problem. Seeing the large amount of money, the teacher replied that he had prepared himself. Zhongqing replied that it was right, it was for the two of them. The friend was surprised. He asked if the guy was going to pay for his tuition. Zhongqing replied that he was constantly looking at other students, drooling with envy, thinking, didn't a friend notice? It was too late to refuse anyway, and they were practically brothers to each other. Crying, the boy replied that he didn't even know how to thank him. Clinging to the guy's leg, he said he would give him his body if he wanted it. Watching what was going on, I said that if they were done, they should leave. Shuizhon said that since he was now on the list, he should come to the meeting in 3 days. The guy asked which one. The teacher replied that this is a temporary event organized by the 3rd year. It would be in the format of a duel. Seems like a lot of people are waiting for him to show up. See if he's as good as they say he is. She thought that thanks to this meeting, she now knew the genius who had become so famous at the academy. Looking at her, the boy asked if she was waiting too. The teacher replied that she didn't have time for such trivial matters. However, the students who did well would get something from the treasury. He wouldn't miss such an opportunity, would he? Looking at him, the teacher thought, is this kid really a genius? Entering the office, Jiang Yu asked her sister-in-law what was the crowd outside. Li Tianyi replied that he heard the first-year rookie had decided to apply for a transfer. Shuizhon replied that she had said, after all, in the academy, a girl should call her teacher. She asked did the student union and disciplinary committee representatives come to discuss the upcoming meeting? Li Tian replied that it will be held in 3 days, and the star freshman has attracted a lot of attention. By the way, his council members would also be there. Jiang Yu replied that he seemed like a mature guy, but he was talking nonsense, so he should leave. Pointing a finger at him, the girl said that when the time comes, let him get in the ring with her. She wants a member of the disciplinary committee to beat him. Jun shouted that this is simply unthinkable, they are definitely accepting this challenge. The guys immediately began discussing that the student union and the disciplinary committee had simultaneously declared war on the new guy. Liu Ji told the guy to forget about them. After all, they are at the top of the list, only a fool would challenge them. The teacher replied that all students attend the meeting voluntarily. If he doesn't want to, no one will force him. Zhong Qing replied that as the teacher said, Chairman Li and President Zhen are enthusiastic. So how can he disappoint them? Seniors must not let their subordinates down. So let them try not to lose at least in the first few minutes. The guy's gonna do his best. Hopefully, they won't lose face in the eyes of their subordinates. Otherwise, it would be terrible. He realized that before the demons attacked the academy, he would fight against masters of different ranks. It was a great opportunity to improve his base and persevere. Pointing her finger at the big man, the girl shouted that he would represent the disciplinary committee. The man replied that the president should not worry, he would not lose. Li Tianyi told the guy that he would be the labor representative of the council. If he accidentally killed him, no big deal. The guy said not to worry. He, the deputy representative, would deal with him in a heartbeat. The girl asked if he even knew what the student council and disciplinary committee were. The weakest has a combat strength score of 15. She told Chen Ning that her boyfriend is crazy, please let her please change his mind. Moving closer to him, the girl said that since the gauntlet had been thrown, we should fight back. The guy replied that he thought she would scold him. Chen Ning replied that she couldn't change his decision. The girl asked him not to give in to them, let him show the true strength of a rookie king. Zhong Qing replied that she would see it with her own eyes. Chen told the guy that he has been sitting there alone for a long time, why doesn't he go home? The guy replied that most of his opponents are stronger than the master. With chi energy, he will be able to release mana and use it to attack. He is stronger in close combat, this ability can be useless. Yin asked if the guy wanted, would he practice a spell with him? Zhong Qing replied that he had 3 more days to learn at least a few basic ones. The man replied that time was short, it would take at least a week to learn and successfully use even the simplest of spells. The guy replied that it didn't matter, he must have guessed that Zhong Qing had experienced reincarnation, even though it is a little different from the usual. Jin asked the guy is sure of that. He replied that the memories of his past life held the experience of learning countless spells under his careful guidance. If he practiced, he would master at least some amount of them. Jin replied that time was running out, so it was time to get started. After practicing hard, the guy still succeeded. The effect was short-lived. Jin asked the guy what was mocking him. Taking to the air once more, the boy asked, wondering if he was looking down on him. Just when he thought he had finally succeeded, he immediately collapsed to the ground with great speed. Jin asked how long it took the guy to master the technique in his past life. Zhong replied that it was about 3 to 5 months. The man replied that he had had countless students throughout his life, but his case was something with something. He asked the guy to go home. Enough for today, better let him sleep for the remaining 2 days. Even that would do more good. As soon as the teacher turned away from him, the guy immediately began to try out the fire technique again, the raging flame technique. The man realized that accuracy was suffering, but this time the flames definitely held on a second longer. Jin Yuan told him that was enough. Let him listen, the essence of the art of fire is quite different. Lying on the ground, the guy said he had 3 more hours, the meeting would start soon. The teacher replied that he knew he was a smart kid, but he didn't expect such persistence. He told the teacher that if he happened to win, he would invite Chen Ning to meet the sunrise on the beach with him. Zhong Qing said that he had never wanted to capture good moments so badly. But there are moments that are worth a lifetime. Then the guy stood up and told the teacher it was time to go out with them. Together they'll definitely make it. Sitting in their seats, the guys discussed that there would definitely be something to see. Looks like one of the guys is definitely going to take a break. They saw that the Great Devil was there too. The teacher said that the strongest of the first class, Wang Dao, challenged Ma Qian of the second class. Ma Qian won. Wang Dao realized that he had lost to Zhong Qing before and fell for this trick again. Shui Zhong said that Ma Qian had won 6 fights in a row. Does the kid really want to transfer? Showing everyone the middle finger, the guy yelled for the newbies to remember the lesson he had taught them today. The guys were discussing about whether any of the freshmen would dare to come out. Didn't he mention Zhong Qing earlier? The girl was indignant because he was unwilling to listen to her before, and today he didn't even show up. Chen Ning asked if the two of them had tried their best to dissuade him. Chen Yuan asked why would he come? The opponent has 15 combat power, the guy is unlikely to be able to handle it. Looking at her, the girl said she had just called him by his first name. She remembered only calling him dumbass before. Li Tianyi said that Zhongqing is the same as when he was a kid. Is he still running away? Jiang Yu said it's strange that anyone is interested in him at all. Turns out he's a real asshole. Suddenly, one of the guys yelled for everyone to look up. There they saw the newcomer. Zhongqing shouted that he would get a 10 today. A friend shouted that they should not look down on the freshman. The guys were happy that he had really come. Everyone immediately started shouting at him that he was the king of the pledges. Jiang Yu asked what kind of nonsense is this? What the hell is it anyway? The teacher said that since he can fly in the wind, it means that this guy has already started learning Qi. Everyone realized that his combat power score had reached 15. Why was everyone around him talking about 9 then? The guy started yelling that let the pathetic freshman learn what it means to disrespect their elders. After bowing, Zhongqing said that he represented all the freshmen. The guy is challenging the old men. Ma Qian asked does he really think that with the same combat power index, he would be able to fight him? Without thinking long, the guy replied that he could easily win in just 3 strikes. Ma Qian shouted that he would make an exception today because the difference in combat power between the seniors and juniors was too great. Chen Yuan said that Zhongqing had made the guy really angry. He immediately launched a powerful attack. It's his signature spell of rushing water. Since the freshman decided to take a swing at them, let them dream. With his first strike of the secret technique, the guy was able to repel his blow. Ma Qian was surprised, for he had smashed his attack with his bare hands. Teacher said that's right, the guy is using Tai Kai. Jiang Yu asked if that was possible. She talked about their academy being unique, so why was he identified as an ordinary student? The second strike was the force of the wind. Ma Qian used the water technique, breaking the current. Thanks to his superior skills, the guy easily overcomes the second attack as well. Watching what was happening, the guy couldn't understand how this happened. Zhongqing said that it was time for the third and final strike. After making the attack, the guy flew towards the grandstand where the others were sitting. The elders sat silently, for they realized that they had been defeated by a first-year novice. With a slight exhale, the girl said he was fine. Their friend started yelling loudly that she told them he would win. The guy was able to beat the toughest sophomore. Chen Yuan was surprised. This guy was able to defeat Ma Qian with only 3 techniques. Li Tuanyi said there's definitely something wrong with this guy. Thinks he's equivalent to a student with a fighting power of 30. Turning to her sister-in-law, the girl asked her if she had seen it too, right? Shuizhong replied that the manatee guy was stronger than them combined. Any techniques performed by him would be several times more effective than theirs. Jiang Yu practiced the mind method of the Qianggong city sect. There should be no mana purer than her in the world at all. Shen, that force cultivated by chaos, is the disorderly source of all magic. Could its reflective power be the same as normal spells? Shuizhong said that since no one else from the sophomores dared to challenge, the next fight would be with a third-year representative. Turning to Zhong San, Jiang Yu asked the guy to teach him a good lesson. The teacher replied that there was already a first challenger. The guy could abstain or accept the challenge. Looking at the guy, Zhong San of the disciplinary committee members asked is he the one Zhongqing? The guy replied that no, he is not Zhongqing, let them just call him daddy. Teacher asked Zhongqing's disciple to please answer, does he accept his challenge? Chen Yuan asked Chen Ning to persuade her boyfriend to give up. They say Zhong San has a terrible temper. The girl started shouting to him that he had already defeated Ma Qian. That was enough. The guy had already avenged all the freshmen. The guy started shouting, why doesn't someone else from the disciplinary committee fight? Let him refuse, there's no point in this fight. Zhongqing replied that they are all right, but the guy accepts the challenge. He's there to gain experience. Is it possible to retreat now? All the guys saw that he was really getting into the fight. They thought it was better to close their eyes. There was no point in watching him get beaten up. Chen Ning shouted out his name. Chen Yuan asked what was that idiot thinking? Li Tian told his ward that it seemed like the problem had solved itself. The guy replied that with Zhong San's temper, the boy would either die or be crippled. The teacher thought that if that day, he was that mysterious genius on the playground, perhaps the outcome of the battle wasn't so obvious. Zhong San said that the guy was more interesting than he thought. If it wasn't for the president's order, they could have become friends. Zhongqing replied that they all look alike, so confident even though they are nothing special. Without thinking long, the boy decided to strike first. He sprinted and began to approach his enemy. Without realizing it himself, his strike trajectory suddenly changed. Zhongqing struck straight into the ground. The guy realized that he wasn't even dodging, so why couldn't he hit him? Zhong-san said that he has excellent strength and speed. It's a pity it's all useless against him. Staring at him intently, the boy thought that if not by brute force, then by magic. In his next attack, Zhongqing decided to use the wind blade, a wind art. Directing his stream of energy towards the man, the guy saw that he had just walked right past him. Zhong-san lowered his gaze to the ground. People asked why they only came there. The guy asked what kind of strange force, just like that, changed the trajectory of his wind blade strike so easily. The man replied that his power was 15, but the strength of the wind blade technique was comparable to 30. It wasn't bad. Zhongqing realized that the technique he was using was causing the wind mana to move around his body in a special trajectory. The man replied that to a point, it is a newly developed wind pearl protecting the wearer. He can ignore absolutely all attacks, so in the committee, people respectfully call him the indestructible Zhong-san. Jiang Yu said that in 2 attacks, they have already seen the greatness of his defense, but the first Gokka still doesn't plan to give up. The teacher realized that the boy would definitely lose, but he was talented. Let him ask his brother to be merciful and not nail him inadvertently. The girl replied that they would talk about it after he got on his knees and begged for mercy. Zhong-san said that the guy is really good. If he apologizes to the president now, he will not only refuse the fight, but also recommend him to the disciplinary committee. The guys were surprised because Zhong-san himself wants to be his mentor. They shouted for him to join the disciplinary committee. All the students became highly placed officials of the academy or the Immortal Crime Bureau. A guy can become rich, right? Chen Ning said that's great, and if the parents find out. Did the guy ask the disciplinary committee? He apologizes wildly, but he's not interested in student fun. The man was angry. For those who disrespect the committee must pay for it in blood. Looking at him, the guy realized he had a raging flame in one hand and a wind gust in the other. He thought that's it, the harmony of fire and air. The third year used 2 spells at the same time. It was a legendary skill of controlling 2 elements. The girl said that this attack would be extremely violent. The teacher realized that the man was a genius, possessing the magical abilities of fire and wind at the same time. The guy said he apparently wants to kill himself. Looks like his involvement is no longer required. Li Chenyi said 5 elements and 4 elements, life and death hold each other back, while wind makes fire. When the wind and flames are released at the same time, their power is multiplied several times. Zhong-san shouted for Zhongqing to repent or die. The guy shouted for him to surrender or he would die. After the strongest blow, Chen Ning cried and said that she couldn't feel his breath. Is he really dead? Li Chenyi asked, seriously dead? It seemed that the person who dared to challenge him should be able to amuse them for longer. Jiang Yu asked why didn't Auntie do anything? She had the opportunity to stop him, right? She shouted at Zhong-san that he was only asked to teach a lesson, not kill him. Suddenly, Shuizhen said that the girl is wrong, he is not dead. Impossible, it's simply impossible, it's the emperor. Zhen told that in ancient times, Empress Nua combined the magical power of demons, the body of witches and the spirit of fairies to create humans. Hence, man is the spawn of heaven and earth, he carries all things in himself. The true mystery of chaos is the true law of the human race, it is the force that carries all the laws of the world. If it harmonizes perfectly with the truth of chaos, a true chaos body will emerge from that. The guys couldn't figure out what was wrong. Why did the guy's hair color change? Zhong-san said his harmonious fire and wind, dispelled by an unknown force. The boy answered that most of all, he was proud of his ability to possess 2 elements at the same time. But how can he do that? Now the guy has all 9. Jiang Yu shouted that other than the emperor's cousin, there was only one person in the world controlling any kind of mana. The teacher replied that was correct, the true chaos body that the emperor had yet to master. However, the technique has always only belonged to the ruling family, so where did the guy get to learn it? Zhongqing said the union of wind and flame, he is not alone like this. Moreover, spells cast in this form are much stronger than ordinary ones. Zhong-san ordered his pearl to protect him, for there were attacks coming from all sides. Once behind him, Zhongqing easily smashed his pearl. Pointing less in the man's direction, the guy told him to surrender or die. Watching what was happening, the teacher thought it was him. the man who had been on the playground that day, an incomparable genius, perfectly matching the true chaos that could inherit the power of the next generation of emperors. Zhong-san said that he was giving up. Zhong-Qing won. The guys were surprised that the freshman Snow defeated a member of the disciplinary committee.
Chen-Ning couldn't understand when he had time to become so strong.
Liu Ji, that man lost, so the boss will raise his rank in the immortal ranking. The first-year man has made it to the top 20. Looking at the president, Zhong-san apologized and said that he was useless. The girl replied that he may not blame himself, they underestimated him. Everyone can both win and fail. Li Tuen told Cao Lan that Guy is participating in the next fight. Let everyone see how huge the gulf between the disciplinary committee and them is.
Suddenly, the guy's body trembled, he fell on his knee.
Zhong-Qing said that it took much more strength than expected. Zhen said that after the last battle, his mana had obviously increased. A little more, and he would reach a combat strength of 20. Shueishan walked over to the guy and said that his strength was running out, continuing to fight would no longer work. She thinks it's better to stop there. This guy's true chaos body is still immature, his limit is 3 minutes.
He asked the teacher wants the guy to surrender?
Shueishan said that the last challenger Cao Lan, his combat power reaches 50 units. A swordsman whose skills surpassed Zhong-san's ability, even if one put their best effort, it would not be possible to tear up the victory. The guy did his best, so there's no shame in turning down the next fight. The committee will still accept him as the most talented and give him the best resources. He replied that he had promised 3 days ago that he would no longer run and hide. Anyone who got in his way, be it God or Buddha, would trample anyone. There was no other way, because it was his way. Smiling, she replied that there was a price to pay for being young and frivolous. Shueishan said that he decided to continue. The last member, the 10th on the immortal list, Cao Lan. The boys were happy that the Pledge King would continue to fight. His opponent is the vice president of the student union. Covering her face with her hands, the girl called him crazy. She said this guy is definitely not at home. Zheng Ning said that it was rumored that Cao Lan had once accidentally gotten hold of the remnants of the Xushang school's imperial swordsmanship. Hearing this, the guys asked, are these the ones living in seclusion outside the magic mountain?
Can such a monster even be defeated?
Li Tianyi said that it seemed he would not get the chance to straighten out this guy, did not expect him to be so reckless. Addressing the president, the guy said that after the first-year student was killed, he promised to protect him. The ascending sword Shine, the flying immortal royal sword. What was expected from the vice president of the student union? Cao Lan told the guy that in the competition, every opponent is an enemy. Let him not hold a grudge that he might be too cruel to the junior. Zhong-Qing replied that he didn't expect anything less from Li Tian's younger brother. Even this dignified appearance, they were very similar. The guy said that he didn't seem to know their students well. But don't worry, after this battle, all misunderstandings will disappear. Thanks to his reaction, Zhong-Qing pulled out his sword in time and stopped Cao Lan's weapon. The guy thought that fortunately, Shen Jin's sword had been improved, and its quality was much higher than Cao Lan's sword. He realized that otherwise, the consequences would be dire. Zhong-san said that this was the first Yu Jianshu style using a sword. It was with that weapon that he pierced through the defense of his pearl. The girl replied that the blade sailor alone is comparable to the strength of Shushan school students. His mana is running low. How does he plan to win? Cao Lan asked, and then what? Raising his hand, the guy said that he had a question for the vice president. Though he tries to hide it, the bloodlust in the energy of his ball won't fool others. Does the guy really want to kill him? Cao Lan replied that such questions, does it make sense for a dead man? The guy replied that of course it does. After all, in that case, he might not hesitate to go all out and finish him off first. Rising high into the air, Cao Lan shouted that now the games were over. Watching what was happening, Jiang Yu said that this technique kills everyone within 1,000 miles. The blade's chi energy was not inferior to the power of his style. Li Tian said that the finale was obvious. Cao Lan shouted that his limit is 1 sword. And if there are 3, how does he plan to deal with them? As soon as the guy touched Shen, the man ordered him to get ready and put his best foot forward. Looking at him, Cao Lan said he didn't expect it, so that meant the guy was hiding a trump card up his sleeve. However, powerful spells have a long rollback period, so you can't use them all the time. He shouted that this time, he would watch the guy fend off all the attacks. Zhong-Qing replied that the supernatural powers of the ancestor of the Earth Immortals were not just some trump card. The 8 trigrams, the 7 stars, the 5 elements, the 4 elements, yin and yang, all this Taoist knowledge to which he devoted his life. Turn all this knowledge into a unique magic circle. Confront your quest to change your life with the sky, and then the whole world will turn upside down. Swinging his sword, the guy easily cut through Cao Lan's attack. The teacher noticed that the ball's brilliance was completely suppressed. The aura of that magic circle, even she is unable to understand it. Cao Lan asked how could this be? His techniques, arts, even his combat power is more than 3 times that of a guy. Zhongqing replied that the star atlas was enough to reverse all 5 elements, yin and yang. The spells that go into it will gradually break down. And now, it's his turn. With rage-filled eyes, Cao Lan shouted to Zhongqing that he would finish him off, tearing him to pieces. With his true Dharma body, the source of heaven and earth, it would be possible to make any magic circle move with the caster. From such a technique, Buddhas and immortal gods, and even the sacred altar will fall. Suddenly, fear abruptly appeared in his eyes. Cao Lan shouted for the guy to stay away from him. Zhongqing asked himself to gather himself, to squeeze out the last ray of mana from his body. He must win. Li Tian shouted that now, as long as he was in the air, he couldn't dodge. Let him use the ball energy and finish him off. The guy shouted a sword shine, let it unleash its power, and ascend into the heavens. There was a huge explosion in the air. Everyone froze, waiting to see what would happen next. The boy shouted that there was plenty of time to get close enough. He would be close by when he prepared the next blade art attack. Zhongqing said that there was little ancient strength left. Jin replied that with his cultivation base, the distance that could be shortened was very limited, but it would be enough. Once the guy was as close to Cao Lan as possible, he pierced him through his heart with his sword. His breathless body fell to the ground. All the guys realized that Zhongqing had killed Cao Lan. Chen Yuan asked, is he crazy? Right in front of everyone? She didn't understand how things had gotten this way. Zhongqing said that since his rebirth, this was the first time he had failed to suppress the urge to kill within himself. No hesitation or guilt, so peaceful at heart. The boy asked the master, he should be qualified now, shouldn't he? Calling him a bastard and a creature, Li Tianyi asked how dare he do that? Li Tuen shouted that he was ordering the student union to kill him for him. The boys replied to the president that they cared about their lives. They joined for the sake of prosperity. If they died, the union would end. Calling them a pile of garbage, he figured that if he didn't finish him off today, the student union would lose all its greatness. But if he does it with his own hands, the agreement with the Li and Su families will be broken. Approaching Principal Shui, he began to say that that brat had killed a student, and she was just watching. The girl said he killed her. So what? People die all the time, there's nothing you can do about it. Jiang Yu intervened and said that he wanted to kill the freshman. Everyone present witnessed it. According to heavenly laws, this is justified self-defense. Turning to the gentleman, he asked the man also felt that way, that the members of the student union deserved to die. The man replied that in this matter, Director Shui had the final say, and he, as the heir to the Li family, shouldn't be too bloodthirsty. The guy asked, so is the director asking him to turn a blind eye to this? He replied that although there were many cultivating forces in Chenchuan City, but under the influence of the Li and Su family, the well water would never spoil the river water. However, he had heard that the guy had lured and afterward joined the Gao family and others under threats, making the Li clan incredibly strong. Li Tianyi replied that the man is so lenient, except that, does the rule prohibit the annexation of core families? The man replied that not at all, but his students were the elite of the great aristocratic clans, and as a teacher he hoped that the key forces would strive to keep the balance. Directors say he shouldn't take any action, because the fight between the strongest groups should stop. In this miserable school, students are forever bullying and setting up the weak. Isn't that a good thing? The man asked what he meant by that. The days of being bullied were horrible, they were like hell, something he would never want to go through again. For him, it is 1,000, even 10,000 times more frightening than the disturbance of the balance of power. The guy doesn't care about his situation. He just wants to trample everyone in his path, make everyone shake with fear and submit. And no one can stop him. The man replied that there is no right or wrong decision there, since he wishes to do so, he will no longer give him advice. Turning to her aunt, the girl asked, is this the cliched villain from the novels? Should she really kill him? Li Tian replied that so-and-so would save the face of the 2 teachers today and let the guy go, but he would also ask them not to instruct him in the future. The principal asked if there were any more people who wanted to fight. If not, then as the principal states, by winning the battle with the high school students, Zhongqing becomes the champion. Furthermore, After defeating Cao Lan, according to the rules, the honor of being the 10th on the immortal list would pass to him. This is the only person in their school's history to make the top 10 as a freshman. At this point a new hero was born. He asked all the students to stand up, for they would all be witnessing a historic moment together. The guy thought being the center of attention was what it felt like. The moment he had dreamed of in a past life turned out to be this. Chen said that just in the past battle, the guy seemed to have made a breakthrough. He replied that back in the first battle, his chi control skill seemed to have increased a lot. The guy didn't expect to challenge Cao Lan and be able to leap to the third stage of control. His combat power reached 30, absorbing the obsession of the audience. One of the 9 pillars of the Hall of Souls, once again almost filled, it already senses the unknown ancient god wishing to respond to its call. Jin replied that this kind of aura is fearful. It is not a god or soul, rather a demonic spirit. The headmaster thought, the unrivaled genius that was on the playground was definitely him. Perhaps he would be able to inherit the Qianlong Pavilion. The man said it was time to combine the award for the champion. First, a magical artifact from their treasury. The winner can choose any as a reward. Secondly, the guy got a letter of recommendation from him and director Shui personally. Let him choose what he wants to do in Chenchuan. The third reward, however, is related to the secret of their school. They'll let him know later. Hugging him, the girl said, great, with the principal's recommendation, nothing more to worry about. His parents will be proud of him when they find out. When the headmistress came up to them, she said that they'd had enough of being cute. Let the boy follow her to the treasury as soon as possible. Jiang Yu said that he is really special, so he is worthy to be her first love rival. Suddenly, she told Chen Ning that yesterday she had been given a dose of saline under the 4, and today, she wanted to get a dose of it. The girl immediately asked her to talk about something else. Zhong Qing replied that it was quite decent behavior for a senior. They went inside the huge treasury. Looking around, the boy said how many out-of-print books there were. Lots of magical weapons, all shining so bright, he's afraid he's going to go blind. Looking around, he asked really can he choose anything? The principal replied that she wanted to ask him something first. He replied that let her ask, for the sake of the treasure, the student would tell her anything. She started saying that a week ago. Who was that John Doe on the playground? Zhong Qing replied that he was afraid, he did not know what teacher Shui was talking about. The girl replied that what a pity, if such a talent had been there, he could have collected a couple more treasures from there. The guy said it wasn't money, it was dignity. Then he said he'd raise it to 3. Shuizhan asked, so is he confessing? The guy replied that only if the teacher keeps it a secret, a genius like him should be very discreet. She can't believe that this guy who doesn't have a penny to his name is worthy of inheriting her position as the master of Qianlong Pavilion. His main concern right now was to increase his combat power as soon as possible, and the best option would be to take a high-level panacea. Jin said that the Dongxian pill is the greatest elixir of the 3rd grade. He can accelerate his cultivation for 30 years ahead. The guy replied that the selection there is much larger than the Sujiadan pharmacy. He thinks they can find them. All this, centuries-old treasures. There's even an ancient arterial herb. The guy said he could easily get what he needed now. However, what should he choose as his final prize? Suddenly, he shouted that it couldn't be. It was there. It wasn't a spirit stone, probably the remains of a saint. He told the teacher that he was choosing it. Shuizhan replied that with the help of other people, he could do alchemy. It made sense, but this relic. The fellow replied that after death, the body of a saint turns to ashes and is kept as by relation for future generations, but she lies idle. The principal asked if he wanted to know why. She picked up these remnants in the ruins, after having to take them there for safekeeping, couldn't have them lying in the dust somewhere. If he didn't want to lose them, he'd better give them back right away. The boy immediately asked what about the 3rd award? The headmaster replied that unfortunately, she is connected to one secret of the academy, will tell him everything when the time comes. It just so happened that this treasure also came from there. He immediately asked her if she was going to retract her words, right? Last time he got his ashes in that place, is this it? Shen said that such a relic is a simple piece of jewelry, why would he need it? Zhong Qing replied that the bodies of ordinary saints are indeed useless, but who does he think the ashes belong to? The man asked the guy thinks his name will scare him? He replied that it was a supreme Buddhist being as famous as himself, Shakyamuni Tathagata Buddha. Then asked what the hell did the snot-nosed Tathagata own him for? What could he possibly need his ashes for? The guy said that in the Hall of Souls, such things are used as sacrifices, and then the chance of summoning a spirit is much higher. In his previous life, it took him 10 years and a battle with a witch to find the relic of the Tathagata.
Jin asked means he wants to use the ashes to summon his master?
The guy replied that yes, but it was too early. He needs to prepare for it to be successful. Li Tianyi told Jiao how that guy had dishonored him. Doesn't he want revenge? He said no, why would he? If Cao Lan was killed, what could he do? The man replied that his family is much better than that guy's family, and besides, it's only one person. Jiao Hao replied that the first-year-old is now the most valuable talent of the academy. If the head of the family is asked to kill him, the principal will not leave it like this. Li Tuen replied that then let them use the people from the academy. The guy shouted that he was the 10th on the immortal list. Besides him and Jiang Yu, who else could kill him? The man replied that just let him do as he is told. When his reputation is ruined he will die and won't even get a funeral. The president of the Guwu Club, 3rd on the list of immortals, Ho Cheng Wu. Turning to the guy, Chen Ning asked what treasure he had chosen. The boy replied that it was a stone. Looking at the drifting car next to him, the guy said that whoever was driving it was definitely a master, since he was driving it so easily. Suyun told the guy that they had not seen each other for a long time, then asked will help her with one calf. He immediately asked what he could serve her with. The girl replied how much she loved to hear that. Leaving his hand on his face, she said that the little master had given her a panacea which had proved very effective. Her father was grateful for the help, personally rewarding him with a banquet. She said it's her birthday in a week and her father wants to have a party where he's going to gather all of Sue's family, so he's coming, right? Zhong Qing replied that since it was her birthday, he would definitely be there. The girl said that they would see each other in a week. Chen Ning asked this girl from the Su family, how do they know each other? He replied that he had previously brought his brother takeout food, so that's how they met. She said he met a powerful family by delivering food, and now he's invited to a birthday party. Does the guy think she's stupid? After which she said let her forget it, if she doesn't want to talk, she won't pry, it's time for them to go home. He immediately started saying he was so hungry, he was wondering what mom had cooked. Glancing at her hand, the girl realized that he was getting farther and farther away, so far away that she could no longer hold his hand. And she'd forgotten to tell him she'd gone to level 9. She thought it wasn't worth talking about yet. Shen said that if he wasn't mistaken, the girl had enrolled in Xinka since the beginning of her studies, and it had only been 2 months after all. To get to that length of time to level 9 by practicing just the basic exercises, even the word genius won't be enough there. These brother and sister are like a mystery that even he can't solve. Zhong Qing said that the campus was so fresh in the morning. As soon as the girls saw him, they all immediately started running towards him. Liu Ji said that she spent so much effort to choose a gift, doesn't she want to personally congratulate him? Jing Ning asked since when did he have so many beauties around him? The guys realized that it looked like the girl was jealous. As soon as he started to run after the girl, Shen said that people's hearts are unpredictable. Just a few days ago, he was a scum who was shunned, and now he suddenly became an idol. The boy replied that it had always been like that, let him get used to it. The man immediately asked how nice it was to be a hero, wasn't it? Zhong Qing replied that it was not the time to relax. There were 20 days left before the Wu clan attacked, we need to get rid of all the disturbances as soon as possible. Faced with immortal witches, even the slightest misstep can lead to a sad end. The man asked then who was the next target? The guy replied that Ho Cheng Wu, the 3rd on the immortal list, with 9th level control, if he faced him at the current stage, he would surely lose. The main thing now was to refine the Dongxian pill to increase combat power, and summon a second heroic soul. The spirit material is pretty solid and his mom is too weak, so it's going to take a decent amount of time. 2 days and 2 nights without any breaks. Entering the office, the boy apologized to the principal. Looking at him, she asked him if he had come to get an assignment. Ho Cheng Wu replied that his conditions are the same regardless of points and bonuses, as long as the reward remains high. She said it was a level A assignment. For criminals kidnapped the son of a high-ranking official and used him to escape, and also reminds him, the risk of dying on a mission exists even for him. Let him not forget that life is more important than money. Thanking her for her concern, the guy replied that he was taking the order. The director said that this was the 4th mission of this level in the last year. She wondered, what was the point of risking one's life like that for? Ho Cheng-woo replied that those born into poor families don't have this choice if one wants to survive on the path of cultivation. One more thing, a few days ago, their club was trashed by Zhongqing. The guy replied that he knew, watching from the auditorium. Shuizhan said that no matter how powerful the freshman was, he was not his opponent. Let her do her a favor, don't touch him. Leaving, Ho Cheng-woo replied let the principal not worry, Liu Bao and Wang Dao had humiliated themselves. The man said let the boy remind him what they were talking about. He said if he tried to run away, he'd lose his fingers. Watching them, he realized that the opponents were strong, 2 on the same level as him, the rest just below. The guy realized that a hostage could get hurt. First we need to distract them, separate them and kill them. They immediately asked what the hell? Is it an earthquake? Suddenly, one of them shouted that it was time to get out of there. He realized they're tree techs. They're from the Immortal Criminal Bureau. The guys were yelling that it was the art of concealment. The man couldn't feel his breath, couldn't tell the number of people. As soon as he wanted to say he would use the skill of intelligence, he was immediately killed. One of them saw the direction of the attack, but upon reaching the spot, realized that the enemy had immediately moved. The guy yelled to the boss that this forest was sucking out their mana, we need to hurry up. The man decided he was gonna take a hostage and force that thing out. Calling him an idiot, his partner shouted that he should stay behind the trees, not out in the open. Before he could get to the right place, he was already killed. The man said it looked like the elite of the Immortal Bureau. He shouted that his defense had no flaws, I should have shown up by now. The target was captured, Ho Cheng-woo, and decided to use a double shot. Moments later, the third of their team was destroyed. His defenses didn't work at all. Looking around, he said that now the leader of his and a power of 90 units, trying to escape. Suddenly, he saw the man walking away in the direction of the hostage. He took a swing and said he was going to get even with him. Covering himself with his hands, the guy asked him to stop because he wasn't running away. Asked him not to get killed. As it turned out, Ho Cheng-woo had covered that boy with his body. The man clicked that he was crazy to risk his life for others. The guy realized that if he failed now, he wouldn't see his 5 million. The man saw that the blow was right in the chest. He was standing on sheer willpower, shouting Immortal Criminal Bureau. The man said he was just a monster. Ho Cheng-woo replied what kind of immortal is he? Just a student of Chenchuan Academy. The boy thanked the uncle for saving him and said he would ask his father to pay him in full. The boy asked if he could increase the reward. The man said that, as you might expect, the president is indeed terribly powerful. Jiao Hao appeared in front of the boy's eyes. Clapping his hands, he said that his respect, no one could compare to him. Ho Cheng-woo asked does young master Jiao also want to offer a task? Jiao Hao immediately said that he would help him kill someone. The guy immediately asked what was the price and what was the name? He said 10 million, Zhongqing. As soon as he agreed on the name, he was immediately rejected. Ho Cheng-woo had already given his word that he would not touch him. Martial practitioners should not break promises. Jiao Hao said that he could set any price he wanted. In this world it was worth agreeing to favorable deals. The boy replied that he didn't have what he needed. Showing the pill, he replied that if he couldn't give it, someone else could. In recent years, the martial arts club has been desperately raising money. All for a life-extending elixir, right? Jiao Hope's chairman Lee was telling the truth, otherwise this guy would only take 3 seconds to finish him off. Ho Cheng-woo replied that there were only 5 people in Chenchuan who could obtain this item. Does Li Tianyi really want to deal with that guy? If Zhongqing dies, no matter whether there is evidence or not, all suspicion will fall on him. According to the rules, it's a felony. Jiao Hao replied that no, to begin with, the first year's reputation would fall to rock bottom. He would become a sinner, reviled by the entire academy. You'll just have to be open and honest with teachers and students, and punish the villain. The man said he didn't expect his son to be so lucky. The woman added that she was always worried about his future after graduation. Looking at his parents, the boy asked them not to say such depressing words. The boy looked at his parents and asked them not to say such depressing words. My father replied that it was a beautiful day, so we should celebrate. In order to regain strength, we need to drink a lot. Looking at her brother, the girl asked when did he have time to become so powerful. The boy thought how good it was that he had prepared himself. Zhongqing began to say that quite by chance, he had managed to get some tips from an expert, and then he had taught him some techniques. After that, Su's family hired him as an alchemist. His parents began to say that it was the most honorable and rare profession among immortals in the entire country. Looking at him, the girl asked did he really hide it. So that's what it meant. Jin said that was to be expected, half-truths, half-lies. The guy said that it was his family, so don't let him be reproached for anything. Smiling, the father said that their son had become an alchemist. Looks like little Ning will have to rely on her little brother in the future. Zhongqing said that apropos of this, one of the rewards was a handwritten copy of the Law and Improvement. The knowledge from the book is much better than the academy can give. Looking at her brother, the girl asked if he had prepared this especially for her. The boy answered that he had. The woman said that ever since he was a child, he loved his sister the most. Watching them support each other made her heart happy. Jin asked, so the request to give a collection of countless Daoist knowledge, was it for his sister's sake? The guy answered that it was exactly that. The man said that the manuscripts also belonged to his good friend, the first immortal to the historical world, Dao Jun Hongyun. The guy asked mean surely she would like to see Hongyun's style? Jin replied that guy may not try, she was killed by the witch clan. At that moment, did the guy realize that at the time of the draft, it was about her? Jin asked the guy to promise him one thing. No matter what, he must defeat the Wu clan. Protecting the human race was also her goal. Zhongqing had a strange dream. And shouted, how could it be like this? She is the first immortal who could create such a thing. The girl replied that she is fighting against the demon emperor. She has been captured by 12 ancient witches. She doesn't think she will survive. Is it really for people who have nothing to do with her? She replied that the Hall of Souls alone was not enough to protect the human race, then asked him to do something for her. Before her soul leaves the world of the living, have her body taken and sealed in a blade capable of destroying a witch. The saint's powerful purple chi would make him the strongest and deadliest tool in the world. Is Jin asking him to kill him with his own hands? The girl replied that he was a true brother to her. This was a matter she could only trust him with. Jin promised. The man promised that after her death, he would make great wishes. He would reincarnate into people from generation to generation, following the master of the Hall of Souls. He knew that the master of the hall could see some of the memories through dreams. Abruptly waking up, the guy asked, is this an earthquake? As they suddenly realized that it was coming from Chen Ning's room, running inside, the guy asked what happened? She replied that art, feeling as if she had entered into a symbiosis with him. Before she knew it, the girl had broken through to the next stage of chi training. Chen said that he had finally found Hongyun's sister. Chen Yuan asked young Master Jiao and President Ho wanted something. Jiao Hao replied that they would need help to deal with Zhongqing. Getting as close to the girl as possible, he ordered her to do something. Jiao Hao asked she doesn't need to be taught how to seduce a man, right? As for the payment, she thinks 200,000 is a good price. The girl needs money, so let her sell her body. In exchange, she can become Xingke's apprentice and change her life completely. Turning her face to the side, the girl apologized and said she refused. Grabbing her face, Hao Jiao said that he didn't understand what she said. Chen Yuan replied that she was sorry. Stabbing her, the guy yelled that he was giving her one last chance. Let her try to say that again. She shouted that she wouldn't do anything. She wanted to be like Zhongqing. Grabbing the girl by the hair, he said that last time she said she was still a virgin. Said he was going to see if that was true. I decided to see if the guy would come to the rescue. Suddenly the door opened and the principal asked what was going on. The guy replied to Director Shui that it was nothing, it was just that the girl had fallen, he only wanted to help her up. Shui Shon told the girl that if she was being bullied, let her speak up, she would provide support. The girl replied that she was fine. Jiao Hao said that was the end of it, he would go. The principal asked him to stay a while. As soon as he turned around, Principal Shui slapped his face with all her might. As soon as the guy looked up at her, she said that he was now free. She thought he was worthy of inheriting her seat, but it seems the principal was mistaken. Ho Chengwu replied that he had his own reasons. Lowering her eyes to the floor, the girl thanked Principal Shui. In the meantime, she replied that it was fine, she could go. Looking out the window, thought that all this trash, in the future the Duanluan kingdom would be full of them, monsters from the witch clan. The guys began to say afterward that he should not be so angry, let him find someone else, it was not a problem. Jiao Hao asked him if he had any options. The guy said that there is a schoolgirl who looks very attractive, to lure a guy who has not seen life will be easy. Jiao Hao said she was so innocent, where did he find her? The guy said innocent?
She'll do anything for money.
Zhongqing said that going to a new level in one night made her jealous. Zhen replied that he simply lacked the skills. He thought that if Chen Ning really is the reincarnation of Hong Yun, then where is the witch-killing sword now? No sooner had the guy entered his horde than suddenly someone shouted that the king of the firstborn was already there. They said that with his presence, Jiao Hao would no longer dare to be arrogant. Watching from the sidelines, he thought he could enjoy the moment while he could. Liu Ji told his friend that with such popularity, recognition from beauties can't be avoided. The guy replied, "No, there's no such thing as a hottie." Entering the office, the girl apologized. She asked Zhongqing is there? As it turned out, it was Sun Qian from the Foreign Languages Department. A friend told the guy that she just fell out of the sky for him. Raising his hand, the guy said it was him, then asked did she want something? The girl starts saying he was insanely cool back then at the competition. She likes him, so she asks him out. Running away, the girl shouted that she would be waiting for an answer after school and that she should definitely come. One of the boys thought how nice, when will it be his turn? Looking at his friend, the guy asked if he already wanted to run away. Zhongqing replied that maybe he could open his mouth somewhere in the temple. Liu Ji asked which temple? The guy replied that if he was serious, what's the best way to say no to her? Then immediately asked what kind of temples? Why hadn't he heard anything about them before? The friend shouted for him to not even think of rejecting the confession. He has been with Chen Ning for so long and no progress. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Liu Ji said that his brother should take his advice and go to her. His friends can help him one day, and the girl will always support him. Zhen said that there was some truth in what he said, but the feeling was bad. Zhen said to the guy, what a mess. Already got a confession. What to do? He told me that he had never fallen in love, but one day he decided to follow a goddess and failed. The guy asked him if he'd been rejected. Chen said that she asked if he was sick, and if he was, she advised him to take medicine. Let the guy just imagine, she was so concerned about his personal well-being. Suddenly, they heard a woman screaming about what he was doing. The girl was begging to be let go. Zhongqing said it looked like something had happened. Zhen decided to use his mana. He said that the girl was 300 meters to the right, with 4 auras around her, each with a combat power of about 5 to 7 units. The girl cried and asked them to please stop. Her boyfriend Zhongqing would not let them get away with this. The man replied that their president Ho Chengwu had already returned. No sooner had he agreed than he was kicked in the face. The guy saw his friend lying motionless on the ground. He decided to strike first, but Zhongqing's strength is much greater. Suddenly, both sides and his arms were chained. He realized that his strength was slowly draining away. Were the weapons pulling Manhwa out? One of the guys shouted that the soul-binding lock could block the meridians throughout the body. Soon its power would run out. They didn't expect that Zhongqing himself defeated Liu Bao would fall into their hands. Buying a spiritual weapon was worth the money. Suddenly, a sword began to hover directly above the guy. A moment later it easily cut through the chains binding his hands. The guy shouted that he just tore them up. High-end artifacts are worth hundreds of millions of yuan. How dare this poor guy? Suddenly, they realized they couldn't move at all. Grabbing both sides of the chain, the guy pulled them to him and the two of them collided. As soon as they began to fall to the ground, he delivered a final blow. After the powerful attack, both of them flew away in different directions. Chen said that if he controlled the air so freely, then his taiji had reached the highest level. Changing spells is slow from abilities being too low. But the Hall of Soul's ability to apply a spell makes up for it. Taking off his shirt, he put it on the girl and apologized for coming so late. Suddenly, she's all over the guy and says no, it's about time. And then she said the guy was falling for it. Suddenly, Jiao Hao and the rest of the elders appeared beside them. He said that Zhongqing was an animal in human form and asked what he had done to the girl. The man said that Jiao Hao had provided information that someone at their school was harassing girls. He did not expect that this scumbag would turn out to be a newly minted hero. Zhongqing watched silently. Sun Qian naively cried and said how good it was that they had come. If they had been a little more late, she doesn't know what that guy would have done to her. The president told the ward that Director Zhao and Shui are there. Let them vividly say everything clearly and to the point. The guys began to tell that they were walking through the woods and noticed the first goth harassing a girl. Trying to help, he did his best to eliminate the witnesses. Looking at them, Zhongqing asked what were they up to. Calling him an idiot, the girl asked did he think he really liked her. If Mr. Geo hadn't ponied up a lot of money, she wouldn't have even dared to look in his direction. Passing by him, Geo Hao called him a bloody lunatic and said that this time, he would definitely die. The elder told Zhongqing that yesterday he praised the guy in front of the entire school called the talent of this century, but he didn't think that in the blink of an eye, the guy would hit rock bottom like that. He said to Geo Hao as an informant, "Need to write an incident report. The crime bureau will arrive soon." Geo Hao told the guy to better confess his guilt, not to aggravate the situation further. Laughing, the boy replied that he would do just that. The head shouted that he should speak if he had something to say. He said it was a coincidence. There was no point in fighting. It just so happened that the girl had called him there to confess something, and just as he was dreaming of fondling her, members of the Guvu Club happened to pass by. Let them correct him if he was wrong. Geo Hao and his buddy had also found 2 teachers, even though they had only recently found out what had happened. How lucky they were, an incredible coincidence. They just happened to be on time. Geo Hao asked he wants to say that President Ho and the 4 beaten witnesses are all lying? Put it from your seat. Zhongqing replied that is exactly what it is. Is the guy going to record all of this, or what? Calling him a little asshole, the head asked if he even knew what he was saying. Does he think all teachers are idiots? Getting dressed, the guy replied that let them be more confident, they shouldn't allow such thoughts about themselves. Calling him an animal, the guy shouted that he had no remorse for his choice, but how dare such a degenerate accuse them? He is the young head of the family, insult him, insult his family. Is the guy willing to take responsibility for his words? Ho Cheng said that these arguments are painfully annoying, but the guy is quite magnanimous, and thus willing to give him one last chance. Zhongqing asked what other chance? Geo Hao replied that he would repent on his knees in front of President Ho and Sun Quan. If he sincerely confesses guilt, as the prosecutor will say a few words in his favor. Mr. Kang walked in and told the director that they received the report. Let the guys go through and arrest the culprit cultivator. He said that he had once been a student who had been involved in scandals, and that it was a bad idea to let outsiders handle such matters. Looking at him, the guy thought that this person was one of the 4 great masters of Chenchuan, the chief immortal of the crime bureau. Geo Hao said that he had one last chance to kneel down and admit his guilt. He realized that there was a camera set up there. When Chen Ning saw this scene, he would surely feel utter despair. Zhongqing replied that in gratitude for his generosity, he would also give one last chance. Let Geo Hao, President Ho, and Sun Qian kneel down and apologize and confess their crime, and he will keep them alive. The principal shouted, is he not willing to repent even under the threat of death? Let the teacher look at this. How could their academy allow such a student to appear? She replied that it's true. This boy's grades are just awful. He doesn't watch his words at all. Geo Hao said to the principal that as the head of the class, thinks Zhongqing deserves the death penalty. The principal asked, however, how can being a mentor not trust your students? She said she knew that the guy had been lied to. Suddenly, Geo Hao shouted that it was useless chatter and that he should be taken away. Principal Shui said let the boys dare to make a move. One of the boys told the teacher that they were there officially, for their own good. Don't. She asked do they still remember being her students. To dare after graduation? Dare to arrest her mentees? He told Director Shui that the Criminal Bureau had every right to execute all delinquent cultivators, they did indeed need her permission. Geo Hao watched the scene with mockery. The chief immortal, the headmaster of the school, the heads of the Li and Su families, are called the 4 great masters. Who will take her side? The chief immortal shouted that if the girl didn't step aside, then let her not dare to complain. Watching what was happening, the guy realized that he had suppressed the entire room with just a surge. What was the power of the 4 great masters? No wonder he was able to lead all the immortals in Tianchuan and rally them to destroy the witch clan. The man shouted to Mr. Kang that he should not, for he might die. Director Shui replied that it was great. She then asked if they were worthy of it. Mr. Kang immediately realized that he couldn't move. Even his mana had completely frozen, without storing energy, just moving a finger. How did some teacher surpass Master Chenchuan? The guy realized that this was the mana of a true fire dragon. Like Master, it was from the Qianlong Pavilion, except he didn't understand why the hell she was working as a teacher in a small academy. At this point, the man suggested that the principal calm down. Director Shui replied that she was only doing it to save face. Mr. Kang said he didn't expect the academy to have such masters. He said that if she really wanted to protect a murderer and rapist, the crime bureau would have to back off. But the girl must understand that the organization was created by order of a great elder. Her antics could jeopardize the greatness of the pavilion. Grinning, the principal replied that the old lady had gone against the rules. What to do? She thought, what a jerk. The elder who founded the criminal bureau is right in front of him. The director said they were acting in accordance with the law, so they wouldn't embarrass them. Just give her 7 days. Mr. Khan replied that he agreed, in which case after that time, if she did not provide proof, he would be arrested in accordance with the law. She then turned to the guy and said no, if he lied she would finish him off with her own hands. Jun told the guy that he was set up so cruelly, it's perfectly normal to be angry in such a situation. Zhong Qing replied that for him, the opponent would always be the Wu clan, as for the others, it was already in the past. Jun asked if he would trust teacher Shui and the disciplinary committee. The guy replied that even if the 4 great masters joined forces, they would not be able to defeat Shui Shan. The guy replied that this room was completely isolated, 7 days would be enough time to refine the Dongxian pill. Suddenly, they heard someone coming. As soon as the door opened, Ho Qingwu appeared in front of him. He said he was offering him a life and death trial on behalf of the club president. 3 days later, a duel on the academy training field. Accepts the challenge? The guy realized that once agreed, death or life didn't matter. He replied that he refuses. They are afraid that the director will find out the truth in these 7 days and therefore they want to get rid of him as soon as possible. Ho Chengwu asked him if that was the final answer. The guy replied that the current villains prefer the path of brainlessness and self-confidence. In order to make a contract, the decision must be mutual. He disagrees and will wait until the end of the week. What will they do now? He replied that the guy was right, he had no power here. But what about her? A picture of Chen Ning appeared in front of his face. The guy replied that Jiao Hao wouldn't have the brains to do such a thing, the man that Li Tianyi was behind it all. He replied 100 times already guessed, you have to be prepared for the consequences. Either let him accept the challenge or the girl has to die. Let him not be forced to kill an innocent girl. Zhong Qing said that he thought the guy had come there because of his fight with the members of the Gubu Club, but it seems he was wrong. Ho Chengwu, instead of a bright future, prefers to obey Li Tianyi? Laughing, he asked Bright Future, a man with a bright future who doesn't play hero and who everyone admires and still lives a decent life. He said that 2 years ago, young Master Li had ordered him to submit to him, swearing before his death, all because of this palm. The guy asked how he was able to survive such an injury. He replied that Master Li was the strongest in the academy. 1 palm strike pierced his organs and he has to take a special pill every month to survive. Does he have any idea how expensive it is? Pills can only be created by incredibly capable alchemists. There are no more than 10 of them in Tianquan. The market price of such a medicine is at least 5 million yuan. If he doesn't want to die, he has to make money, catching bastards who get rewarded and buying drugs to live on. Living in the unknown and not knowing if you'll wake up tomorrow. Zhong Qing asked in that case, shouldn't he hate Li Tianyi? The guy replied that he did, but Jiao Hao found him by offering a priceless second-grade pill, Sangong. By taking it along with the reverse medical force technique, all qi training skills will decrease. Although the improvement base will be lost, there is a chance to dispel the palm force along with it. Turning around, the guy replied that let him not judge those who behave extravagantly. Dignity and justice are worthless in their world. Without thinking long, Zhong Qing replied that it would not be a battle of life, it was death. He accepts the challenge. Ho Chingwu said he'd give him 3 days to prepare a farewell speech, and after that, he'd kill him. Jin said that the atmosphere was too heated, so he decided to refrain from asking questions, but the pill he was given was the lowest grade. Why does he accept something that a man wouldn't even give a spiritual pet? The guy replied that he knew what he meant, but he had no proof. Jin told that Ho Chengwu's combat strength is 90. This is 3 times his. What will he do with this disparity? He replied that as far as he could remember, it takes 3 days to create a pill. Jin replied that there was only one thing left to do, to accompany him in the race against time. Turning to his boss, the man said he was sorry, but Dan Chen was abolished. He wanted to ask him to pay for the medical expenses. Apologizing, the man said that if it weren't for his huge hospital bills, they wouldn't have to submit to those rich kids. He is the one who drags everyone down. They immediately began to say that they are not so honorable ears. Their hearts are pure. At first, they all wanted to raise money for him, but in the end, with that countless money in their hands, they themselves did not notice how they lost themselves in their own desires. Looking back, it was as if they were intoxicated. There was no turning back. but this lesson was able to bring them back from heaven to earth. They told the boss that they need to stick together, even if it means becoming a simple band of assassins. They need to heal him, too. By then, the Guvu Club, passionate about martial arts, is sure to return. Ho Cheng-woo replied that it's fine, they'll leave it to him. Once he kills that guy, everything will be over and back to normal. Jiao Hao told everyone that this is great news. The first-year student accepted the life and death challenge from President Ho. In 3 days he will publicly destroy that scum, and he invites everyone to join in. Watching the guy said that just as he thought, Zhongqing is only good at first glance. He said he used to think that people like that should be looked up to. The girl added that if such a scumbag was in their class, their reputation would suffer. Jiao Hao asked Chen Ning now see his true face. The girl replied that he is not like that at all, it is a slander and she believes him. The guy replied that he might have lied, but how could the victim lie? Crying, she asked how could he do that? The guys immediately started yelling what they thought, those 2 for 1 with that garbage. How dare they blame the girl? Jiao Hao added that the evidence is irrefutable, let them face it. An asshole like him had never met such a pretty girl, no wonder this happened. Jiang Yu called her a whore and asked her how long she was going to pretend. The girl replied that she didn't know what she was talking about. She replied that to offer a life and death trial to prevent the disciplinary committee from revealing the truth, Ho Cheng-woo is very clever. Suddenly, someone shouted that the president is covering up for a rapist and daring to talk about President Ho. Ho Cheng-woo replied that let the girl understand already, the whole school is against Zhongqing. The girl asked daring to teach her? The whole academy will become, what to do? One by one, or all at once. Li Qiani asked what about him? He's there and won't let him harm the disciples that he's trying to restore justice. Told the president that like her, being a part of this academy, he was looking forward to fighting. No matter how reckless Jiang Yu is, she won't let a conflict between the student union and the committee appear, right? The girl shouted that Li Tianyi was hers, the rest of the student union members, let them fight to the end, or she would personally finish off every coward. Seeing this, the guy thought, is everyone on the disciplinary committee so crazy? Suddenly, the head and principal appeared in front of them. They told the student union and the disciplinary committee to return to their seats. Li Tianyi said he's finished this time. If the president is so angry, she can offer him a trial too. The guy said he didn't expect a girl to care about anyone. Did she fall in love? She asked what the hell he was talking about. Who would like a jerk like that? Chen Yuan wondered if the guy wanted to prove something. Right now, he couldn't even defend himself. After 3 days, Shen said that the Dongxian pill was finally ready. It had drained his strength. He needs to get back to the shower room to recuperate. Afraid the kid's gonna be on the battlefield all by himself. Without thinking, the boy took the pill and swallowed it. He told his master that there was no way they were going to lose. The man said the 3rd place on the list of immortals, the president of the Guwu Club, let him pass for pre-registration. Suddenly, someone shouted that with life and death, let him destroy evil for their sake. Let the president destroy the shame of the school. Li Tianyi said that he would finally be able to get rid of this splinter. The girl replied that she hoped the chairman would remember everything that was done for him. Liu Ji shouted how could a guy agree to something like this? He must have been forced. Chen Ning replied that it was useless to argue with him, let him be calm. She said that even if they're not against him now, she'll devote her whole life just to be buried next to him. Suddenly, the principal noticed something was wrong with him. She said it was impossible, in just a few days. Ho Cheng-woo said that how ironic. Just a couple days ago at this point, everyone was admiring the hero, and in the end, everything turned around in an instant. Smiling, the guy asked isn't that silly? He wants to save the world while it rejects him. Ho Cheng-woo asked what the dead man's last words were. The guy replied that the dead man there was only him. Jiang Yu shouted that there was no way, the level of chi training, and the combat power of 60. As soon as the guy launched the first attack, Ho Cheng-woo realized that his speed was faster. The guys didn't understand how the combat power of a 90 was inferior to a 60? What's going on? Did the guy think to strike an opponent that was 3 levels stronger? This boy is a monster? Not to mention his magic power, he was twice the level 9 ability. Zhongqing told President Ho that if he did not answer, the guy would continue. He decided to use the avatar of chaos to finish him off. Ho Cheng-woo realized that he was in a bad way. Jiang Yu said that began, Ho Cheng-woo's techniques combine magic and martial arts. Li Tianyi said that compared to last time, his skills have improved a lot. Seeing the large amount of trees around him, the guy realized it was absorbing mana. So that's what he's up to. Ho Ching-woo said okay, now he wouldn't be able to use the godlike form. The guy realized that his strength was gradually draining away. The Chaos Avatar was greatly increasing its energy consumption. If it continued like this, it would be the first to lose. He realized that he needed to finish as quickly as possible. Zhongqing asked, did he use the concealment technique to hide? The guy's preparation is pretty good. Ho Ching-woo studied every battle he fought. He realized that at close range, even with his level, there was definitely no chance of victory, except that an immortal of his level can't use soul perception techniques, relying on the art of concealment and lightness. For him the guy is invincible. Li Tianyi said that as long as Ho Ching-woo was quietly hiding in the shadows, this guy's mana would be completely depleted. Zhongqing shouted that in that case, he would use fire and wind to fill his sword with them and burn this forest to the ground. Ho Ching-woo shouted for the guy not to hope that he would have the ability to use spells. The spell for acting both hands is one big flaw. Suddenly, at that moment, an arrow caught his arm. The audience started shouting that President Ho is awesome, let him keep it up. Zhongqing realized that it turns out that the techniques that this guy practiced are Do-related, they create just the perfect combination. The power of the arrows is very high. If not dodged, even one can seriously wound. Ho Ching-woo had no idea what he should do. Could he continue to avoid him? The guy asked, what about this kind of thing? Zhongqing realized that after the arrow flew off the bowstring, there were huge fluctuations in mana. He needs to hold his breath, find and read the trajectory. Having done what was necessary, he saw the arrow. As soon as he dodged the first arrow, the second one almost pierced his head. As it turned out, it was a double shot, that he almost died. Then he said he was worthy of the title of third in the list of immortals. Ho Ching-woo realized that he had reached his limit, so the triple volley would finish him off. Watching what was happening, the director realized that this was the next step, win or die. The guy realized that if An had been there, he would have been able to withstand at least 100 shots and still be able to find him with a star atlas. Then he realized that no, you can't always rely on the power of a heroic soul. At that moment, all three arrows flew towards him. Jiang Yu realized that the guy's limit 2-point arrows, these three cut off any avenue of retreat for him. No matter which way he tried to dodge, they would catch up with him. Zhongqing shouted that he was going to see who was who. As the last two arrows were aimed to try and avoid the first, he purposely set himself up for the attack by covering his vital organs. The guy found the weak point of a deadly attack. He saw where Ho Ching-woo was, so he won't run away. Ho Ching-woo shouted that let the guy apologize, but the moment the arrow comes off the bowstring, he changes his position. The guy was definitely caught now. He shot an arrow that flew straight at Zhongqing. The guy asked, really? Once right behind him, he pierced Ho Ching-woo with his sword. The guy asked, is it teleportation? But how? Zhongqing told that an ancient technique that reduces the land area to a few inches, one step is able to travel 1,000 miles. So far, he can only manage 10 meters, but that will be more than enough for now. Jin had spent the past few days perfecting the elixir, while at the same time, all his energies were focused on training. With a smirk, the guy asked who knew that he possessed this kind of power. What a pity. Zhongqing realized that it was a cloning technique. He had carried it out as well. As arrows from all sides headed straight for him, the guy yelled that it was finally over. The guy realized he needed to increase his speed to the max and dodge. Ho Ching-woo shouted that he had said it was the end. After saying that, all the arrows flew towards him. Zhongqing thought that he should make it in time, when suddenly, all the arrows pierced his body at once. As soon as his body fell to the ground, Ho Ching-woo said that he recognized the guy was a worthy opponent. Falling to her knees, Jiang Yu realized that she couldn't feel his breath at all. Director Shui said that 9 arrows piercing through all the vital points of the body, instant death. Di Tianyi shouted, finally, it's over. His weakness, his cowardly side, he would finally be free of it. Chen Yuan couldn't understand what this guy wanted to prove. Although she might have realized it, murder and destruction, building on the corpses of men, this world is not supposed to be like that. As soon as his eyes closed, a voice said that she was accepting his determination and giving him another chance. All he has to do in return is summon and free her so they can overpower everyone together. Zhongqing asked who she was. The voice replied that for 1,000 years, did anyone even care? The demon vixen drove the emperor mad, the ruler created horrors for no reason, the people were trapped. For all sins, death alone will not suffice. A public execution, for the peace of the common people. As the sun sank behind the ruined mountains and rivers in the distance, the realization came that it was over. She was the ancestor of the prehistoric Fox clan. The Great War begins. The three saints led 10,000 immortals to fight, seeing that the three kingdoms were about to fall. She couldn't bear the suffering of the people and turned into Queen Dag to drive him mad. In order to change the fate, the dynasty must be destroyed, then the war will end. All the while, she was killing one official after another, her heart aching, and only one thought gave peace, all to save lives. The goal was achieved, but the common people she fought for hated and reviled her. They wished nothing more than to decapitate the demonic vixen in order to savor its blood and flesh. People didn't understand what was going on. Didn't he just kill her just now? The nine-tailed family had always been good at illusion and soul magic. The power of the 9 magic moons flowed in her. She could turn even reality into illusion and come back to life 9 times in a row. The girl shouted that in that case, they would blow her head off time after time until she died. She asked the young man, when a person dies, shouldn't he want to survive? The boy replied that he might. She said they beheaded her 9 times, but the fox stayed alive. Only it wasn't for fear of death, wanted to hear someone call her something other than some demon queen. If just someone, then all this wouldn't have been for nothing. It's a shame that before her head was beheaded for the 10th time, no one had said a word like that. The boy replied that this is his end, they are similar. She asked if she shared her power with him, what would be his choice? Zhongqing shouted to the temple that holds heroic souls, let him accept the feelings of obsession and grief as a sacrifice. 9-tailed heavenly fox, may she let him inherit her dreams. 5-star heroic soul, in these tailed heavenly fox, Su Dag. Watching what was happening, Principal Shui said that something was wrong. No one understood what was going on. Zhongqing said that the tale obtained through 1,000 years of cultivation of the 9 moons exchange coinage. After the deadly battle, his combat power rose 2 levels and finally reached 80 units. Liu Ji started shouting at the top of his voice that he was alive. Li Tianyi didn't understand what was forbidden. Is it possible to come back from the other world? Jiang Yuyu told the principal that his aura had changed. She had never seen such cold mana before. The woman replied that she had a bad feeling. Ho Chengwu asked what the hell? He's sure the guy must be dead. Zhongqing asked if not him, who will rewrite the damn world? The guys asked why is the president standing still. Suddenly, someone yelled for everyone to shut up. The girl thought she'd let that asshole remember that she was putting her life on the line for him. She said that Jiao Hao had been looking for someone to play the role of a harassment victim for a long time. She has all the evidence. Thanks to the recording on her phone, through the microphone, she turned it up to full sound for all to hear. The girl wondered if it was possible that he had really been lied to. Was it all planned? Principal Shui said that great, after the duel, none of them would escape. Li Tianyi shouted the trashy girl, does she really want to ruin everything? Jiao Hao shouted that he would personally smash her against the wall. The girl said that going up against these people was too scary, she is still afraid. Then she confessed to Zhongqing that she really wanted to be like him. So let the guy please win, dare not lose to a scumbag. So Da said that the guy was really lucky, standing up for his hero, even envious. He replied that she exceeded his expectations. Ho Chengwu said lie or truth, who cares, the judgment of life and death is above any law. No one has the right to interfere, he's keeping his word, so this guy's a goner now. He killed him once, he'll kill him again. Zhongqing asked the guy is sure? He thinks that right now, he will be able to see what is normally hidden from view. Principal Shui said that the awakening of strength was a sign of entering the soul purification stage. The girl didn't understand how this was possible, he was only at the 8th stage of qi development, right? After the guy was able to land a few punches, Ho Chengwu used the cloning technique again. The guy said that apparently 4 projections was his limit. Ho Chengwu shouted that if he guessed where the real one was, the next strike could be his last, but if she's wrong, she'll meet death by his arrow. Watching, the girl said that means the chance of victory is 1 in 4. As suddenly, all the guys immediately started yelling about how they dared to lie to them. Let the guy punish them all, he must win. Stabbing the guy's body, he said they were wrong, his victory was inevitable. Ho Chengwu said that it wasn't soul purification, how could the guy sense his clones? Zhongqing had already told him. After all, now the guy could see everything, after which he struck another blow. Falling down, Ho Chengwu said that he couldn't remember the last time he had such a good fight. studied techniques and spells for days on end, and then founded an ancient martial arts society as a result. How ironic. Ho Ching-woo told the guy that he fully recognized, the guy is indeed the strongest. Zhong Qing said that President Ho is a genius of ancient martial arts, although now only a mutt of Li Tuanni. Then he asked him if it was all because of this miserable pill. Seeing the Sangong pill in his hand, the guy asked where he got it from. He replied that the reason why such elixirs were so valuable was because the abilities of alchemists were getting lower with each generation. May consider it a coincidence, but in Tianchuan Academy, the guy is the only second-grade alchemist. Jiang Yu asked if the head of the Su family was not of the same level. Li Tianni said that then it's no wonder Su Yun is so protective of him. Right, with the help of the city, what kind of fool would you have to be to refuse friendship with such a person? The head said he was a consummate genius, he almost ruined the best talent in their academy. The headmaster added that yes, after all, that was why she liked him. Kneeling down, Ho Cheng-woo said let the guy ask for whatever he wants, he will fulfill any order. Zhong Qing replied that there would be no deal. To turn away from the principles of the ascended for the sake of one's own salvation is inexcusable. Everyone around him saw that the Sangong Panacea second-grade pill was simply destroyed. Liu Ji said that since he decided not to give it back, why not just sell it? Chen Ning replied that he had always been like that. The head told teacher Shui that he was indeed straightforwardly conspicuous. Laughing, Ho Cheng-woo said that in order to survive, he had to give up everything that characterized him as a cultivator. Bowing before the guy, he asked him to teach him, it wouldn't last, it would become his atonement. A kind of way to realize his sins. Zhong Qing said that it seems like he is really repentant. In that case, let him keep it. The guy saw that it was a Qintuan pill, a second-grade alchemy treasure. With this holy elixir, he wouldn't need to swallow the Sangong pill, which destroys his mana. Have we parted ways to ask and I'm hearing things? This is clearly the new king of alchemy. To behold such a thing with their own eyes, have they really been blessed? The guy asked seriously, giving it to him for nothing? Zhong Qing replied that it was fine, his friend's house fed it to the dogs. Looking towards the head, the teacher said that he was right, the guy really was a fool. The guy shouted that he, Ho Cheng-woo, admits defeat, from now on his life belongs to this guy. The head shouted that the winner, student Zhong Qing. According to the rules, the life and property of the one who is defeated passes into the hands of the victorious one. The guys immediately started discussing the fact that his greatness was boundless. After today, all the influential people will carry olive branches to him, won't they? Liu Ji shouted that he was shocked. Why is everyone still not applauding his friend? Su Die said that you who unreasonably accused him began to praise him in a flash. What will say what it feels like? The guy replied that he wouldn't dare dream of it, but now, looking at those ridiculous faces, finds that tiresome. On the other hand, it was foolish to expect anything different from earthly people. The girl replied that she had long been disappointed in this world, however it was quite interesting. Stopping her, he replied that he already had someone he liked. Hugging him, Chen Ning apologized and said that from the beginning to the end, she couldn't do anything. Hugging the girl back, he asked her not to cry, it was over a long time ago. Watching them from the sidelines, the girl said that this couple is heaven brought together. How can a person like her hope for something like that? Jiang Yu told the girl that she did well, let her go back to Xinka and report everything. On behalf of the disciplinary committee, she will be given the opportunity for free training. The girl asked if she was allowed to get something like that. She replied that talent doesn't solve everything in the future, the committee will need people with the same values. As suddenly she shouted to the guy that he is really good, but he is still far away from her lover. Zhong Qing replied that the name of the best in the academy or Chen Ning, he will have it all to himself. The girl asked what are they both carrying? Su Die said that from the looks of it, she has quite a few rivals. Zhen replied that female students have liked the guy for a long time, reminiscent of him when he was younger. Turning around, she saw immortal ancestor Zhen Yuan in front of her. He replied that she could just call him Xiao Zhen. The girl asked to say, but when he was young, didn't he run like a dog after the goddess Nuwa? Zhen shouted that she was her student, the little brat who prevented him from approaching his beloved's temple every time. She replied that it was her duty. Zhen said how chatty she was, no wonder the patroness ended up dumping him and making him an outcast. The girl replied that she remembered, she has a younger brother who was taught by Nuwa. She heard that there were fruit trees in the Taoist temple that were appropriated by an insolent monkey. He started shouting that she had been beheaded by some Naja and Yang Jian and a group of brute children. The girl replied that she had stolen a whole tower from him. En shouted that she was captured alive during the great battle of the gods. She said again that a monkey had robbed his house. Chen asked, would you stop it? The girl was only talking about one primate. She said he was a pervert who harassed the goddess, managed to draw a draw in a battle with an immature Buddha. Hongjun would be more likely to give the Jade Emperor's seat to a Daoist boy than him. Jiang Yu ordered the disciplinary committee to seize them. The girl started screaming that it wasn't her fault, Jiao Hao forced her. Walking up to both of them, the principal slapped them in the face. She said could she destroy their mana at once and expel them from the academy. The girl shouted that she shouldn't, an exception would be tantamount to death for her. Jiao Hao said that his strength was constantly growing, it was not beneficial for the academy to lose such a talent. The principal asked how dare they defile her students, is he involved in this too? Li Tianyi replied that these are very hurtful words, the guy is his best friend. The Li family has always strived for justice and righteousness. The principal replied that there were no permeable walls, so that her eyes could no longer see him. The boy replied that a decent man has no reason to fear erroneous speculation. Watching what was going on, he said that's why the guy deserved to be his only friend. The guy said that he didn't think that the girl would personally be so helpful. Chen Ning replied that she might be stubborn, but she was still good. He asked if it was just him, or if he felt a twinge of jealousy. The girl asked what nonsense, he was her brother. Right now he had two spirits, to defeat the Wu clan, something else would be needed. Now the next step is to practice meditation. It is necessary to absorb all the experience of the battle. Turning to Ancestor Shen, the girl asked did he have anything he would like to explain to her? The man asked for example what? At that moment, the girl was looking out the window without taking her eyes off. She replied that this world is so strange. Why did an array of two beginnings form? What's going on in there? The man asked her if she was okay. Looking at him, she asked didn't he see that? Suddenly, the guy shouted that after the battle, his chi learning level had increased again. His combat strength has reached 90. Now the soul purification stage was within reach. Looking intently at the girl he asked what was wrong. Did he have something on his face? The girl replied that there was only one thing bothering her. Who the hell was he? The guy asked her again if she was sure everything was okay. She thought that from the look on their faces, they really didn't know anything. Then I thought, is she the only one who can see beyond the stars? Chen Yuan was rapidly trying to run away from someone. Suddenly, some man in a red robe appeared in front of her. All he said to the girl was goodbye. With the help of the ghostly soul art, the girl tried to open his mind. She was interrupted by Jin. She immediately asked why he was interfering. Doesn't he want to know his past? Jin replied that the master took a shower could give any orders to the summoned. However, this technique was capable of affecting his unformed mind. If he becomes her puppet, she can control all spirits, including him. Did the girl really think he would let such a thing happen? You could see from her face that she wasn't particularly pleased. Opening his eyes, the guy shouted that he had only practiced for one night, so why had all the mana run out? Had the two of them secretly used his power again? The guy started yelling for them to go back to the shower room and sit there. When suddenly the door to his room opened, his sister said there was trouble. Zhongqing asked her what was wrong. She replied that it seemed like famous cultivators were flocking to Qianchuan. Then she asked if Gao's family had decided to take revenge. He replied that if they dared to mess with his loved ones, they would be sorry. Shen said that they were all immortals, with combat power above 100. The girl added that it looked like she would have to use the power of illusion, then asked what was wrong with her. He would of course fight with the help of his magic page. As soon as the guy stepped outside, everyone immediately started coming up to him and introducing themselves, saying that they would like to invite him to join them. Standing next to him, the girl said that it seems that all the influential people have already heard about his success. At that moment the parents appeared. They asked the girl what was going on. Why did such serious people suddenly come to them? She replied that someone had become the second youngest student to make it to the top. The woman replied that it was unbelievable and then asked who was the talented student. Zhongqing replied to the gentleman representatives that he had no desire to join anywhere right now, thanking them for the honor. But if the necessary skills of an alchemist are there and they pay the appropriate price, he would be more than willing to befriend them. Shutting himself in his room, the guy asked how is Li Tianyi like this? He will achieve everything even without the influence of the famous family and surpass them. Suddenly, the guy saw his phone ringing. Chen Yuan's name appeared on the screen. Picking up the phone, the guy immediately said he thought she wouldn't want to talk to him, then thanked her for yesterday. As suddenly he heard screams for help in the tube. The girl said that Gao's family was there. They attacked her. Li Tianyi said that the Immortal Control Bureau has already intervened in the investigation. Doesn't the head of the family know how to get rid of whistleblowers? The man asked if it wouldn't be easier to pay for silence. Framing a classmate is not such a serious offense. The boy replied that it was a shame, but he thought the best price for silence was death. Taking into account only his son, did he forget that this applies to him as well? The man ordered her death, but make sure it's clean. If there's any evidence left, his family will be finished. Then he added that from now on, no one in the family should run into that guy. In the future, he will be able to surpass the great masters. They cannot afford to insult such talent. Li Tianyi replied that calmly, lowlifes devour their own kind, and geniuses naturally suppress their kind. The guy asked me to tell him where she was. He would come to her right away. The girl shouted into the phone and said that he was catching up with her. She said it can't be, a higher monk. Why would such a person attack an ordinary girl? He told the girl not to get upset. In the eyes of the strongest, they're all just ordinary lowlifes. They just decided to get rid of her today. So Da asked why he was yelling. Handing her the phone, the guy told her that he gets the data people use to communicate. Let her find out where the signal's coming from right now. He ordered to get into resonance with him and use all his strength for a step of 1,000 miles. Heading towards the place the girl sees. Arriving at the necessary place, looking around, the guy said they couldn't be late. Right in front of him he saw the girl's body. Falling to his knees right next to the girl's body, he began to beg her to wake up, let her come back to them. Turning to Shen, the guy asked, isn't he the first saint? There must be a spell capable of helping her. With despair in his eyes looking at him, the man replied that any power has a limit. Afterwards, he turned to Sadie. She replied that her magic only turned the attack received in reality into an illusion, and she could not affect others. Slamming his fist on the ground, the guy said that in the end, things got back to normal. Hasn't anything changed at all? He's still helpless. Absolutely. Suddenly, the man in the robe appeared in front of them. The girl said be careful, he was in the purification stage of his soul. Zhongqing replied that no matter how important he was in the Gao family, the guy would definitely kill him. He didn't understand what kind of technique was this, teleportation? Zhongqing was next to him quite quickly. The man replied that although it didn't matter, not yet using it, only practicing qi control. He didn't feel like fighting the guy, but since he'd come to him himself, it would be good to get rid of another splinter. Zhongqing saw the Qianlong Pavilion's top-rank thunder law crushing the firmament. The man said that there was only one lightning master in Chenchuan City capable of injuring him. The girl said killing people from her academy, he's apparently in a hell of a hurry to die. The man replied that now also the second strongest man in the school wishes to fight him. What an honor. Flying away, he said that if the guy was sensible, it would all end now. Otherwise, death would suddenly catch up with him. Looking down, the girl said he had escaped. At that moment, the principal appeared next to them. She said she saw the girl's body downstairs and asked what was going on. Jiang Yu replied that she too had just arrived and had so successfully saved that fool's life. Lowering his head, the guy replied that the Gao family had started to take revenge. He was to blame for everything that had happened. The principal immediately asked if there was any evidence. He replied that if they didn't want to be destroyed by the academy, they were unlikely to find any evidence. She asked them not to worry, saying that she would return to the school right away and personally interrogate Jiao Hao. She'll use all means necessary, even torture. She will also get him to confirm all the murders committed by his family. Jiang Yu replied that she would go with her. The principal said that the girl was too young, some things were not for children's eyes. Then she held out the girl's address and said that since she had died for him, let him pay tribute to her family. Moving closer to him, the girl said that she too should offer condolences on behalf of the school. Jiang Yu asked how he was. The death of his friend, and he almost died himself. Surely he is both very scared and hard at the same time. Without thinking long, the guy replied that he would make everyone in the Gao family pay, all of them without exception. As soon as Zhongqing knocked on the door, it was opened by the girl's mom. She asked who he was. The guy replied that he was also her daughter's classmate. The woman asked if it was Zhongqing. He asked in surprise if she knew him. The woman replied that her daughter had been talking about him a lot lately. She even said recently that after they met, she rethought a lot of things for the first time. She said don't let the guy worry, the woman is a pretty progressive parent, it's the right age for love. Looking behind his back, she asked where her daughter was. She thought they had gone on a date. As soon as Zhong Qing told her what had happened, the woman immediately cried and fell to her knees in front of him. The girl talked about what she knows. He wants revenge, but that family is very powerful. They can't be defeated alone. He immediately replied that she really had a lot to learn from director Xue. The girl didn't expect to hear such words. Zhong Qing said that his family would immediately expel the boy from the academy. After that, he would no longer be under their control, and the Immortal Control Bureau would take over the case. She asked, does he mean to say Auntie was rushing to school just to prevent the Cultivator Affairs Department from picking him up? At that moment the girl's phone rang. As it turned out, it was her aunt. As soon as the principal made arrangements, the girl told him that she was late. Arriving at the academy, Jiao Hao was already handed over to the bureau. Jiang Yu said that now, one could only hope that the Immortal Control Bureau could find evidence. Zhong Qing replied that the girl can forget about it. The Jiao family will pay someone to come forward. They will have to close the case. The girl said that one way or another, the Immortal Department is under the Qianlong Pavilion. It shouldn't be this incompetent. The guy talked about how the head of Dongfang Yu Pavilion was shown on TV. She looked quite similar to him. Jiang Yu asked what was he saying? The girl couldn't even cross paths with such a person. Dongfang Yu said that he was the master of that place, and by the emperor's order would teach him the Thunder Strike Disaster Dragon technique. Now it was clear to him why the Lord had chosen him as his apprentice. The guy responded that he knew he wasn't strong enough, no need to mock. A man told about having a goofy daughter, but like him, she tries her best and is much stronger than the others because of it. She has her mother's surname, and she took after her late mother's character. To outdo her siblings, she ran away from home, went alone to train in the regular world. The guy replied that he had been coming there for the 3rd year, but this was the first time he had heard that he had a daughter. Dongfang Yu said that she died in Qianchuan City, in that disaster that did not take only his life. When the witch clan attacked the town, she was the one who saved it, died for a man she didn't even know. Bowing his head, the lad said what he promised, her sacrifice would not be in vain. The man replied that if his daughter were alive, they would definitely be good friends. The guy thought about how he'd always been a burden to those around him. Could someone like him rewrite the fate of others? The next morning, the first thing Jiang Yu did was to call and tell him that everything had happened just as he had said. In the morning, someone came and voluntarily surrendered. Jiao Hao is immediately cleared of all charges. The entire school does not believe in his innocence, and they collectively boycott classes and rally in front of the Immortal Office. At this moment, Chen Ning entered the room. The girl said that she had been told what happened yesterday. Then she asked him if he was going to kill Jiao Hao. The guy asked in response, did she ask him to stop? She replied that no, saying only that there were countless police officers in the bureau, so it wasn't worth going there now. On the way home there is a suitable place to attack. The girl will be there to detain the rest of the family. Zhong Qing said that he takes it back. She and her aunt are really the same. In front of the Immortals Crime Bureau, a number of students. They shouted that they demanded justice for the students of their academy. The girl's mother was sitting in tears when suddenly she saw that Jiao Wenqian had arrived. Then she started screaming, how dare he show up there? His family must pay in blood. When contacted by the Khan police chief, the man said his son had caused them a lot of trouble. Khan answered him that he could roll out of there, or did he want to turn himself in? The man asked if they should really let him go. They would never believe that his family was not involved in the case. Kang replies that they're just the police department, it's all about proof. The man replied that during half an hour his son would be released. Jiao Wen said that the chief was wise, but there was something else. The supervisor asked him if he had lost his nerve. The man replied that he was not at all, but that too many people were wrongly slandering his son. He worries that anger might cloud their minds, that they might wish to take revenge on his innocent son. The man said it was the most convenient place to kill, and if they wanted to attack, they would do it there. He hopes the warden will personally oversee security. He is there as an upstanding citizen and asking for help from the crime bureau. All the more he would surely not want the country's talents to become murderers overnight due to immature minds. The inspector ordered the men to gather and follow him. Their task now is to protect Jiao Hao. Smiling wryly, the man said that the gentleman was indeed a reasonable man. He admired that. Jiao Hao called them a herd of fools, then said that they should first provide proof of their words. He would condemn each of them for slander. His father ordered him to write down exactly who dared to insult their family and have a lawyer send them all a formal summons. Just as suddenly, someone said to the head of the GAO family, "Then let them not forget to send one to him as well, please."
The man didn't understand how this happened. Shouldn't he be in an ambush right now?
Watching from the sidelines, the girl thought that who knew, he really had anticipated their countermeasures. Looking the man straight in the eye, the guy said that this time he would handle it on his own. Gao Hao shouted, "Let the guy rid them of his smug face. The disciplinary committee has no control over him, and the bureau has no evidence, only to worsen the relationship with his family, and end up like that bitch Chen Yuan." No sooner had he finished saying the girl's name than at that moment his father slapped him across the face. Walking up to Zhongqing, the men advised him to stop there. He said that there were many capable people in their family. Among them, he is a master of the soul purification stage. A guy can die in the blink of an eye. Let them not look at the fact that powerful families are hovering around him. In reality, they only need the skills of an alchemist. They are only looking for profit. If the guy dies, would anyone make an enemy, in the form of the Gao family, for the sake of a useless dead guy? Zhongqing replied that there was no arguing with it. The man shouted that it was true. Smart guy. There was no point in fighting over the dead. Just let him speak and he will put an end to all disagreements between them. Besides, his family will support him in the future. He ordered his son to apologize for his behavior. Or does his son seriously want to compete with a genius? The boy apologized. The guy replied that he didn't like the pointless feuding and these worthless grudges either. Everyone stood and watched. Did he really compromise? The woman said how stupid her daughter was too. The guy replied that he really wanted to end their feud, so please let him die. Upon realizing what had happened, the man immediately began shouting that he could not let his son die. Hugging her daughter, the woman asked did she see? The boy she had fallen in love with had avenged her with his own hands. Zhongqing said that the pain they caused him yesterday would return to them tenfold today. With eyes filled with rage, the man shouted that the guy would die. Zhongqing replied that they would see. Suddenly, a punch from Principal Shui flew straight at the man. The woman said don't get your hopes up, she wouldn't let any of her students get hurt. Seeing Gao Hao's bodies, the girl asked did he really do such a thing to him right at the door of the bureau? The commander shouted for them to surround and capture Zhongqing, let them not let Gao Wen even touch him. The principal asked Mr. Kang, is he trying to brazenly arrest her student again? Is he trying to piss her off? One of the subordinates asked how dare a teacher obstruct the law? A snippet of the past immediately appeared in the man's mind, and he ordered no one to move. After which, he told the headmaster that he was aware of her strength, but if she chose to become an enemy of the bureau, he as one of the 4 great masters couldn't turn a blind eye to it. Smirking, the headmaster replied that it wasn't exactly her wish. The head shouted that all the students and staff of the academy were opposed to the bureau. He told the boy not to act rashly. Isn't it the job of adults to take responsibility for the misdeeds of youth? The head asked the teacher was she really willing to do such a thing for Zhongqing? Unbuttoning her shirt, she told me that 50 years ago she fought an army of demons, the result of being infected with corpse poison. The head asked, but didn't the lady outnumber them in strength? The teacher replied that besides her, no one survived the battle. When they died, their soldiers turned into the walking dead. They had to devote over 90% of their forces to suppressing the infection. Otherwise, he fears, it would become one of them. The head asked does such a terrifying power really exist? She told me that ever since, this poison has made her suffer day and night, all the while reminding her that one day the demons will return. If you give that guy some time, he will definitely reach great strength and become an important ally in the confrontation against the evil one. Warming up, the head said that the director wasn't in the best shape, so let them leave the show down to him. They've been considered a foursome of great masters for years, always considered equals. Maybe they'll test that now? Mr. Kang asked if the old man was out of his mind. Is it really all for the sake of one student? He asked Mr. Have you heard the saying that you can't catch them all? Then he shouted for all the teachers' students to get ready. Mr. asked do they think they can all get away with it? At this moment, the phone in his pocket vibrated. It was the head of the Qianlong Pavilion, Dong Fang Yu, calling him. After talking to the Grand Master, Mr. Kang told Director Shui that she was indeed a master of her craft. Everyone to step back. Looking at her, the girl asked did she ask her father for help? The principal replied that she just said that his future son-in-law was in a bit of trouble. Jiang Yu started yelling that she didn't like this emotionless guy, they were just rivals. The man said let the guy even dare not think that he would be safe under the protection of the school. He, Gao Wen, vows to do everything in his power to avenge his son. The guy said the water's fine. There's no mercy for him either. He Zhongqing swears to fight to the last drop of blood, challenges the entire Gao family to a duel in 3 days. The girl said the man is provoking him, let the guy not be reckless. Gao Wen replied that fine, just fine. The battle is not for life, it is death, he agreed. Let him prepare to regret his arrogance. His family is tied to countless famous families. One word would be enough, in 3 days he'd have to deal with half of them. The guy replied that let him do what he wants, no one is stopping him from ending this man. Walking up to him, the girl asked him, did he even realize what he had gotten himself into? Zhongqing replied that of course, the life and death judgment is an ancient valuable contract. Once signed, it cannot be terminated until one of the parties dies. She was yelling that the aunt put so much effort into it, and the guy just decided to die for the sake of his impulsiveness. The principal said the academy could take care of security, but it's too late now. The teachers' council won't be able to intervene. In 3 days, he will have to fight against the Gao family alone. Zhongqing replied to her that the point was that the problem would not end as long as Gao Wen was alive. At that moment, while the man was moving away, Jiang Yu saw a punch mark on his arm. She realized that he was the killer. Chen Ning told him what she had heard. The Gao clan use all the connections and gather masters from all over the city. The guy apologized to her for making her worry again. The girl said they would fight together in 3 days. There were too many opponents for him to handle alone. At that moment, they saw something in the window. The boys said Mr. Kang had ordered them to secretly protect their relatives. The guy said that even those two were no match for her now. The battle is no match for the fights between students, it will be enough for him if his parents are taken care of in the meantime. Han asked how the guy thought he could handle Gao Wen. He replied that it would be quite helpful to get Hong done from the Hall of Souls. Su Da said that Gao's family can really attract a lot of people. He will be finished off just by stepping outside the threshold. At the moment, their plan is to prevent them from recruiting allies. The guy replied that most families act according to the situation. Given his status as an alchemist, half of them would remain neutral. Just as suddenly at that moment, someone knocked on the door. Suyin said that it seemed like their little master was so busy with the matter of the upcoming battle that he had completely forgotten about Su's sister's birthday. He told the girl that he didn't expect her to stop by at a time like this. She replied that she didn't think her family always had a nose to the grindstone. They are rather more like him. He asked, are they going to the party? Suyun said no, she would introduce him to her father first. Arriving at the Su family's manor, Yun told her father that she had brought him. Immediately seeing the man, Zhong was surprised. This man's name was Su Wan, the head of the Su family, one of the 4 great masters. Su Wan asked Zhong what was wrong with him. Didn't he expect to see one of the great masters crippled? Zhong said something like that. Su laughed and said that he too did not think that a second-rank alchemist would turn out to be such a young guy. Zhong lowered his gaze to his feet and asked, was it the injury that was to blame? Su said that it was already in the past. Zhong said, considering the condition, it hasn't been more than 10 years since then? And the reason is because of the persistent poison that causes the channels to deplete. Su said that this young man deserves to be called an alchemical genius. Only a glance could tell a lot about his condition. Zhong asked Su if he could take a closer look. Yun asked Master if he thought he could heal Dad's legs. Su said to Yun not to console himself with hope. In so many years, he had visited 3 alchemists of the Wudang school, but they were unable to even identify the poison, let alone cure it. And then Zhong lifted his pant leg and saw something terrible. Su said that he had been in severe pain day and night all this time. If he hadn't suppressed the spread of toxins, he would have died long ago. Zhong said that the poison was not easy, no wonder the other alchemists failed. Yun asked, is there really no way at all? Su said that it was fine, he had accepted his fate, still it had been quite a while. Zhong said putting him on his feet in about 3 minutes. Just then, Su shouted with a question, what did he say? Immediately, Zhong used the truth of chaos recovery and channeled all the energy into Su's legs. They were all surprised. All finished. Zhong stood up and said that this is it. Let Su try to stand up. Su lifted his foot and putting it on the ground was surprised. He couldn't believe this guy had done it. And his legs are moving. Yun was surprised and said that 5 hard years, he could finally stand on his own. Su fell on his knees and said that the young master has great art, a grace that is like a benefactor. Zhong said that he had previously practiced this spell, so he was just lucky to identify the poison. Su asked him what he was. Perhaps he had dealt with him before. Zhong said to Uncle Su, "Don't ask so many questions, let him tell in order. Are there any other victims besides him?" Just then, Shen appeared and asked Zhong, "So does that mean he noticed?" There can't be any mistake, the reason is because of the demon corpse that was used by the Wu clan. Su said Li Tianyi's cattle killed his son 5 years ago. He headed to his estate, but he also almost died from an unnamed poison. It was terrible. If the other 2 masters hadn't arrived, his life would have been cut short even then. And then Zhong had a thought about the Li family of the Wu clan 5 years ago. He thought it couldn't be all the preparations. No. Even normal assumptions can be wrong. All this time, the Wu clan was just playing with them. When he arrived at the banquet hall, Zhong didn't dare to enter and stood aside. People asked, "Isn't Zhong standing there? Is it that young second-ranked alchemist? Should they meet him?" But the guy told the second-ranked one not to. People say he challenged Jiao Wen. Their acquaintances are everywhere here, not to mention their closeness to the Li family. And since this Zhong showed up at Ms. Su's birthday party, he must be looking for an opportunity to ask for help. Shen said to Zhong to see that he was like a spirit of the wind to them. Zhong told him who the opinions of such scum mattered to. Shen asked him, is he worried about the Wu clan? Zhong said that since the Li family has been in Tianquan for that 100 years, their spheres of influence are very vast. If they are indeed the Wu clan, then the opponent could be anyone present. Su Die told Zhong that in that case, the right thing to do would be to focus on the problem with Jiao Wen. After all, the Jiao family are their main henchmen. If you interfere with the Li family, they're the weakest link now, Zhong said correctly, since nothing was clear yet. They will proceed according to the original plan. Su Die called the guy baby and said she liked him a lot. If he survives, she will have some surprise for him. Zhang said that he would be waiting, and then Li Chen came and said that little brother Zhong had also come to the celebration. When people saw him, they were all happy to see him. Fu stood in front of him and asked, "What is a member of the Li family doing here?" Li Chen said that he came to congratulate Mrs. Su on her birthday. Is there something wrong? Although I didn't expect to see Qing here at all, I thought he was at home preparing for the duel, but in reality, it turned out to be different. Qian laughed and said that he understood. Zhong came to ask for help from the Su family? People said that Mr. Li was openly supporting the Jiao family. After this, no one else would dare to help Zhong. Moreover, who would even dare to refuse Jiao? Zhong didn't stand for it and stood in front of Fu and told Qian to wait. Once he dealt with them, Qian would be next. People were asking if they heard, could this be considered a declaration of war? As a second-stage alchemist, it would be too expensive to make enemies of the Li family. Qian said, doesn't Zhong think that he might ruin the Li family's relationship with the Su family? Except that Su's head is paralyzed and lying in bed. Think of the implications. What's this show for? And if Zhong disrespected him, he would drown in a pool of his own blood. He would see if the old cripple could protect him. And then Su appeared and said, "Old cripple." Was it young Li who just said that? He asked. Fu, seeing his master, was overjoyed and said that he was cured. Qian also saw his legs were fine and didn't believe it. Su said that old man's body should not bother him. Let Qian go back and tell Li Qian to punish his son, otherwise he will do it. Su said that the Lord was merciful and was giving this boy to help the Su family, and immediately knelt down. But then Yun walked up to him and told him to make Zhong nod his head. Her father knelt down on purpose for everyone to see. Su said that the young master used divine power to heal the old man's legs. Su family will never forget his benefactor. And then everyone bowed and shouted loudly that the Su family would never forget his benefactor. Su said that young master made a life and death pact with Jiao. They definitely wouldn't dare to interfere. But if the other families turn against him, God knows the Su family will do anything to punish them. Fu said for everyone to bow to the Lord's words. Su looked at Qian and asked if he had heard. Qian asked them, for the sake of a mere disciple, are they willing to start a war? Su said he had given his word. If the Li family doesn't intervene, the Su family will be left out. It all depends on their actions. Qian thought that as long as the location of the Xian sword wasn't established, there was no need to stir up conflict. Qian said that he hoped that they would not forget their promise, and in 3 days, Zhong and the Jiao family would clash in a fair fight. Although, the entire GAO family are scum, but let them take their time to rejoice. They have more than enough to deal with the student. Su told Zhong to forgive him. The old man is able to intimidate Li Tian, however, he is not fooled. Zhong said that his legs had been damaged for several years. It will take a little time to fully recover. Su told Zhong that this is all they can do for him for now. Zhong told them to stop, even alone he can do it. Zhong said he needed some materials. Mr. Su, could he help find them? Su took the list and said, everything will do as he wishes. Yin said that the ingredients for the third-grade panacea, right? Zhong said that it was more for her improvement. And then both of them asked him, is it true? Zhong said that he thought it was time to admit that he was not a second-degree alchemist, but a fourth-degree alchemist. People thought if Zhong was telling the truth, no one would want to antagonize him. And here Tian too couldn't believe it. 3 days later, the House of Gao received a call. Yi apologized to Gao and said that they could not oppose the Su family, and of course the opponent. Probably a fourth-stage alchemist. Gao couldn't take it anymore, and smashed his phone on the ground. Gao asked the servant what the other houses were saying. The servant said that those who promised to help could no longer be contacted, and it seems like Mr. Gao said, we shouldn't expect any help from the House of Li either. Tian said that Mr. Gao is incredibly strong. He also has dozens of cultivators under his command. Is he scared of some little brat? Gao said we can't be careless. This is about avenging his son, about family honor. Everything must go perfectly, Tian said. As for the Su family, since they couldn't personally participate, then he heard that Zhong had appropriated the heaven-tearing sword given to the Gao family. However, he does not know that this sword has unusual properties. If he uses it against him, Gitoidor will immediately take his life. Gao said that the blade is supposed to be a gift, confirming the strong ties between families. Gao said that if anything else happened, let him drink the blood of a supreme ancient race to recreate a body like them and gain near immortality. Tian wondered what Zhong would do against this medicine. At this time, Zhong shouted that he had reached the peak of the 9th level of Qi refinement. Once his soul power is awakened, he can immediately start purifying it. It's time for him to finish off the Gao family. Liu told the boss, is he really going to go alone? The girl said there are hundreds of cultivators, he can't handle the crowd. Yun said that in fact, with this status, it was possible to attract many masters now. If it doesn't work out, you can always ask Jiang or other classmates for help. Zhong said that he had made up his mind, he wouldn't get anyone into trouble. And then the guy shouted for Zhong to come back alive. Jiang Yu shouted to her aunt to let her in. She would go and help him. Shui asked Jiang, aren't they rivals? Jiang said, the point is that he is dying there. Shui said that the duel has attracted the attention of the entire city, but everyone is only talking about the Gao family. But as the daughter of the head of Jianlong Pavilion, taking advantage of her abilities, she'll attract tons of attention. Just then, Jiang wanted to say something, but Shui told her to listen to her. A few days ago, the emperor summoned her to see him. He wanted to discuss the situation with the Shenyuan sword. Many years ago, a powerful witch turned human and snuck into the Orad on a quest. Shui asked as Jiang thinks where she might be right now. She thinks the Wu clan, just like them. Did you find out that the blade is hidden somewhere, Chen Chuan? Shui said there's a high probability. That's why it's better for them to keep a low profile. Does she know what kind of burden their family is carrying? Shui said that better than that, this sword is capable of breaking the magic circle protecting humanity, and it is also capable of killing the witch ancestor. The outcome of the battle depends on whose hands Shenyuan will be in. Therefore, Zhong or anyone else, if it is her life on the line, she will sacrifice everything without a doubt. Furthermore, said Shui, did she really think that he would be alone? Zhong came on the scene and Ho told Wang Dao that it's time to return the favor. This battle is just right for his guys. Wang Dao said that he knows Ho and the head did not get along, but in gratitude for saving him, the club is willing to take risks. And then Zhong saw them and said let them do as they know. Effie said that the Su family can't fit in, but he's not here on their behalf. The guy tore the emblem from his clothes and said that today they were not a disciplinary committee, but battle comrades. Zhong said didn't he tell them to stay? Chen said that half of the freshmen asked where to go to support him on a volunteer basis. Liu said that at this rate, his boss would become the idol of all the students. And then he turned around and saw a crowd of people coming to support him. Zhong walked and thought that he shouldn't afford to let anyone down anymore. This time he would rewrite history. Upon arrival, the guards were startled and asked, hadn't they been told that he would be alone? This Tianchuan Academy student and Xinka, today's battle is not only for the dignity of the Jiao family, but also for their existence. If they want to live, let them fight without question. In that case, Zhong pulled out his sword and attacked. And then he attacked them as well. On their way they spared no one, and destroyed as they could, leaving no living people behind. But then someone attacked Fei and he wouldn't have time to react. Just then, a guy showed up and saved him from death. Fe said that numerical advantage doesn't help, the Jiao elite surpasses them in skill. If they want to win, we need to get rid of their best fighters, and then finish off Jiao. Disciplinary Committee. The guy yelled to his men to cover Zhong and moved towards the building. Zhong stopped and looked at everyone as they fought. Zhong said that Shen was growing fast. Zhen turned around and said, naturally. Having to work hard to protect little brother. And then an old man from the guards overpowered from Zhong's guys and said that they would only approach the Jiao family thief over his dead body. And then Ho shouted to Wang Dao. Dao said that this old man is too strong, the whole club is outnumbered. Zhong looked at the clock and saw that the skill value was over 90. It's Jiao the butler. Su Han said that the old man had single-handedly handled 3 9th-level cultivators, also known for being the first Tianchun refiner. Ho stood in front of the boys and told them to leave. After all, that old man is his. He will fight him. The old man said that he advised this boy to take more people. Zhong walked beside him and said, not this time, Starper, and then the guards yelled to stop him from getting any closer. And that's when Ho used the wood trap technique. Ho said for everyone to obey, that let them not dare let any bastard from the Jiao family through the gate. Zhong asked Chen, a little more than 10 people passed? Chen said that everyone who could, the top of the disciplinary committee and the 3rd year. Su Han said, not another step forward. There's not a soul in the area, probably a trap. The boys said that behind the gate their comrades were giving their lives to buy time. That's why you can't go forward thoughtlessly. Chen said that it was a pity that none of them possessed the soul purification skill, otherwise, one could pass without worrying about anything. Zhong said that there was no such person, but there was their immortal lord. Immediately, he began to use his technique. Su Han and Chen were surprised and said that they had never seen such techniques before. Zhong said, everyone 10 meters behind him, go on the offensive. Su Die told the guy to take a breath and focus on his surroundings. This would help him awaken all the spiritual energy and enter the purification stage. Zhong did so, but immediately a guy jumped on him and Chen yelled for him to be more careful. Zhong saw him from far away, and immediately as he approached he used his attack and repelled the guy's punch. The guy was very surprised and didn't understand what just happened, as immediately he fell to the ground. Zhong said for them to keep their distance and move on. Su Han said that Zhong had finished off a Qi level 8 assassin with a single swing of his sword. Zhong didn't say anything, and with each step, everyone felt the energy and said the Tai Chi Yin and Yang blade. And then he stopped midway and the guy flew at him, but Zhong dodged and told him to keep it close. The attacker launched an attack and didn't expect Zhong to use split personality, and then he made a mistake. And Zhong had to strike back. The attacker was surprised by this and said, is he already a soul purification master? Zhong decided to turn off his spiritual exchange. Zhong said that all of Gao's mercenaries were finished. Su Han asked, is a human being capable of such a thing? Zhong said that when using spiritual energy, people's speed seems to slow down by a factor of 10. Comparable to the power of purification masters. Su Die said that her skills, Zhong is only borrowing her skills for a while. But the Jiao he is about to fight is a true master of soul purification. Zhong says they're on the spot. They rush in, surround and kill that dog Win. Su Die said it's too easy, and then they were surprised, and Zhong said it was a magic circle where they were now trapped. Su Han said that if they wanted to live, let them give her all their mana. Su Han said that it was fortunate that they had a magic shield, otherwise there would have been trouble. The guy shouted that the spell was too strong, the shield wouldn't last long. If this keeps up, they'll be buried alive. Zhong said it was time for an ace up his sleeve. But Shen would strongly oppose it, and refused. Zhong asked him why. Su Die said that the power of souls is limited in use, the next time will be the last time. Shen said to save her for the main battle. But here, rely on your comrades. Chen said that she was afraid that Jiao Wen was the one who did it. Su-Han said that they can't handle it, let him go ahead and finish him off. Zhong denied, but Su-Han said that there was no time to hesitate. If he continued to expend mana, there was no chance of winning. Chen said everyone's life is in his hands. Zhong said for them to finish listening. He is an alchemist. Here is a potion, said Zhong, capable of restoring all mana. There are about 100 of them here. They can drink it whenever they need it. Zhong said not to pretend like they were saying goodbye to life, or they would only make him laugh. Su-Han said that one jar is worth 50 million yuan. There is at least 5 billion yuan lying on the floor. Looks like he's going to have a serious conversation at home. Zhong said it was Ga Wen's turn. He took his sword in his hands and headed for Gao's building. Zhong said that the Jiao family usually lives in the netherworld. Su Die said yes, so they decided to fight from the outside. This is an illusion technique. Jiao stood on the other side and used a phantasmagoria, a look of despair. Zhong noticed this, and seeing the hand at his feet, immediately wanted to launch an attack, and that's when Yuan yelled that it was all his fault. Jiao helped her become an evil spirit to get revenge on him. Zhong was surprised and thought, is this a vengeful spirit? Yuan attacked and said that justice must be done. Zhen asked Zhong, what is he frozen about? Zhong said her death is really his mistake, it's okay to hate it. Yuan said then, why don't they leave together? And then Su Die slapped him and said that it was not enough to declare love to a fake. And then Zhong said, fake? Su Die said that Gao's ability doesn't allow you to manipulate the souls of the dead, but creates a multiple illusion. Su Die said that she would not let him die from the cheating technique on her shift. Jiao said he was a moron and let him die in endless shame. Yuan pounced on him with her sword and said that she wanted to die with him together. Zhong hit her and told her to get off his back. Zhong told him not to dare to play with the feeling of grief. Jiao was surprised and said that Zhong had just been consumed by grief. Jiao called him names and used his force, and then his men started to come out of the walls to fight Zhong. Zhong said that this was it. Due to the spiritual resonance, the strongest opponent existing in Jiao Wen's mind had appeared. Su Die told him to be careful, although illusion doesn't harm the body, but it traumatizes the soul, and might even kill it. She can destroy the spears with the power of unification. Zhong said that Jiao had not appeared yet. It was impossible to go with trump cards. Zhong said that he could sense the movement of primordial chaos. Spiritual perception had decently pumped his soul power. If he succeeds in destroying his illusion by his own efforts, he may be able to begin purification at once. Zhong saw the guy attacking him and dodged his attack and said that young Master Li was using the Jiao martial technique. Zhong attacked and said that it was too easy for him. Immediately, the others pounced on him. Zhong put up his hand and repelled their attacks and said that Su Jun's fire technique and Jin's lightning technique couldn't be that weak. Zhong shouted to Jiao that his plan had failed, so it was already time for him to get out. And then all the mirrors in front of him broke, and a hand came out of the wall and attacked him from behind. That hand was Chen. She asked him, is everything all right? Zhong did not understand what happened and asked them. Chen said they lost position as he headed towards Jiao, just stopping at the entrance. Zhong said she wanted to say he didn't even enter. Chen from behind pulled out a knife and attacking said that it was really over now. Zhong sensed that something was wrong here and managed to pull out his sword and pierce her. Chen said that he had time to react, but how did he guess? Zhong said that the real Chen wears shorts underwear. Immediately, the duplicate Chen covered her body. Jiao said that the reason why the strongest illusion technique failed is because Zhong is a terrible pervert. Zhong said that he was left with a small scar on his soul. There is no wound, but it still hurts like hell. Destroying something like this at the chi control level is really not easy. Chen asked Zhong how he knew what Chen Ning was wearing. Su Die said he's a pervert and a maniac. Zhong asked them, did they just hear that? Then Jiao appeared and asked Zhong if he was satisfied. Zhong said that he knows that the Jiao family is not practicing phantasmagoria, and what happened earlier is nothing more than probing the ground. Jiao pulled out his blade and said that today one of them must die. Immediately they pounced on each other. Zhong fell on his knee and thought that this blade was specially made for a heaven-shattering sword. If it wasn't for Zhen's reinforcement, this strike would have been the last one. Jiao was surprised that this kid stood up to his Tarkar. Gao realized that the triple spirituality and the 7 impure spirits were about to show themselves. This kid was ready to embark on the path of soul purification. Gao saw Zhong's attack and decided that he needed to shorten the distance. And at that moment, he went straight to attack. Zhong said that the flaws in his technique would not hide from Tai Jiangjian. Gao found himself behind him and asked Zhong if he was sure. Zhong realized that he wouldn't be able to keep up and shortened the distance again. Gao said that Wudang Tai Chi is perfect, but he perceives it with the power of his soul. This guy's movements are too slow. The techniques are perfectly honed, but the mana consumption is not small, he thinks. Zhong took a pill and said that the only thing an alchemist had to worry about was the lack of resources. Gao saw, and it seemed strange to him, the longer Zhong fought, the stronger he became. Sob confused him without half cleansing his soul. If the process had been completed, he would have lost without a doubt. Zhong looked away and worried for the others. And he should finish it soon, Zhong said to Ms. Su. Get ready to unite. Just then, Gao remembered about the bottle and took it out. Li had told him to drink the blood of a supreme ancient race to recreate a body like them. After drinking a bottle of blood, Gao wondered what kind of power it was. And then he began to break into pieces, and from the pain he threw away even his sword. Shen saw Gao's agony and said that it was getting through to him. It was like a witch's blood curse. Gao said that this is how it is, the blood will mix with the bloodline, resulting in a tenfold increase in strength, but the body and mind will gradually decay. Zhong told Gao that Li tricked him, it is not so the power that people are able to control. Drinking the blood of a witch and forcibly changing himself, Gao will begin to turn into a walking corpse, capable only of killing. In other words, a witch's puppet. Gao started laughing loudly and said that Zhong had killed his son, ruined his family. Even if he turned into a gutless zombie, he would still do what he had to do. Gao raised his sword and said, what a nice power this is for him, now he can even match even the 4 great masters. Zhong said that the witch's blood curse increased his physical strength, defense, and speed tenfold. Zhong said he asked Miss Su, let her raise her perception to the limit, then there would be no one here stronger than him. Zhong attacked Gao, and it was a battle of equals. Zhong could repel all his attacks, and then he found the loophole of the sphere. Zhong realized that he had used a true chaos body, and despite the dispersal of strength, Gituda was still more powerful than Qian. Zhong stepped back a distance as he suddenly saw that Gao was already coming at him with his attack. And then Zhong said all or nothing and launched an attack, but suddenly he was surprised that his blade couldn't withstand and broke. But Gao kept coming at him and attacked. During the attack there was an explosion and Zhong found himself pinned to the wall. Shen said that it was expected, ordinary people, after all, aren't even close to the noble Wu family. Su Da said restraining amulet, difference in cultivation, manipulation of bloodline. This battle is not fair. Gao said that he had originally advised him to surrender and now death would not be long in coming. Is Zhong satisfied? Zhong said does Gao know that you can't tell from his face that he is happy about his victory? Gao said his son is dead, his family is destroyed. Yes, and he himself has already become a corpse, and it's all because of a girl who has nothing to do with him. He regrets that he indulged his child, that he trusted the Li family and became his enemy. Gao said there's no going back now. Zhong said pity is for the weak. Gao stood up and told the guy to do it again. Zhong also stood up and said that he has no regrets. He would not lose to anyone from the Wu clan, it was a decision made back then. Zhong said Gao will have to die right now. Gao said for the guy to attack then, until he blew his head off and sacrificed it on his son's grave. Shen told Su Da to be ready to instill herself into Zhong and use the false moon to escape. Da said that she knows herself, and then Gao attacked and Zhong confronted him. Gao was surprised that Zhong with his broken sword blocked his attack. Zhong used his true chaos body, the 10 flourishes. Gao wondered what kind of power this kid possessed. He is growing without stopping. Su Da said no, the body does not change under the influence of mana, the entire bloodline is rewritten. Shen said that humanity was created by goddess Nuiwa in the likeness of the Pangu. The true chaos technique developed by Lao was only to develop the human race, to fully recreate the power of the first person. The characteristic of unification increased from 5% to 10%. This means that the true Chaos Kid's body is evolving again. Zhong said that he possessed one amazing thing, the Hall of Souls. Everyone only wants to reach the pinnacle of power, but they don't know that besides the hall there is something else important: ancient heroes and their former deeds. He likes, said Zhong, every time listening to another story, cry like a baby. Jiao asked him, what Hall of Souls is he talking about? What kind of nonsense is this? Zhong said that as an unremarkable person without any history, he was so jealous of them. The spirits of the heroes are always with a complex character or with a difficult fate. But all of them, without exception, stick to one path, which they believe is the right one. Zhong said, right, let Cheng's death be on his conscience forever. He is still a brilliant alchemist who defeated the influence of the Jiao family. Now his whole life he can shake a lot of money from people. But to tell the truth, Zhong said he's a coward. He only dreams of the simple pleasures of married life. To spend the rest of his time with Chen in peace. However, every time he closes his eyes, all the stories of those characters he longs for and looks forward to seeing resurface, and so he decided one day to become like them. Let his body be restrained, feelings of love have to be stifled, and the whole world is set against. There are only two words: the right way. Chen said that it was the boy who took the soul purification period. Jiao said, enough snotty stories, let Zhong go to the other world. Zhong launched an attack and Jiao was surprised and asked, what kind of power is this? Zhong stood still and used calmness and rage in one cycle. Zhong moved to another realm and was surprised. Someone said that the ruler of the Chu kingdom had arrived. Ruler Chu said that he heard Gan Jiang is the best alchemist in the Celestial Empire. He wants to ask him to forge him the strongest sword. Chu said to the master, will he refuse the sovereign? The master said no, to his majesty, he will get what he wants. Chu said then he's giving him 3 months, once he's done, we'll be expecting him at his place. The master said that to forge a weapon like this, it would take at least 3 years to temper alone. The woman said, but they were given no more than 90 days, if they didn't meet the deadline he would get angry and punish him. The woman said that Prince Chu was just a reckless man with the blood of the Wu clan in his veins, it would be better to cast a magic sword to defeat him. The master said that even though he was forced, he didn't plan to break his promises even if he died. The name of the first alchemist must remain his, and so they embarked on a journey, at the end of which a pair of magical swords of yin and yang were cast. However, it took more than 3 years. Ruler Chu, having waited for so long, was already burning with rage. The master said that when he brought the sword to him, death awaited him anyway. Hide the blade yin, but if he comes for it, without hesitation let her give it to him. Their lives are more important to him. The girl said with tears in her eyes that she understood him. Prince Chu said to the master, does he know that disobedience is punishable by death? Even though he had appeared here with a blade, what would be his last words? Prince Chu asked. Master said that this sword is now just 1 step away from completion. He asks that Chu lend him an imperial tripod. The master decided to kill, and in parting he told them to tell his wife to live happily and not to think of revenge. Prince Chu saw the flames and asked his subordinates. The master had definitely jumped. He tempered the sword using his body energy. He is a true alchemist. They are all saddened by his early death. The girl asked her son if he wanted to avenge his father. The boy confidently said yes. The little guy said that the Wu clan's blood flows in the ruler. It won't be easy to pierce his immortal body. The girl said, knowing his father, why did he sacrifice himself? It is said that in the deepest antiquity, the emperor merged the flesh and blood of all mankind, tempering the sword to kill Wu's ancestor. Before the death of the great Hongyun, the blade was betrayed to the human race. Yellow Emperor Shen famously killed Kai with this sword. Therefore, the weapon is now called Shen Yuan. Although the blood and flesh of 1,000 human lives would be better than them, sacrificing the sword would make it much easier to kill the king. And then she too followed her husband into the fire. The little boy shouted to his mother not to do it, and then the kid hit adulthood and told King Chu that he was challenging him to a duel. He wanted to avenge the death of his parents. So, a 16-year-old young man, with his sword moi dressed up, entered the palace alone, and no one could stop him. In the end, the ruler of Chu was killed, followed by the child rebels against the throne. At the end of the battle, the pair of swords disappeared as if they had never existed. Zhong said that this is the treasure that is mentioned in the story of the spirit of the dead hero. But no, it is both the hero's soul and a magic weapon. Zhong told the ancestors to let him, an ignoramus, adopt their dreams and desires. In this life, no one from the Wu clan will be victorious, even regardless of their numbers, said Zhong. they will all fall. Zhong struck his own attack and held on to the last one. Jiao received a crushing attack from Zhong and was surprised. He didn't understand how this was possible, and then Jiao managed to block another attack from Zhong. But Zhong's strength was so great that Jiao bit down on his own sword with his teeth. Zhong didn't falter on this and immediately launched another attack. He used all of his ancestral power. Chen said that Ganjiang and Moi combined the strength of Taiji and Yinyang. The full power of the sword seemed to come together. Ganjiang and Moi were created just for killing Wu's men. Zhong raised his sword and with an attack said that it was over. Jiao didn't give up either and told Zhong to die and decided to launch a counterattack. Zhong was surprised that he still had some strength left. But he had to attack. This time, Gao's weapon was broken, and the lion trophy standing next to them was destroyed. Su Han said the circle has disappeared. Chen said that means the winner has been determined. Su Han asked who won? Ho was fighting the old man at that time and said that he was really strong, but Ho defeated him by sealing him in the ground, and in the aftermath said that the old man was a monster, not a man. Fei was telling the guy that this Ho inspires fear too, right? Interrupted pretty much everyone. The guy said that when Ho got injured, he was only a little weaker than Chen. What's to say about his current state? Ho looked up into the sky and told Zhong that everything further was up to him. The old man said that his chapter would not be easily defeated, and then a silhouette that was very huge came out of the castle in front of the guys. And Chen immediately shouted to Zhong. It was Jiao. He fell on his knees in front of everyone and said that it was impossible. The Wu clan was immortal. Zhong came out after him and said that nature is imperfect. There are no immortals in this world. Plus, he has wisdom, passed down through generations by countless souls of heroes, which is enough to destroy all living things. Showing his hands to the guys, they had silhouettes of yin and yang on them. The guy started shouting that Jiao was dead and they had won. Chen pounced on Zhong and said how good it was that he was alive. She was already starting to think. Zhong said in her ear that he promised to come back alive. Chen pushed him away and said they were friends. Zhong said right, she is just a fan. The other guys on the street heard too and were very happy that Jiao was killed. The boy had defeated him. The castle guards turned around and saw the guys saying that the Jiao family had lost in the end. Ho told Zhong that he knew he wouldn't fail. Zhong told the old man that he wanted them to take responsibility for the lives of the rest of the Jiao family. The old man knelt down and said that the head was dead. From now on, there would be no more appearances. At least someone from the Jiao family who would ever become Zhong's enemy. The guys all started congratulating Zhong and throwing him in the air. But then he noticed that the death of his friends had passed in front of his eyes. Zhong said that they would never allow their peace to be disturbed. Zhong asked, "Where is Liu Ji?" Fei said he was just now running away and explained that he urgently needed to get back to the academy. Zhong stood in front of Jiao and said that this cursed blood was indeed a disgusting thing. What happened in his past life must not happen again, for him to watch the tragedy at the academy like a fool. The Li family is just one step away from uncovering the truth about the emergence of the Wu clan. Jiang said a message came from Zhong-san. The contract has been fulfilled. Zhong has won. Shui said who would have thought that this boy would single-handedly massacre the entire house. And then she noticed something and said that some powerful aura was rapidly approaching just to their location. Wu's ancestor. Hidden in Tianquan, he finally appeared. Jiang thought the Wu clan? Just then, Zhong stood there and said that feeling. Zhen was also surprised to see it. Zhong felt a disgusting odor. That smell was so familiar it cut into his marrow. And there was no need to turn around. He couldn't be wrong. The creature standing behind him is an ancestor of Wu, who had attacked Tianquan in his past life. Zhen said for Zhong to regroup. He's in no condition to fight right now. He'll be killed in a heartbeat, so he can only hope for 9 false moons. Zhong was heading towards the building and saw a hand that was heading towards him. And then he immediately remembered the past, how he had lost his friends in this battle. Zhong didn't run away and looked at the monster and said that he was finished. At that moment, Zhong pounced on him. Zhong saw that everything was repeating, but this time, Wu with Di Jiang's bloodline, his abilities were enough to affect space. The monster grabbed Zhong by the throat and told the inferior sort to disappear. Zhong felt like he was splitting apart. Zhong said that neither the time nor space spell would help him anything this time. He had been preparing for this since his rebirth. Just a short wait and he would be able to use a technique that was enough to kill instantly. But there's only one shot. At this moment, Zhong looked around the side and saw that there was someone else here. He immediately told them to disappear. Shui arrived at the place and told Ancestor Wu that how long she had been running after him. And then she saw Gao's dead body. No wonder, since the Wu clan had already been in Qianchuan for several years. Just then, Shui transformed into a fiery woman and said that he wouldn't have a chance to escape today. Jin said, hundreds of fire rooms. She combined them. It is a forbidden technique. And Jing Su Da said that she was afraid that this woman is the strongest fire lord she knows. Jiang was also there and said the battle dragon is real. Her aunt? Monster asked, is this flame capable of burning out time and space? A spark that could only flare up once, no matter how bright, was meaningless. Shui said that once was enough. The monster grabbed Jiao and told him to hold still. There's a better way for him to die. Shui started spitting black blood and didn't understand what happened. Jiang saw this and shouted to her aunt. They asked what's the matter? Shui couldn't say anything and fell to the ground. But Jiang had time and caught her in midair. Jiang asked her, is this spell poison? Zhong said it's an unusual poison and a side reaction after taking the cursed blood. Zhong realized that Shui had accepted Wu's bloodline without question. What was her connection to their clan? Jiang shouted and asked what to do. Zhong walked over to her and took Shui in his arms and told her that if she wanted to save her aunt, let her listen to him. Zhong put her in the chamber and told Jinyu to leave. He would do it himself. Chen started to get indignant. Zhong told Jiang to take off all her clothes, her underwear too. Jiang asked him what he was up to. Jiang told her if she didn't want her dead, let her do as she was told. Jiang got scared and said, okay. Zhong saw her body and said that the poison had already spread enough. If someone else had been in her place, they would have become a corpse long ago. Zhong stood in front of Shui and used the recovery technique and channeled it straight into her body. Jiang told Zhong where he had spread his paws. At this time, Jin was eavesdropping and said, do you have to touch there too? Zhong is a stinking pervert. Jiang said she can't watch. That's it. He's had enough. Immediately, she slammed the door shut and clamped down on Shen. Shui woke up and asked Zhong, did he suppress the poison? Zhong said he didn't suppress it, but absorbed it. This is the most serious contamination he's ever seen, the damned blood going deep into his organs. Maybe even now there's still something left. His practices involve forgiving all things, but there is no way to deal with such poison, just a drop in the ocean. Shui said nothing. It's already a miracle to meet him. Jiang asked what was she saying? How did Wu's poison end up in her body? Shui said in order to kill the demon, she decided to take the cursed blood herself, but every day she was absorbed more and more. Just then, Zhong closed in and told teacher Shui, could she please cover herself up? Shui told him that when he was undressing, she didn't notice that he was embarrassed. Shui said that of course men are all hypocrites. Zhong said that he had to. Shui asked him how long she had left. Zhong said that if she used force again, the poison would begin to spread immediately, in which case, the effect would no longer be reversed. And by using mana for constant suppression, and additionally using the chaos technique once a month, then it was likely that she would be able to live for another 3 years. Or said Jiang, in these 3 years, his strength will grow. And then Jiang told his aunt that she couldn't believe it. Shui apologized to her for keeping it from her. And to Zhong, it's all clear now. He had always wondered, having been a disciple of Dongfang in his past life, why he had never once heard of Shui. Progenitor Wu's strength had only increased now. In the past life, all of Qian's cultivators had united, but there was no chance of victory. Zhong thought that it was pointless to publicize the fact that she had been beheaded by the 4 great masters back then. He fears that it was Shui who was the demon killer but died from the cursed blood. However, Qian Pavilion, in order to cover up the Shui case, completely erased all the information, and it turned out that the 4 great masters were the assassins. All in all, this made sense. Most likely, this secret case is the key to the reason for the demon's attack on Qianchuan. Jiang told her aunt that she wouldn't let her die. Shui asked what was wrong with her life. It's a pity, but you can't kill the demon with your own hands anymore. Zhong said it's no wonder she's still unmarried. The war doesn't roll off the tongue, so that's how she'll stay a wench. Shui asked, what does he care? Does he think she likes it herself? Jiang tried to reassure her aunt. Shui stepped aside and took offense. Jiang told Zhong that she forbade him to get personal. Zhong said then shouldn't she tell him why some teacher had kept the poison in her for so long? Zhong asked, why does the head of the disciplinary committee also know about the cursed blood? Shui said that as far as she knew, only the primordial chaos technique could suppress this bloodline. But Qi technique had always been under the control of Eastern Emperor Wan. Where did Zhong learn such a thing? She asked. Jiang asked, what did Auntie mean to say that Zhong was practicing a primordial chaos technique that not even the Emperor's cousin had practiced? Zhong said that only he could heal her, but in return let her help, let her be honest. Shui said that since he saved her life, the reason behind hiding it is no more, it is actually her. Shui realized that when this kind of ordinary person found out about her and the dark identity, would start licking his heels in fright. Zhong knew that he had guessed their identity long ago, but the purpose of their coming to Qian. Perhaps this was the clue. Shui said that the first proprietor of the Netong Kingdom, Pavilion Elder Qian Lun, who single-handedly established the Xing Bureau, she had come to find the Xian sword. And after meeting the demon, convinced even more, sword Xian was definitely hidden in Tianquan. But use personality, really? And then Jiang started to say that originally, she wanted to communicate with him as a normal person, but it seems like she would have to reveal herself now. Jiang told him to listen carefully. She is actually the head of Qianlun Pavilion, and at the same time the daughter of a Kun school elder, thus, Her Highness is one of the heirs to the throne of the Dong Kingdom. Zhong said he didn't care at all. But that's it, then it all adds up. The demon attack in his past life wasn't random. She had been hiding in Qian for a long time, increasingly enslaving the clan in order to discover the whereabouts of the Xian sword. It wasn't until half a month later that it was revealed why the demon had attacked the academy, probably because the sword was supposedly there, so she decided to act no matter what. Jiang asked him, was he scared? Let him get his senses in order. She liked his rebellious look so much. Zhong thought that now neither Shui nor the demon had discovered anything. It turns out that he had so much information in his hands, they had never dreamed of such a thing. Jiang told him to stop. Don't. He might not fall to his knees. Jiang thought that now, to prevent tragedy, he just needed to find a sword faster than a demon. Zhong decided it would be best for him to join forces with Shui. Zhong asked them if they wanted to know where he had learned such a thing. Jiang showed the orb and said that this is the source of all things. Jiang looked at this ball and didn't understand what it was. Was Shen also thinking about Xian's sword? Isn't it the one that belongs to Hong? Su Die said not badly. In his time, the Yao clan occupied the god's palace, and Wu is chaos on earth. To counter it, the Yao have genocided the human race. At the cost of the blood of 1 billion people, a sword was forged that could deal with the demon race. Hong couldn't bear the extinction of humans, and taking a sword blank with her, went alone to the god's palace, but she had no idea that she would be killed by 12 demons. Chen said that after letting out her last breath, Hong holding a sword caught his eye. She wished to pour her soul and purple qi into the assassin's blade, thus giving birth to the first deadly weapon in the Celestial Empire, the purple blood blade. It protected the human race from generation to generation, endlessly reborn. And then said Su Die, in the era of the 3 rulers and 5 emperors, Kai led the demon army, having been reborn as the fairy of the 9 heavens. Hong bestowed a purple blood blade upon Huang Di, thus lending her support in defeating Kai. People were unaware of the blade's real name, so they eventually referred to it as the Xian sword. Zhen said that was strange. Then where could he be now? He clearly identified. There was no trace of purple blood on her body. Su Die asked Zhen, who is he talking about? In the other world, the monster was speaking of a great ancient deity, the ancestor of demons. The monster asks him to bless his descendants to banish humanity, let him allow the demons to return to this earth. And then the man was telling the Lord that his son. The monster said that if people want to get the power of the Wu clan without being consumed by voodoo and turning into a corpse, they must obey the demons and keep renewing fresh blood for the damned. But he betrayed him, annexed large clans without destruction, moreover, hid the blood he gave him to destroy the outsider, thereby offending an ancient deity. Li yelled for him to stop. He doesn't want to become the corpse of a demon. Li's father told the monster what he was trying to accomplish. Did he forget how her mother died? And then Li froze, hearing about her mother. Li remembered the whole thing and said that from now on, he didn't want to know him, but he also wouldn't let the scum bully him anymore. Little Li was telling his father that he understood everything. He needs strength to protect his friends. The father told him to follow him. Upon arrival, the father would say that the child had born and possessed the cursed blood. Now they would become immortal servants of God. And then the mother came and said to Tien, "Is he crazy?
Does he want their son to turn into a monster like that?"
The mother was telling her son not to be afraid. His mother is by his side. She will take him to Xingxian and destroy all the demons and the entire Li family. And then Li's mother got stabbed in the back, and it was his father. His father was saying that this is it, the end of betraying the demon god. Li lay crouched down with his mother's body standing over him. He screamed and cried from such terrible pain. Li said it was because of Zhong. If it wasn't for him, her mother would still be alive. How could he stoop to this? Li screamed that he didn't betray. And he doesn't want to end up like her stupid mother. He agrees with the fact that he annexed the clans, gave Jiao cursed blood, but it's all for the Wu clan. Monstar told Tien, if he has something to say, let him say it. This is his last chance. Li said that Zhong had shown strength comparable to a god many times. If left to his own devices, he would definitely prevent the Wu clan from taking possession of the sword. Even so, illegal possession of cursed blood is above the line. Li said he admits the mistake. It won't happen again. His faith in God is immeasurable. The monster said that his stupidity had led to terrible consequences. Li's father asked the monster if there was something that frightened him so much. The monster said to Shui, she is the strongest fire lord who beheaded his fellow 100 years ago. Fortunately, she doesn't have that much strength in her right now, weak as a burning candle in the wind. Li said that since it was a matter of course, we should speed up the search for the sword. Let him release it. Only the major clans under his control. They were the only ones who could help find out about Hongyun's reincarnation faster. The monster sent his energy towards the guy and said that he liked gifted servants. Li said, "Oh great Di Jiang, his sacred blood is beautiful." The monster said to schedule every day. Let them use all the families under their control, even if they have to resort to drastic means. Father asked Li, did he hear? More drastic measures? Li said he'd get right on it. As Li left, he told his mother and looked at his hand for her blessing. Only by combining all of Tianquan's strength would they be able to find the sword, and then he will fight his father and destroy the Wu clan. Only he is worthy to be the savior of mankind. Shui asked Zhong, was that the orb he brought from the academy's treasury? Zhong said that according to her, it was found in the ruins of a celestial abode that had disappeared without a trace. If he understands correctly, the place to find this relic should be at the bottom of the Tianquan waters. Shui asked him, how does he know? Zhong said that because he had been there before. All gags aside, he had once thought of throwing himself into the sea. The reason for the suicide was Chen. People were asking why he was the only one who survived. Sacrificed so many lives to save his worthless life. How can he still live peacefully? He must be related to the Wu clan. Investigate him. Zhong's father was yelling at them to get out of here. His son was hurt too. Leave him alone. And then Zhong's father grabbed his heart, and everyone got scared. He told them to call an ambulance quickly. Mother said after Zhong's father died, this is the money saved by his father. He does not want to carry out the operation. Said that with it, he can enroll in Xinka. Zhong asked, why did he do such a stupid thing? It was all because of him. He failed to take care of Chen, reduced his father to the grave. Why is he the only one left? He has no right to live, and immediately threw himself off the cliff. Once in the water, he heard a voice for Zhong to wake up and open his eyes. An immeasurable threat is coming. Da Dao 50, Tien 49. They still have a glimmer of hope. The Hall of Souls, the brilliance of primordial chaos, gives him away. Zhong realized that it was a familiar voice, so who was calling him? When he opened his eyes, he found himself in a Taoist temple. A gate opened in front of him and a bright light could be seen. He did not resist, and holding out his hand, a voice told him that the Hall of Souls was calling out to the master. And a man appeared in front of him and said that he was the Lord of Men. Yellow Emperor Shen heard all of Zhong's thoughts. He would honor Zhong with the title of emperor. Would he join forces with him to stop the Wu clan again and drive them out of this land? Zhong was overjoyed at this offer and immediately agreed, saying that until death separates them, he will fight. And then, filled with guilt and hatred, he lived and trained at the temple. In order to defeat the Wu clan, he decided to completely shut himself off from the world and harden himself, eventually becoming an assassination weapon. Dongfang was surprised and said that 100 demons raided the northwest, the numerous Xiuxian alliance troops were destroyed. Zhong told her that he understood, he would get through this quickly, it wouldn't affect his future practice much. Dongfang said since he's been here, busy with only two things, practicing, killing demons, then practicing again, and so on. Jiang really isn't interested in state affairs and the position of emperor? Dongfang asked. Jian told Master how long she thought it would take the Wu clan to wipe out the human race. Dongfang said that 3 years would not be enough. Zhong said that he did not have so much time to waste on mundane matters, it was necessary to not only level up with them, but also catch up with those 12 demons who had obtained the power of the progenitor. Jiang said that he was a loser. Having the opportunity to atone for his own weakness is worth a lot. Zhong always said that he was just an ordinary person, an ordinary passerby who didn't stand out in any way and had no talent for anything. His only goal, to try his best to defeat the demons. He will no longer allow himself to be helpless. Zhong said that the reason for the suicide is so ridiculous, bullying by Jiao Hao. But as soon as I reached the bottom of the sea, I saw the very abode of the Celestials. I could not enter it, but I went around it from all sides, and there I saw a fragment called the Complete Comprehension of Chaos. Su Die said he's lying, his soul is in an unstable state. Shui said no wonder he's holding that trinket, turns out he's been to those ruins too, now it all adds up. Zhong asked teacher Shui, did she find anything there? Shui said that it was strange too, but, after carefully searching the ruins, hoping that the Shenyuan sword was hidden there, they were enveloped by a mysterious power. As soon as she touched the door, the crit immediately disappeared. There was only time to grab the useless relic at the entrance. She fears that this abode was erected by a certain generation of emperors, and only people selected by the true chaos are allowed to enter there. Zhong said that he was definitely selected based on his pretty face. It seems that she really doesn't know anything about the abode. Shui said now that they both know the gist of the matter. Zhong said that Jiao personally confessed that he got the cursed blood from Li Tuan. Just then, Jiang turned around and walked towards the door. Zhong was surprised and asked her what happened. Jiang said it would be dark soon and the Li family was still alive. Jiang stopped her and said that she was absolutely not allowed to go there. Jiang said to him, isn't he too bold? Let Zhong not even think about stopping her. He remembered the old man telling him that he had a daughter who had sacrificed herself to protect him. Zhong had told her that you can't be a demon opponent. You can't even think of such a thing. Jiang got angry and said can we stop underestimating her already? Jiang said she was crazy and ordered her to come down to earth. Jin shouted for Zhong to be more careful. Immediately, Jiang launched an attack at Zhong, but he managed to absorb it. Jiang said, those are traces of cursed blood. Shui said, this is a great technique to contain the side effect. Zhong said yes, the way he is cured is to inhale voodoo using the chaos technique. Zhong told Jiang that he believed that Li and had already managed to reach that level of Wuhua, let alone Li, much less the Wu clan. Shui said that Zhong is right, the power of this clan is unfathomable. Zhong said that once infected, teacher Shui would no longer be able to use spells, and their only chance to win is to find the sword of Shenyuan. And don't give it to anyone. Su Die said that Master Zhong did well, fooled the 2 girls of Qianlong Pavilion. Chen said that he has only been cultivating for half a month, such a desire to fight the Wu clan. At this moment, something happened and Zhong started spitting black blood while cultivating. The guys were surprised, and felt sorry for him. Zhong told them not to worry, everything is more or less. And at that moment, the people he saw in his head appeared in front of him. Chen said that not counting Shui, Zhong drank Su Wan and Jiao Wen's poison. Su Die said that if this continues, he will soon turn into a demon corpse. Zhong said that it was the only way to save Su Wan and Shui. Devouring the cursed blood, also a way to become stronger. Through the pain and agony, Zhong shifted into his subconsciousness, and saw the monster in front of him, who was slain and already exhausted. Coming closer he saw the woman's hand, she was saying that there was no time left, an immeasurable disaster was coming, let him accept the blood of the Wu clan. It was the progenitor of the earth, the mother of Bhavachakra Hu too. She told Zhong that this was the last glimmer of hope. Zhong was surprised to see the mother of Hu Tu land. He held his head and said that it was his memory again. In his past life, he had consumed the blood of the demon progenitor and died. But the right reason was the concentration of the forces of Shenyuan, the god Dunhuang, the Buddha Tathagata and others, and the common death with Pangu. Immeasurable disaster. What the hell is this? Zhong asked. Why, in his mind, are there two different memories of his past life? Zhong said that it looked like he had forgotten something important. Su Die made sure that Zhong noticed something strange too. Zhong shouted, "How could he be consumed by something like this?" Immediately, he let out all his energy. At this moment, his watch started and showed his combat power points rose. Su Die said that the demon blood was really amazing. After absorbing it, his soul purification level could be upgraded to the 4th level. Zhong said that with his current power, he was getting closer and closer to Li and Jiang. Zhong said Jiao level master, no longer a problem. Chen said that it seems Zhong has completely suppressed the side effects of the cursed blood. Zhong said that when creating humans, the goddess Manhwa, let's say, tried to fit 3 powers, immortals, demons and monsters, into one body, thus striving to resemble Pangu. In consequence, each newborn belonged only to a particular race. Su Die said correctly, and as a disciple of the goddess, she had observed the process of creating humans with her own eyes. Zhong said, he and Jen wonder where she got so much experience from. In any case, having mastered the chaos technique, it is the closest to perfection. It can hold both the blood of oddworlders, the blood of demons, and the blood of immortals at the same time. All is well only until the cursed blood overcomes the limits of mana. Jen asked him, what if he exceeds? Zhong said that in that case, he hoped that they guys could kill him quickly. Zhong said it was better for him to die than to turn into a mindless monster. Jin said to deal with the Wu clan, does he have to do that? Zhong said that if one day he finds that he has the opportunity to start over and save Hong, how will Jin do? Jin said that even if one had to descend to the hell of eternal torment, meet Rahu, suffer from the ancestor demon Styx, still save her? Zhong said Jin, born immortal, naturally does not understand. Most people do their best to just survive. Zhong knew that in his past life, he had adhered to the so-called dignity, rejected the cursed blood, and eventually lost to the Wu clan. Only now can he finally recognize, if humans want to confront the superior race, it is only by taking possession of their own power. That same day, at Cheng Yuan's house, she was lying on the floor unconscious, and her mother stood by her side and mourned for her. Suddenly she opened her eyes, but they were not her usual eyes, they were covered in a green color. At this moment, Zhong was heading somewhere and thought that he felt sorry for Cheng Yuan. Jiao is already dead. He hopes that her spirit in heaven can find peace. When he arrived at Cheng's house, he saw her mother shouting to Zhong to come to them quickly because Yuan's coffin lid was open. And at this moment, Cheng herself appeared, who was covered in magic. Zhong asked, what is going on here? And immediately she looked at Su Die and asked, did she do this? Su Die said that she told him that if Zhong kills Jiao, there will be a surprise waiting for him. Zhong asked her, what's next? Su Die said that when Yuan was at death, Zhong had used the 9 false moons on her, and now, she had just triggered them. Zhong said, didn't she say that this technique was only effective on himself? Su Die said, what if Chen Yuan is herself? And here, the guys were more surprised at such words. Su Die said she thought it was a coincidence at first. But now she's sure Cheng is her reincarnation. Su Die said that if her heroic soul fused with Cheng, then she would be able to use the 9 false moons on her. At the same time, it means that no longer can she part with Yuan. If the illusion is dispelled, she will die. Shen said that it was an unprecedented case of a hero's spirit leaving the host and being possessed by another person. Su Die told him not to worry. In essence, she was created by the Hall of Souls. Being in another body, he would still be able to point her out. Zhong said it sounded like that, but it was more like Dag using Cheng's body to try to achieve a soul materialization that he couldn't complete due to his lack of precise cultivation. Zhen said that in theory, what would result from their fusion was still equivalent to the host soul. Sharing lives and cultivation with him, the attachment to the itch of souls would never go away. Su Die said that the choice is up to him. Zhong told her to forgive him, because sometimes he can't trust himself, let alone another person. Zhong said it's decided, the spirit of the hero will leave the body. And then he said that Su further by herself. Su Die was surprised and said that Zhong himself said that he couldn't trust them. Zhong said it's not a matter of trust, Cheng died because of him, consider this way repaying his debt. Moreover, after acquiring his own body, becoming of the same cultivation level as him, Su Die would not only be able to act on his own, but would also be of incomparable help to him. After going inside of Cheng and getting into her, she eventually came to her senses and said that she remembered clearly what had happened. The mother shouted to Yuan and hugged her and said that it really wasn't a dream, her daughter was alive and well. The mother asked Zhong, what kind of divine magic did he use? Cheng asked, did Zhong save her? Cheng hugged him and said she thought she would never see him again. Zhong is a fool. Zhong said for her to recover, there's no way he can get away from the rebel girl image. Cheng said she doesn't care, she wants it. Zhong said that one of the side effects of the spell is a completely melted brain. What? So Da said that this little girl really loves him. Zhong told Cheng that Dag would explain everything to her, but let her remember, only they know of her existence. So Da said to Zhong to calm down, they have the same body now, she is also under the shackles of the Hall of Souls. If something is on his mind, he can kill her in one count. Zhen said that Da is somehow a little too happy. Da said, why shouldn't she be happy when her reincarnation is saved? Zhen told her to mean it, if she even had the thought of betraying Zhong, he would kill her without blinking an eye. Yes said quite well, she was really hiding something from him. But did he really think Zhong still hadn't noticed anything? Zhen said Zhong only said that Zhong didn't even trust himself, let alone others. Apparently it was about her. Da said that this matter was only about Zhong and the Hall of Souls. Being in Yuan's body, she would be able to get more information. Zhen said that he was past his age, where was he compared to the youth? Immediately, he followed Zhong's footsteps, while Li said that the last hope of humanity was in their hands. For it is shrewd wisdom to be loyal to his house, let them let their hands be free. They can do anything even if the entire city is in ruins, but let them find the reincarnation of the sword. The guy told Mr. Li if he makes too much noise, he's afraid the Xingxian Bureau. Li said it was nothing. Who here doesn't have blood on their hands? If he gets his hands on the sword, he will become the next holy emperor. They will be considered heroes for centuries to come. He repeats again, it is forbidden to lose, not to mention that his father might discover their plans. This is their last chance to deal with the demon. Li thanked Zhong, because without him, he wouldn't have made a decision and he wouldn't have approached this matter thoroughly. Arriving at the mall, Cheng said that she was surprised, she was not dead, in fact, alive. Da said that created by the legends of Dag, she is henceforth in the same body as the protagonist, she does not know if it is ironically. Cheng said that Zhong really changed her life. Da said they worked so hard to achieve a new life, let's just have a good time today. And then there were people arguing next to them and the man was saying that the other guy couldn't see that he was the first one to park here. The guy said to the man, how dare he bicker with him? Does he even know who his father is? Da saw this and with a wave of her hand ordered that they be friends. The guy apologized to the man and said he was too impulsive. The man said no, this let him forgive him, it was not nice of him to take advantage of his position. Cheng asked yes, is this her strength? Yes said no, this is Cheng's strength. Da told Cheng to let her take control of her body for a while, she would show her what it means to be alive. Immediately, she was embellished 100 times over, and passers-by gawked at her like a model. The woman said to her husband, who is he looking at? Cheng said for Da to watch. That her soul is soaring. Da said that people, don't hide your inner self, fall in love with her, enjoy her as much as you want. And then Cheng saw the man and saw his real self, where he wanted this beautiful Cheng. And the delivery guy thought he was pissed off, couldn't win a single game last night. We'll get my nephew to bring him up a rank today. Cheng said that seeing through people's mood swings is also her ability. Yes, she said it's not an ability. Da said that when you raise your soul level to its maximum, you become more sensitive to the emotions and obsessions of those around you. There is nothing good about it, because most thoughts are just awful. People are surrounded by it all day long. After a while they get saturated and become insensitive. In such a state, she will try to please someone, even beg for those emotions that can give some pleasure. Cheng said, speaking of her, does her life seem beautiful or vile to her? Yes said that she is free to define her life for herself. And then Cheng saw a man who was oppressing his wife and beating her. She ordered his arm to be broken. Immediately the man screamed, in pain, while Da ordered him to repent and confess his true intentions to his wife. The man got down on his knees and cried, telling his wife that he didn't realize what he was doing, may she forgive him, he was sorry. Da said that this world is only happy because of her. Cheng said it's because of her existence. Yes said it is considered the limit of luxury in this day and age. Of course there are many expensive and beautiful things, and they all belong to her. Cheng told her to stop, because it's very expensive here. DA said she takes everything. The woman apologized and said there were no items in stock. Yeah, she said how could they be out of stock when the display cases are full? She doesn't think she has enough money. The woman said it's just a limited edition collection of bags and it's not here for sale. Cheng said there are a lot of unspoken rules about luxury goods. Wants to buy their bag, need to know the queue. DA asked what kind of queue. She does not understand. The woman said it was a kept woman again for one of the local rich men. She'll never understand them. DA asked the woman if they didn't like her. The woman apologized and said she couldn't help with that. I told her to be even more polite to them. The woman fell to her knees and said she would pack everything up. Jong said the two girls with her best characters merged into one. He would hope nothing bad would happen to them. Jin said not to worry. Da is ranked as a great martyr. She has long since learned to restrain herself. Jong looked to the side and asked Shin, is he sure? At this time, Da walked around the mall and ordered everyone. Da told them to listen in front of her, delight in the most extravagant things in the world. And then woman couldn't hold on and fell down the stairs, and someone yelled that the woman had fallen. And Da immediately used the tailwind. Immediately she caught the woman, and slowly without any injuries, put her on the ground. Jong asked, are there really such obedient gods in the world? Jin said that it's not a god, but Dag's power. When the soul reaches its limit, one look is enough to use the creepiest technique. And then Cheng spotted Jong, and waving her hand she shouted that they were here. Da asked her, does she like Jong? Cheng asked, is it that obvious? Yes, she said that falling in love is the most beautiful feeling in the world. You don't have to be ashamed of it. Da said that she could help her with it, create an unbelievable love story, and she could have fun too. Cheng was happy and asked, is it true? At this moment, several people appeared in front of Da and asked for money. Da told Jong to pay for it. Jong asked her why on earth. Da said, wasn't it his duty as her master? The woman thought, what kind of role play is this, to punish the master? Jong said he was not satisfied with such an inference. Chen said yes, that no need to say such embarrassing things. Let her return the body. Da asked Jong, will he repay? Jong said no. And then Da used her powers and said here comes the payment. And then Jong held up his card. Just then, Jong's phone received a message and he asked yes, did she use her magic on him? Yeah, how dare he say that? It's just a little prank. Shen told Da that she was out of line, and then Jong ordered their souls to separate. Da came out of her body and asked Jong what he was doing. Jong said it was as punishment. Cheng asked the punishment. Being imprisoned in the Hall of Souls, she can't use her body, she is only left to rely on its desires. Does Jong really want to? He said it turns out that's what they're like. And in public, you bastard. Cheng asked why he was so enthusiastic. Cheng said, what should she do? She is completely powerless except to accept the offer, there are no more alternatives. Cheng said that you can't get true pleasure through violence. Jong said that of course he knew their heads were messed up, but to be that messed up, Jin said that there is a legend that Dag suffered from hustling as a child, but even then, it was within reason. I think we need to bring her down to earth a bit. Cheng asked Jong, well, is he not going to continue? And then Cheng said her body control came back. Da said she just wanted to please the world with her beauty and enjoy the emotions of those around her. Cheng asked Da why didn't she use her power to not pay the bill? Da smiled and said Cheng about shopping. Da said to get pleasure, you have to spend money. Jong said, then let her spend her money. Chen saw and said that Cheng was indeed recording. That day, the boy called his mom and said that it seemed like someone was following her, and then she said it was too suspicious. Suddenly, someone from behind caught her and covered her mouth. The guy said that the Lord said that the Shenyuan sword was a demon killer, and it could dispel the blood curse. If after injecting blood into her, her body turns into a zombie, then she's not what they're looking for, then just kill her. And then blood started flowing into her body, and she started screaming in pain. And slowly turned into a monster. Jong said it looks like the resurrection went perfectly, we can finally calm down. Shen said he thought Jong would be angry. Jong said he almost forgot that he and Chen had agreed to go to the evening bazaar. Shit, I'm late. Jin said it was the most expensive bag, take it to her as an apology. Jong thanked him for such a gift. Cheng asked yes, did she make Jong pay on purpose? Ye said, what could be better than a gift from a loved one? Cheng said, he really is so thoughtful. But then she stopped and saw something incredible heading straight for them.
Chen fell to her knees and didn't realize what was happening.
Da told her not to give in to the illusion, no matter how real it is. Hold on. Da said that if she believed for even a moment, would finally sink. The divine greatest formation of Liang Yi. One is the demon formation, the second is the Zhuqian mystic formation, the three most famous ancient formations. One speck of dust is the smallest particle of the stream of consciousness, one particle is one world. If one immerses oneself in it, one's consciousness will wander forever, going deeper and deeper, and with no way to go back. She doesn't know why these formations appeared here, but Zhong doesn't say a word about them.
Cheng asked her why.
Didn't Da herself say that he was in control of her soul now, and she couldn't disobey his instructions? Ye said she thought he had more important things on his mind right now. First we need to know the cause of the formation, and then we'll see. Chen asked the people who they were. The guy asked the head, could it be her? The woman said that according to the Lord's story, any female student of the academy from the age of 18 with an innate aura. The guy pulled out his weapon and said they would try it on her, and then they would know. Cheng said they are the head of Gong and Xie. She saw them on the report. Cheng asked, what did such powerful people need an unremarkable girl for? The lad said that was too loud, they were only the young master's sixes. The woman said to be obedient and go with them, and then separate with less loss. Da said those two would be stronger than Jiao. Let Cheng give her control of her body. Cheng said she doesn't agree, and then Cheng remembered Zhong saying that he hated people bullying the weak but fearing the strong. Cheng said she would try her best to make him stop hating her. The woman told the guy to look at the expression on her face, it seems like she's the only one who can handle her. Cheng told them and asked, they are in Xuan Yuan's sword contract, just talking? Such a coincidence, the guy she likes is also interested in it. So are they going to come clean, or should she make them come clean? And then the guy immediately attacked her, calling her an insolent juvenile. Cheng pointed her finger and ordered the guy to get on his knees. Immediately, the guy went down. Cheng had no pity for him and lifting him up, she brought him down to the ground, harder and harder. Cheng said it was an exciting show, 100 more times and she would be satisfied. But then the woman released her ropes and tied Cheng up. The woman said that not counting the master, this was the first time she had seen such a strong disciple, what a pity it was already over. Cheng looked at her and told the woman to tie herself up. Although she is old, she is so perverted. The woman asked her, what was it even about? And then the ropes tied her very tightly. She asked how could this happen? The guy said no magic circles or shouting with such a complex illusion technique, what time could she have had time to check it out? Da asked them, are they trying to figure out such a basic technique? Cheng told them to say what they know. Cheng said Li, that bastard is just sick. We have to tell Zhong immediately. After a while, Zhong came in and said what's going on after all, where did the demon corpse come from? Jin said it was still 5 times stronger than Jiao. Zhong used his convergence abilities and pulled out his sword of assassin's Mai and immediately pierced through the demon's body. The demon said it was impossible. Demon blood is the nectar of immortality. And then the demon fell to the ground. Zhong said that as far as he knows, there is only one person in Tian who has cursed blood and is able to give orders to the heads of families. That young master, Li Chuan, asked Zhong. He ordered them to capture young girls. Where are they now? What is he going to do with them? The demon said the sinner who prevented the Lord from saving mankind, they are all sinners. Zhong said, has the cursed blood turned against its owner? There would be no wasting time. This fixation technique is one of the oldest divine techniques. He doesn't have the slightest chance of drinking the cursed blood. Zhong said that he didn't know how Li made them all believe him. He had seen for himself that demon blood didn't grant immortality. Drinking it is tantamount to suicide. If Li's family belongs to him, tell me what their goal is. In return, he will ensure his safety. And then the guy smiled and Zhong told everyone to back off. He's about to burst into tears. The guy said don't underestimate their determination. Chen asked Zhong how so? Zhong said that after all, what motivates the heads of powerful families not to be afraid of death? Zhong received a call and Chen Yuan said that Li Chuan is in league with the Wu clan. They are kidnapping girls and wrapping them in corpses, so they want to find Xuan Yuan's sword. Chen saw something next to the demon and asked what was it. A ball with a core that bit through the second one. Zhong told Chen not to come any closer. But the ball dissolved itself and fell into Chen's hand. Zhong said to keep her calm, he would use the power of chaos to absorb the poison. And then Chen started to transform, and this balloon started to devour her completely, and then a sword appeared above her, and a man in yellow. Zhong asked, "What happened?" The curse was instantly dispelled. Chen said that this was the true power of the purple bloody sword. The guy came to the master and said that Liu and Zhao's life talismans had broken. Did Li said yes, if a life talisman breaks, it means the person is dead. Li asked, is there anyone in Tianchuan capable of killing those two? Maybe Xingxin's bureau? Li told his loyal companions to calm down. For the sake of all mankind he would not let this go so easily. Li said no, they didn't lose. Their bloody blood was touched by Xuan Yuan's sword. And it was her. They finally found him. Li said that no one is allowed to act recklessly. Let them block all information, especially his father. Li said that there was only one chance, so a careful plan of action must be made. The Wu clan can't be allowed to notice anything. Shui looked at her class and saw that this child Cheng Yuan was definitely dead. What kind of methods was Zhong using? But in fact, Chen Ning is not actually the owner of the sword. The Li family has also gone crazy and is completely desperate. Shui said she has no idea what to do next. Cheng asked Zhong, is he looking at her? Zhong said that he wasn't looking. The news said that many young girls had disappeared in Tian City in recent days. Currently under investigation. Please watch your own safety. Liu asked Zhong, is he free after school? Zhong asked him. Liu showed the sheet and said mission, did he forget? If he wanted to become a regular student in Xinka, he had to earn at least 10 credits in addition to the registration fee. Chen asked Zhong, so he hasn't gotten any credits since he got in? Zhong said he didn't have time to think about that right now. Chen said that they got as much as 100 credits for the mission. Was it a level A? Liu said that the boss wiped out an entire family. What was a level A mission for him? Liu said that recently, young girls have started to disappear, even from their school. 3 have disappeared. The bureau is going crazy because of what is happening. Zhong asked, the case of the missing girls? Liu said he would accept the mission. Is there any evidence? Chen said there is no evidence, but she has a plan to catch the culprit. Liu asked what is her plan? Zhong also asked her, does she have an idea? Zhong said to Chen, didn't he tell her to stay out of it? Stay out of this matter. Chen said she thought about those missing girls, she won't be able to live peacefully. Zhong said no. Nothing was more important than her own safety right now. She was the real target of the criminal from the beginning. Chen said if Zhong doesn't want to help, she'll do it herself. Zhong really thinks she's that stupid. He's been gathering a lot of information these days. He probably wants to make money himself with this case. Chen said that Zhong always thinks he has to protect her, always talks about her as a burden and prefers to solve everything by himself. But she wants to do something for herself, too. After school, the woods outside the school grounds. They stood in the bushes waiting to be attacked. Zhong asked, and this is his genius plan? The girl asked Liu, is he sure this plan will work? Chen asked him how he came up with the idea to use Shu as bait. Liu said that he had done some research. Their Shu is so beautiful and the clothes she's wearing are just sexy. Zhong thinks this perverted man can get past the Atka? Zhong said he was wrong. How can he trust his IQ? Cheng Yuan said it was a stupid plan, only a fool would fall for it. Liu said that no one called her at all. Cheng said to Liu, who needs him? She was just afraid that he would put Zhong in danger. Let Zhong protect her if someone comes here. She said to Liu, he flashes everything at the girl, asshole. Liu asked her what was she even talking about. Cheng said that Zhong knows who the culprit is but still joined them. Zhong said for her to believe him, if they stay, they will see something interesting. Liu told everyone to be quiet, there's someone over there. Damn, did someone really fall for that? She asked, is it really a killer? Zhong said no, it's a man. The guy opened his cloak and told her to look here, pretty big, right? She screamed loudly and said that he was perverted. She slipped, and Zhong caught her so she wouldn't fall. The guy closed in and said it was an ambush. Liu told the boss he was running away, let him catch up to him. Zhong said that as long as he was here, he wouldn't be able to escape. The guy said that they had been patrolling here for a few days now, not a single suspicious person had been seen, and then she yelled for them to catch the pervert. Zhong said he's here today, so there's no way for him to escape. Jiang saw them and said that she didn't expect such a thing from Zhong. She shouted rather. Jiang couldn't help herself and attacked him saying he was an animal. She asked her, is she crazy? Jiang told her not to worry, everything is fine now. She said no, she hit the wrong person, the real culprit is trying to escape, and then Cheng appeared and said that he had already been caught. She didn't hold it in her hands and threw it at the boy's feet. Cheng asked Jiang, isn't she a smart girl? Jiang said she just didn't expect it. Zhong said there are many things she doesn't expect. Zhong saw that this time, all the actors are here. Cheng said that it is strange that this guy is under the spell, and then Cheng used magic and released him. The boy came to his senses and started talking. Jiang grabbed him and told him not to try to avoid responsibility, tell the truth, what just happened? The guy said he couldn't remember. Last night, he was coming back after classes and was attacked. He felt a sharp pain in his head and lost consciousness. Jiang said it's a trap. And then a stranger appeared and said, Head Wu, Head Wang, it's the master who needs her, right? The guy said yes, he remembered her face well. Let's capture her and bring her back to the master, it's up to them. Liu asked them. What do they want? Do they even know who she is? She's the girlfriend of Zhong, the freshman king of their school. The guy asked Zhong. The guy who destroyed the Gao family? But now there's 3 of them, they'll figure out who's who. Chen said that they are the heads of the 3 families cultivating immortality, Zhu, Wang, and Wu. Last time it was Liu, now it's them. What's behind it all? Chen repeated to herself without panic, everything is going according to Zhong's plan, she just needs to play her part. If they catch them, they'll know the truth too. The guy said it's not just about cleansing the soul. This girl's technique is kind of strange. And at this moment, Chen rose into the air and decided to fight them. Jiang Yu thinks Cheng Ning is fighting with someone there, we need to hurry up. Sounds like bad business. There are strong people there, soul purification stages. Seeing Ji Ming, the girl furiously asked, where is Chen Ning? The guy replied that she defeated them on her own. One by one, they turned to flee and the girl ran after them. Jiang Yu was even more angry. She must have been tricked, this was part of their plan. They could lure her into a trap. Qing Chen asked if Yuan could sense where she was. The girl replied that it was good that he let her take a trace of her soul. Jiang Yu wondered, was this a tracking technique? They weren't prepared for this. The position has been discovered, they could find it at any moment, they need to hurry. Qing Chen will explain everything on the way. Ji Ming shouted, why are they abandoning him again? Maybe he too is afraid of being kidnapped by some pervert. The guys quickly found her. Jiang Yu will try to follow Chen Ning's food. In the early stage of soul purification, it is quite possible to deal with them. Qing Cheng said let him not be caught by the enemy. It is necessary to keep a distance and not stay. The girl replied that they have been mysterious lately. Maybe they are hiding something from her? The guy said it was all about these kidnappings. He originally planned to handle the case on his own. But Ji Ming's stupidity led them to the real culprits. Chen Yuan asked, first the pervert, then this trio. Isn't it too much for a mere coincidence? Qing Chen told her that you can't trust anyone. But since they need Chen Ning, they should just let them take her away. They'll lead them to their lair and they'll get nowhere, they'll catch them all. The guy thinks she doesn't need their constant protection, he trusts her. Qing Chen asked to examine the crime scenes, and the results were expected. All traces belong to the families of Tianquan's perfecting families. They are all masters at the soul purification stage and above. But there was no one from the Li family among the footprints. He's afraid that if the Xian Yuan sword doesn't show up, this family won't show up in person either. They will not participate directly, but will secretly control everything. That way, if something went wrong, they would simply be left out of the picture and continue to serve the Wu clan. In turn, they could take advantage of it. Without the help of the Wu clan and the Li family, there is no need to fear the families under Li Tian's leadership. The guys have arrived on the scene, let everyone be careful. he's sensing a tremendous amount of powerful energy. It is possible that in addition to the heads of families, Li Tianyi is also here.
Are they ready to fight?
They have a tough battle ahead of them.
The strongest will win.
The boys didn't understand why all the freshmen this year were so strong. Wu said that no matter how strong that guy was, even if he had wings, there was no way to escape from here.
They fulfilled Master's assignment. They have Chen Ning.
She can't escape. Li Tianyi said that this was a great achievement. And they were the ones who helped it happen. When he becomes a sacred emperor and expels the demon clan, all of them, the heroes of humanity, will go down in history. The man said she could take it easy because she would be next.
Chen Ning saw her sister. What is wrong with her?
The girl told her to run. They are really crazy. However, she can't just walk away. Wants to save her no matter what. Li Tianyi told her not to worry. She is different from these lower class members. Like the reincarnation of immortal Lord Hong Yun, the girl would be the perfect victim to awaken the Shen Yuan sword. Her body will be sacrificed to the sword. Like her predecessor, who gave the emperor the power of a divine sword to slay demons. She will become a goddess praised for centuries. Chen Ning doesn't understand what the guy is talking about. She's not going to be a victim and she's going to stop them, the madman. Li Tianyi smiled caustically and asked, how was she going to stop them herself? At this moment, the rest of the guys rushed into the room. Qing Chen shouted that they would all stop them together right now. Li Chen asked his subordinates, had they betrayed him? They said they didn't know they were being followed. On behalf of the chairman of the disciplinary committee, Jiang Yu will hold Li Chen accountable. Qing Cheng said to leave it to him. He was his only childhood friend. This is the reason why he should be the one to put an end to everything. Then, the girl replied that she was taking care of the rest. Chen Yuan created a dome by applying the art of illusion and ghost seal. None of them will get out of here. The guy said that if it wasn't for Qing Chen, he would have taken the path of perfection, and the secrets of the 7 Lis would never have been revealed. He would still have a happy family, and his mother would not have died so suddenly. The system notified Jiang Yu to be careful. A strong group has been detected nearby. Terror level 9, combat strength 900. Looks like this guy Li Tian is hiding his strength. He's at the 9th level of soul refinement. Yuan Zi said to use the shared soul to raise his level to the 9th level. Let him use his strength. However, the guy has said before that he wants to end it himself. Li Tuan said that today, he opposed her again, preventing her from taking revenge on the demon clan and his father. This is more than simple revenge. He will be the savior of this world. Only with his sword can he kill his father. Only with it can he destroy the demon clan. And only then can they save the future of their country. Qing Chen asked, was it to save the future of their country? Li Tuan is sacrificing the future of mankind. And they're assholes doing it for a couple of girls? The guy said he couldn't listen to him talk about killing people. Their humanity doesn't need such a beast as a savior. The shockwave would have touched the girls just a little more. But Jiang Yu had time to put up a shield. These two are real monsters. The forces of these two are close to breaking through to the next stage. Someone from the master's men shouted that don't let them think they can leave here alive after this. Jiang Yu told Chen Ning, get behind her, she will protect her. Chen Yuan asked, she decided to compete to be useful to Qing Chen? Chen Ning said that she might not be as strong as them, but 8 or 9 people will take over. The girl won't feel sorry for those who didn't feel sorry for her sister. Let them get what they deserve. These Tianchuan family heads were just trash to her. It was easier than she thought. The guys decided that they needed to use defense spells and combine their powers into one. You can't beat these girls that easily. They're famous all over town and can afford to have a little fun with them. Having been in the soul purification stage for over half a century, they can easily handle them. Only have to wait until they run out of mana and sacrifice them. Chen Ning asked what should they do now? Chen Yuan asked have they ever played the Royal League? It's a team game, attacking from the rear. Simple defense spells, ghost soul technique can't stop them. The guys didn't understand what was going on. Why were their comrades attacking their own? It's all the demon's tricks, she's controlling them. The attack from the rear worked perfectly. The girls destroyed their opponents. Jiang Yu asked Chen Ning, how much better is she than Qing Chen? But the girl doesn't care about that. She is worried about how he is now. These filthy men can only run. As the descendant of a great race, even on the brink of life and death, let him show his strength. For kinds of energy control Cao Lan's sword. The Li family wields the strong frost technique, the Wu family wields the flame technique, and the Xiao family wields the deafening thunder technique. The guy wondered, with the 5 winds technique, was it possible to master the direction of the sword attack? Qing Cheng decided to give it a try and left his sword behind. Li Qian somehow ended up being him, but the guy managed to use the teleportation technique. How can you use that technique twice in a row? Without resorting to the power of a shared soul, he managed to pull it off 2 times in a row. But how did this happen? He's like Sun Wukong with his magic cloud. Usually such a technique only shortens the distance a little and it can't be used twice. Yuan Zi said that he was training him personally, after all. Su Dazi thinks that man is not that tough. Is this something that can be taught? Chen Yuan heard her sister talking about it. This kind of distance compression is an ancient magic power. It is different from ordinary magic. It is a creation that controls by the power of the 3 great laws. Inanimate objects are easy to control. Su Daji noticed her distraction technique. It wasn't an accident at all. You can use soul power to pre-record the spells you want on any medium, and activate the spell at any time. A few days ago, he was pestering her to teach him how to do it. So that's what he's after. Back then, at the moment of their first fight, the leaves were withering due to the pre-recorded spells. Li Tianyi, as the target, had the spell cast twice. His skills aren't particularly interesting, but his combat power is one of the strongest Chen Yuan has seen. The 2 swords would merge into one yin and yang sword energies. Li Tuan begged him not to do this. The boy cold-bloodedly finished his blow. There was silence in the neighborhood. Li Tian said that Qing Chen is good, very good. He is considered the best for a reason. Looks like he has high-quality armor. He completely forgot that the Li family was a weapons manufacturer. The guy used his 500 combat power to suppress his 900, and the sword practically destroyed his family's best weapon. But Li Tian said that he wouldn't give him any more chances to approach him once more. Qing Chen replied that there was no need for it. It could be considered that he had already lost. Shrouding the passage of time, the most powerful wind elemental spell taught in school. It was the one he only used to control the sword energy. However, he wasn't the only one who practiced this technique. The guy told Jiang Yu to protect Chen Ning. It seems to be the unity of the 4 methods. They need to leave. Qing Chen is going to drop a real bomb. The wind element is infused with the purest energy of wood, infused with fire flow, and finally together with the magical power of metal. It easily turns into a bomb. That's exactly what the guy had in store for him, author's technique. The unity of the 4 methods, this power is incredible. Chen Yuan said that she shouldn't forget that Qing Chen's purity of magic power was superior to the others. This strike would probably wipe out anyone below the divine stage of perfection. The boys didn't understand where the young master was. What happened to him? Zhongqing asked, did he finally reveal his main trump card? Li Tuanyi replied that the enemy who made him show the cursed blood of his body was him. The guy asked if he had managed to curb the power of the cursed blood with the help of the Wu clan. Chen Ning asked the girl what it was. You said he's become a demon. People started screaming for the Lord to get rid of those bastards hindering their great cause. Li Tuanyi asked, does the guy even know what it cost to save humanity? Why the hell did he choose to destroy all his writings? The girls were discussing that his form was far more perfect than Jiao Wen's. Even the 4 great masters would not be an opponent for him. Jiang Yu shouted that in that case, one should use the Dragon Calamity technique and the Forbidden Thunder technique. As suddenly, Zhongqing shouted out what he had said after all. This is a battle between him and Li Tianyi. They saw the breaking news that the young master of the Li family had killed his father to seize power. No one expected President Li to be dead. They didn't understand how it was possible. He was a good guy. Suddenly they heard strange sounds outside the window. A huge cloud of dust appeared in front of them. Zhongqing ordered everyone to flee after he saw the demons advancing. Realized that it turned out to be different. In his previous life, Li Tianyi betrayed the Wu clan and was killed while attacking his father. Since it was revealed, they were forced to appear in person and find Chen Ning. It turns out that the demon clan's attack can be avoided. To do so, he needs to stop Li Tianyi right now. Zhongqing asked him to stop. After all, the plan was doomed to failure from the beginning. He suggested he join them to eradicate the Wu clan. It's his only chance to survive. Li Tuanyi asked, the chance? He had been forced to obey the Wu clan for 10 years, and now he had finally gained the strength to surpass them. Then he would eat his father and force the demon clan to show themselves, join forces with the rest to destroy them, and then he kills the guy and destroys all the evidence. Everything goes according to his plan, that's his real chance. The guy replied that he was completely crazy since it was useless to talk to him. After all, they are improving, let the force decide then. Looking at everything going on, Deputy Seying said that he had never seen anything like this. Yesterday, he ordered the first extraction team to go on high alert, then let him follow. As they flew closer, they saw that that monster was actually a demon. The girl told what they say, he's the strongest man in this town. They had a chance to win. Deputy Xie told the guy to get the hell out of there, the student couldn't handle him. Zhongqing asked him not to be impulsive, let them rather get out of there and report to their superiors as soon as possible. The man asked if the young men underestimated him. Then he ordered the group to get ready. Li Tuanyi said, advising the man to listen to this guy, let them get out of there immediately. The guys asked what kind of nonsense is he talking about. This is an elite group, they are all masters above the 5th level of soul refinement. Before Zhongqing could say anything, Li Tuanyi killed them with a snap of his fingers. Moving closer to the deputy, the guy told him to order his men to stand down. Does the man not understand? Observed by everything going on, the guys decided to try it all together. Calling them lowlifes, the demon shouted for them to stay out of his way. Chen Yuan said that these lightning bolts contain the power of a witch, the ultimate incarnation of the one consumed by the cursed blood. Zhongqing revealed that after the technique interacted with the witch's power, he would use mana as a guide. The deputy told the guy to get out of the way, stay out of his way. He's gonna kill that damn monster. Li Tuanyi replied that he would help since the man himself had chosen the path of his own demise. Xie Ying shouted that his armor was comparable in effectiveness to Li Jio's defense, be it even lightning cursed blood. At this moment, the guy managed to kick the deputy in the face. Zhongqing was glad that he had made it in time. Xie Ying realized that he had lost as soon as he should have thrown a punch. Chen Yuan replied that there was a reason why the guy stopped him. In front of the face of the witch, ordinary monks and bugs are not worth it. The girl hopes his left hand will make him remember that. The man didn't immediately realize what the conversation was about, but as he turned to look at his left hand, he saw that it was gone. Jiang Yu said let him stop yelling and be grateful to Zhongqing. Li Tuanyi said that he was just an ordinary person, but he wanted to fight the incarnation of witch power. Zhongqing replied that he was indeed pathetic, he still had the nerve to say such words. Without thinking long, the demon shouted that the pawns had been dealt with, it was time to continue. The deputy saw that his physical strength alone was comparable to that of great masters. Once he saw the guy blocking the demon's attack, he couldn't believe his eyes. Glad he finally realized the hereditary power of humanity. Zhongqing shouted that he was abandoning the dignity of humanity by persistently pursuing the interests of the enemy. However, he doesn't know that the spirit of humanity has been the best since ancient times, and the strength inherited by the emperors is not inferior in the slightest. The demon replied that he still thought that the legendary rulers were early elevated to the countenance of saints. He asked if there was a single person in the world who had inherited their power. He didn't understand how the guy was blocking his lightning bolts. Zhongqing replied that it was a force of nature. Li Tuanyi asked if lightning could not penetrate this sphere. The guy began to tell me that once upon a time there lived an ordinary boy, in pursuit of a crazy idea to save humanity and banish witches. He accidentally summoned the spirit of the deceased Emperor Shen Yuan. That spirit didn't look down on him, but rather entrusted him with his own power, assuming responsibility for the future of all humanity, thus awakening the true embodiment of chaos. Thus, stifled in his resentment, the unambitious young man made a decision that day. Against 100 reincarnations, up to the final death of the soul, one cannot afford to let down that spirit of the hero. The demon asked the guy is referring to the part of the force that is only rumored. After repeated skirmishes, this body finally adapted to Hongdong's incarnation. Li Tuanyi shouted that the guy must be lying, because it was impossible. He is the only hope of mankind, and the emperor's inheritance has long been lost. Reaching forward with his arm, the guy shouted that one punch would determine the entire outcome. Zhongqing shouted for the guy to use all his strength, otherwise he wouldn't get another chance. Li Tuanyi said that his smug face is what the guy dislikes the most. He thinks he's the only one surrounded by divine power. Well, I'm sorry to disappoint him, but he has it, too. Supernatural comprehension is superior to ordinary magic, especially when combined with the power of law. See how the guy can stop the power of thunder, combined with demon blood. Jiang Yu stopped the girl, saying that this was not the level at which one should interfere. As soon as she tried to say something, the girl replied that she'd rather let him look at the weapon in his hands. Zhongqing shouted the fusion of the deceased soul with his direct descendant. Great Young Limit, Ganjiang Sword. With one swing of his sword, the guy was easily able to overpower his opponent. Watching with open mouths, the girls couldn't understand what kind of power was this. Chen Yuan that he had combined the powers of the two blades. A power that even Hong Yun couldn't wield perfectly, but the guy did. Zhong Qing said that he had lost. It was now a matter of life and death. The loser forfeits his life. Li Tianyi replied that he had lost, but didn't think he was wrong at all. Zhong Qing said that they really wouldn't be able to determine what was truly right and wrong. The boy shouted that if it wasn't for him, he would have destroyed the demons long ago. The girl replied that he shouldn't put the responsibility on someone else. He replied that yes, it was over, but there was only one step left, the last step. Zhong Qing said that it wasn't over yet. He said their plan was doomed to failure from the beginning. Li Tianyuan interfering all this time made him look like a fool, that's all. The guy didn't understand what he meant. The father said that his son very strong failed him. For the sake of those lowlifes, he betrayed the supreme demon god. The girl said the combat power is 1500. He's incredibly strong when he transforms. Their family is the first in strength. There are over a dozen level 9 masters alone. Looking at his father, the boy asked why he had come there. Zhong Qing clarified, didn't he understand yet? This man had long ago figured out their plan, not directly, but just to find out about Shen Yuan's sword. The guy said he was just a jumping clown from the start. The man said that if the guy had figured out his plan long ago, why was it necessary to fight his son? Zhong Qing asked what if he originally wanted to lure a man? Li Yuan replied that it was very funny, then asked if the guy was worthy of it. Zhong Qing replied that this was a typical attack after reincarnation. Chen Yuan said that after awakening, he would be able to experience the fullness of nature, the body would become half immortal and eternally young. From then on, a man could be considered a true immortal cultivator. The girl screamed about the pressure being so intense that she couldn't even move. Standing in front of them, the man said the childish jokes had come to an end. Humanity is doomed, her only way to survive is to follow the demon clan. Thinking briefly, the girl asked if she went with him, would he let the others go? The man replied that the order was to bring her back safely, it didn't matter if the others died or not. Turning to the guy, the girl asked him for permission to leave. He replied that he would not let that happen. Calling him a fool, the man said that the death of all mankind cannot be avoided. Let him give his soul to the demon god, it is the only way to save the human race. Zhong Qing replied that he was not that good, but being an ordinary mortal, he often wondered, how did he deserve such a treasure? He even thought that if it was Li Tianyi in his place, maybe he would have done much better. However, he now realizes that he is much better than their so-called heroes. A guy can dare a lot of things, but bow down to them. Invaders killing his own people, never. The man replied that his mother was running low and Tianyi was at death's door. There were none left capable of fighting him. All his friends will die there because of his idle chatter. The guy replied that no, the one who will die there today is him. Zhong Qing said about not completely underestimating his friends. Jiang Yu said, boy, did she purposely stand on fighting alone, for the sake of preserving her strength. The guy asked the daughter of the head of Qianlong, what are her chances of defeating him? The girl replied that it was 50-50ths. The guys were surprised that Jiang Yu was the daughter of the powerful head of Qianlong Pavilion. She said that if you counted the dead people of the Li family, who could turn into demons at any time, there was no chance of winning. The man said that a 9th level skill level 9 girl thinks she can defeat him in an even fight. Chen Yuan that let her take over Li Chen Yuan, and let her leave the pile of dead people to her. Chen Ning reminded her that there was also her. Zhong Qing shouted that she couldn't fight. Chen Yuan couldn't fight either. She should help him protect Chen Ning. Hasn't she gotten it yet? If that man is out there, the demons ready to watch his back are probably somewhere nearby. They can't afford to let him take advantage of their weakness. Su Die asked if they started fighting, would they even have a chance of winning? The guy replied that of course, Professor Shui had already taken care of everything. Participating in the battle last time, she made it clear to the demon clan regardless of the severity of the voodoo poisoning, she'll be able to sacrifice herself before she dies from the poison. So the Dems wouldn't use Trump exactly until it became a necessity. The girl replied that it turns out that even if the professor kills Li Chen Yuan, they will not be affected in any way. Zhong Qing replied that unfortunately, he blabbed a bit. To deal with him, Professor Shui was not needed at all. Li Chen Yuan ordered all of his wards to take the cursed blood, then go on the attack. Jiang Yu replied that it was understandable, not him, nor his aunt, she would never let him down. The guy replied that no, he meant something completely different. They still have Chen Yi after all. He shouted that all heads of families, all who are able to stand on their feet, attack. This is the decisive moment of all mankind. Let him sacrifice his life for Li's family, for giving the girl a chance to kill his father. Turning to Zhongqing, the guy said that when it was over, he could do whatever he wanted with him, but right now, it was necessary to join forces. He replied that although he was touched by the boy's enlightenment, he didn't mean it at all. As soon as the others saw the huge monsters, they immediately started running away and screaming for someone to save them. The guy asked where they all ran to, let them stand up for him in front of the demons. The guys answered that Mr. Li's opponent is the Li family. How will they be able to defeat them? The father asked the son didn't understand yet. The higher the position people occupy, the more they value their own lives. This applies not only to them, but to all the higher-ups of the world. Thus, mankind will never overcome the demons. The guy replied that that's why he always has an ace up his sleeve. He recited the art of illusion, the invocation. They didn't know what was happening to them. Their bodies didn't want to obey at all. The guy talked about how he never trusted scum, so he put a spell on them beforehand, and as soon as he needed it, it would work. The principle is, once they receive the demon blood, they will die with the Li family. It seems people like them have been ready to go to hell for a long time. Looking at Li Tianyi, the guy said that he had completely underestimated his cunning. Calling them a bunch of scum, Li Tianyuan asked how long were they going to hold back his army. Li Tianyi the same shouted to the girl that it was time to act. This is their last chance, let her act before everyone dies. The girl began to repeat that when thunder sparkles, the noble husband knows the harm of using it. If he sings without playing the drum when the sun goes down, the old men regretfully exclaim. The man realized it was a quote from the Book of Changes. The guy said that rumor has it Qianlong was founded by Zhu Yi, the strongest immortal of the Han dynasty. Predok is an outstanding man that humanity has not encountered for centuries. To protect the human race, he founded the Qianlong Pavilion. However, since the cultivation conditions of the true chaos technique are too harsh, an emperor who is not a son of heaven could not practice it. That is why Ancestor Zhu wrote the Book of Changes, consisting of the 9 forbidden techniques, to teach it to the descendants of Qianlong Pavilion. Jin asked, is it something like his ping-pong balls behind his back? The guy replied that he had ping-pong balls in his head. Yi Jiang Yu is one of the inheritors of the 10 forbidden arts. The girl used her own powers to force the heavenly forces into her. Only those who dare to use their body to amplify the power of thunder and lightning will endure the pain of soul suffering. Scumbag, the girl said if she didn't turn into a demon corpse, she'd be dead in seconds. The man replied that he was a great master of the immortality stage. Before he could say anything, the girl immediately struck out. She asked if anyone had given him permission to get up. Then she threw another punch. Jing Ning asked the girl was actually hiding such a terrifying strength within herself. Chen Yuan asked if he was the real ruler of the Donglong state. Li Tuanyi said that he always thought he was superior to this girl. Zhongqing asked and wanted to fight her some more, didn't he? Seeing the man transformed, the boy asked, is this his father's true form? Is it even realistic to stop him? Chen Ning said invincible while transforming, so also combined with demon blood. Even if it is a forbidden technique of Qianlong Pavilion, Li Tuanyuan asked how this little girl would change to humiliate a master? He shouted that he would tear her to pieces. Using her dragon essence, doubling her strength, the girl was easily able to stop his strike. Zhongqing said that she vowed to directly enter her father, become the next head of Qianlong Pavilion. Using the lightning art, piercing light, the girl easily struck again with another strike. As soon as he got to his feet, he immediately struck back at the girl. Using piercing light and a 30x increase in strength, she was still able to damage him. Zhongqing shouted to her to be careful. Demons are usually born with increased regeneration. Perfect corpses tend to inherit this ability. The girl replied that it was impossible. She decided that she would then kill him again, after which she used a piercing flash of light. The monster lost half of its body from her hardest blow. Once on its feet, it regenerated again. Seeing this, the girl asked demons are really immortal, as suddenly, they realized that her body could no longer pass the lightning through her. It seemed to be the end. Zhongqing said that in terms of strength, she was not inferior to this monster, but the several times increased dragon power was the limit of her body's capabilities. She decided that in that case, she would triple the power of the dragon's body to deal with him once and for all. Calling her stupid, he said that once the dragon's body exceeded her limit, the girl would immediately die. She could care less, let her leave that monster to him. He asked, that is the demon clan's immortality power, how wonderful. The guy said his laughter made his ears pop. Suddenly, he shouted to the family member Su that it was time to gag him, let them get in line. The man realized that the Li family was indeed patronized by the Wu clan. He said it was exactly as the boy had predicted. Then he ordered every member of the family to close ranks. He asked if his power was completely suppressed, who could do such a thing? Even though the guy hadn't reached mastery, he still thought of something. Barrow is able to suppress the power of the demon in his body, making regeneration impossible. The girl asked how many more trump cards he had up his sleeve. Using the lightning-piercing beam art, she increased her strength to 50. Thanks to that, the demon was finished. Suyun ordered her subordinates to help the rest of the men deal with the monsters. Observing what was happening, Fu Wen said that the Su family lost about half of their people. This is terrible. Looking at the dead monster, the girl asked finally it was over?